Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him, earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat. Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him, earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat.
learns to question their authority. They teach you to fear critical thinking is crazy because it goes against the majority.
So let's cross-examine a few known facts about this thing that we call perspective. And let's be humble and truthful and real and not like politicians during elections. Now the tail of the tape stands me on the shore of this beautiful place called Michigan. And looking to the west 50 miles we see Chicago. No, I'm not kidding. See, the water is flat, and that is that, and science is telling me that Chicago isn't where it's really at. And that's just a big confusing mess.
So we did our own tests.
8 inches times the mileage squared. That's right, 8 inches times the mileage squared. 8 inches times the mileage squared gives you the curvature of the Earth. Now to find out the curvature in feet, just divide by 12, because, well, that's how it works. Now remember, we were 50 miles away from Chicago going all the way back over the water of Lake Michigan.
Break it down!
So we take 50 times 50 times 8 inches, it gives us 20,000 inches. You divide by 12, it gives you 1,667 feet below the horizon that Chicago should be. But it isn't. It isn't a ball. It isn't at all. It isn't at all.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released. The nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning bar. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
them sweat. Seems every path leads them to nowhere. Moon landing on closed sets. Slave to money, slave to debt. More like cold slave somewhere. Here they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. You know he ain't gonna for miles in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Here they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah, yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No.
Opening scene, humankind panics from a dying planet. Try to understand it. They say thunderbirds fly to preserve our skies, and geoengineers lie. They deserve to die. They deserve to die.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
How could life not be real? Running over the rolling hills, rolling around in lush green fields. It's just a reminder that every day the sun rises. And I renew Mama Kaba, look into her blue iris. There she is, Delilah, seductive yet so silent, with whispers of inspiration from the valley of the faceless. A gift for all human races. Surface to air, air to ground, across firmament. Wherever my love is allowed. Stand up to command, hate to stand down. Not much left in the sandblast now. I'm just a man, learning not to trust the lies that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel betrayed and I don't know what to say. It all changed when the sky turned gray.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
Orders brackish from unpaid Mad Max taxes. Chaplains make multiple passes. Suffering from thunderstorm asthma, chest grabbing. This is madness, follow the white rabbit. Down the hole, can barely hear the sound of my soul. It's so cold, whether the sun goes. Stand atop Mount Fuji, cannabis. Can you see me through the crazy chemtrail graffiti?
Some argue the earth is flat. It's a scientific fact. The fake news debates to distract me while we hold our throats, cough and choke. Chemical smoke, we still think chemtrails is a hoax. The human race reduced to cockroaches. They run from Lord Vader as he approaches. They poison our air, land, and oceans with submicronal global aerosols. I told
The
you.
energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go all around me. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go all around me. Let it drift around your body.
They took my blue skies away. It's like the whole planet died that day. Humans become breathing semiconductors, weapons of mass respiratory destruction. Sky captains snuffing out the masses through stereolithographics. The atmospheric enabler, biometric vapors cut through your lung tissue like razors. Sharp lightsabers cut through wafers of a deeply satanic nature. It's the will of Lord Vader. Deactivated T-cell receptors, deprivation of clean oxygen is a weapon. Question: how can you live if you can't breathe? And where will you go if they ever succeed? Technology nano, crops can't grow from extreme drought to sandstorms and bad snow. Surface acoustic spray, chemical aggregate saturates every God-given breath we take. I didn't before, but now I can see the evil they put in the air we breathe.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let all cries go all around me. Rise up high and fly. Let
was 5 years old, a teacher pulled out a globe to teach us the earth's a globe. I believed what I was told, embracing my education. Didn't know that globes were only created for decoration, not for scholastic purposes that make people feel purposeless. We're living on level surfaces covered by the firmament. I remember how absurd it sounded when I first heard of it, but our God is fervent and his word is perfect and permanent. We're programmed when we're children, our minds are kept in a prison. This is the work of the devil, the evil plan of a villain. We're taught to accept how we're living in these hellish conditions, and every day we're unwittingly being hexed by magicians. By Satan's hand they are driven, they're strictly sent to dismantle the population. They won't stop till your soul is stripped from its vessel. They claim your life is an accident and you're really not special. Don't be afflicted by their fiction, come and get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories, come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty, come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly, come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty, come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy, come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me, come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary, come and get on my level. Don't be with me, you people really need to get on my level. ODD TV, I'm coming with a disruption, with all my flat earth homies on a Hibbler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption, letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Panacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories, come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty, come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly, come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty, come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy, come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me, come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary, come and get on my level. Don't be with me, you people really need to get on my level.
Brutality. Flawless victory.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Linatomo.
Lino Tomo's still in here, but I've never heard him or her speak.
Tomo? Oh.
Lino Tomo.
How you doing?
That's what's that guy
there
before.
he is.
Hello.
Yeah, Limatono is old. He's been around for a long time. I can't
Yeah, I think I remember you from like the OG server.
I'm a moderator global.
You still a Glober after all this time?
Yeah.
Wow.
What's holding you to it?
This should be good then.
Live near the ocean or the sea, and I
What?
see. I don't
Sorry,
know.
you cut out at the start of that there.
Are you
Can you
willing
say
to
that again,
admit
sorry?
that the thing that's keeping you on the globe is that you want to believe? Come on, because that's really what it amounts to. You just want to believe that the Earth is a globe and
No,
that space exists.
I actually bought the P900. I did the research, I did picture, I did this, I did that. I presented to you guys, and you guys say no. So, but
What did you do with the P900s?
Bullshit.
What did you present?
present. I did a picture on the Bay Area in San Francisco. Around, I sit in a place in Sausalito, which is across the bay. I took a bunch of pictures without even seeing what I was taking picture of because it was sunny. And I was about 4 feet from the water. And when I look at the picture, they are all, you can see the city in the back is like Oakland. It's halfway under the sea. And no matter where I look, all around me.
You haven't really researched or learned about the law of perspective yet, right?
Well, I was animator for like 20 years. I know perspective. So.
Did you do like humidity and everything? Like you take all that into account as well?
The humidity, the Bay Area is pretty much it's like the water is pretty cold and the air is pretty cold. So there was a little bit of that marine layer, But right now I'm actually in Newport Beach in California, and I'm taking a chair and I'm going to look at sunset.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
still not getting it. Why are you a glower? Because you live in San Francisco?
I was wondering when Q was gonna fetch.
Most of the time.
I can't hear him all that well.
Like I live in Italy at the sea, at the beach, and then I live in California half of the
I
year.
asked you where you lived. I said, why are you a glober?
Well, because I live at the beach.
Because you live on the beach, you're a glober. That doesn't make any damn sense.
Well, because I can see the horizon, and
The geometric horizon?
if it goes all around me 360,
Oh, brother. You see the geometric horizon?
I see whatever I see, the horizon.
Oh, that's some hefty evidence.
How far?
Flat horizon.
How's the difference? Like, how far do you think?
How far?
How different is the geometric to the apparent?
I have no idea what he's saying.
The geometric horizon is apparent.
This is just sheer laziness. Is what it
Yeah,
is.
because you lived
I wanna-
on coastal regions, and you can only see so far. That means that.
I
Earth
can-
is a globe.
Wait a
The
minute.
No, but if you-
horizon- hold on a second. The geometric horizon is apparent.
Sorry, I missed that.
The geometric horizon is apparent.
It is. It says apparent, but see, apparent in Italian means it appears. It's not appear to be. Appear because it's right there. So it's a different type of. But anyway, I know what you're talking about.
That's exactly
I know.
what it means here, too. Linatomo.
I
That's
know.
exactly what
Yeah.
it means here as well. It only appears to be that way, not necessarily being that way, but appearing to be that way.
Yeah, but sometimes you can be appear and is actually there. Like I don't think that the geometric and apparent are much different in like in
What?
position. You know what I'm saying?
So there's two horizons, is what you're saying. You got the apparent. When do we ever
No,
see?
no.
No.
Well, I'm just saying that it's not that much. There is not much difference between one and the other. It's very like few.
So there's two.
No, I mean it depends from the condition.
You said one and the other. How is that not two?
Well, let me ask
Okay.
this: if it's only appearance, so it
Yeah.
appears as though it could appear as being a globe, but could it also hold on? Could it also appear as being flat in any of
No.
those coastal regions where you live?
No, because if I look around, I can see the curve around me. You understand?
Wait,
yeah.
wait, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah,
So
thanks,
you,
well,
what you're
what-
saying is you stand at the beach and you can see a curve.
Yes,
Is that what
that's
you
what he
said?
said.
Left to right. Yes.
Yes. So show us.
Are we seeing different things? Do you need glasses?
Okay, let me. No, I don't. I can show you.
Okay.
I have to find it, but I can show you, like, for example, from a boat, right? If I'm in the middle of the ocean and I film front and back, right? Like it's in front of you, it looks flat, right? But then you turn right and you turn left, and you'll see that is a circle. Is a 360 circle around you, and there is if you're lower is a smaller circle, if you go higher is a bigger circle.
And
Yeah,
that
so it's like if you
circle,
go-
and that
you
circle
leave,
is flat.
That's amazing.
No, but you know what I mean. Like if you go to a beach, right? The horizon is not flat and it goes from one place straight to the right, right? Like if
No,
you look
wrong.
wherever, but wherever you are in the world and you're looking in front of you, there is the straight horizon, right?
Yeah.
So that means it's curving.
So straight means curve. Okay, got
Straight curving.
No, I'm saying, like I'm right now at the beach, looking at right now at the curve. Right
Take
now.
a picture.
Take a picture.
I can take a video because that's how I can show you the curve, but you're not gonna see it. You have to be.
Please, please.
Please show us.
Hold on.
But do you not see the
Hold
issue of the
on.
sentence that you just said, where you said there's a straight horizon, that means it's curving?
Curved.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the second time I've heard someone say that. What the hell?
I mean, I explain. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna explain you what I mean. Okay, so you think that the horizon is straight, right? Correct.
No, horizon.
The horizon is level. It's horizontal. Flat.
It's horizontal, right? But you agree with me, QE, that if you're on a boat and you
No.
right?
No, I think you cut out there, Lino Tomo.
I can see Morocco on a clear day from my town, from my city, Malaga.
Doesn't have. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't you agree
Okay.
with me, QE? Don't you agree with me, QE?
I didn't hear it yet.
Oh,
No, I was saying that.
You're on a boat.
What are you saying? Why does he cut out after saying
What,
this
what
is
type?
what I'm saying?
What type of boat is it?
It's always.
He's
the
gone again. He's
question.
spinning in circles.
It's a yacht. It's a yacht.
There you are.
We hear you again. We hear you again.
Okay. So I just want to know, like, you guys understand when I say that there is a circle around us?
Have you
No.
had an eye transplant and they inserted a fisheye lens in your eyes or something?
No, without the fisheye lens in my eyes. Like, let's
No.
Well, okay,
Meta?
so just to satisfy him,
left. He
essentially what
left.
essentially what he's talking about is your
Pen-
perspective. You have a limit to your range of view, correct?
It's still perpendicular.
No, he said it was
So-
curving. So I want to see the curve. Just get the video and post it in here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the video.
Are we really waiting for?
Tomo, you getting mugged?
Well, he is in San Francisco. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
He's in Newport Beach.
Yeah.
flowers in
He's getting mugged by a fucking fentanyl addicted trans woman.
Jesus.
Does he got flowers in his hair?
Oh man. Yeah.
I get what he's trying to say, to be honest. Like,
He
I do
thinks he
get what
sees
he's, the
curve.
gist that he's getting at, but that doesn't. That has no relevance to if it's flat or not.
He
It's
left.
your perspective.
You scared him away, Bambi.
He left?
Maybe he's
I
from
didn't say
Rome.
nothing, man.
Needs to get the pizza in the oven.
I really like his accent.
Che cosa fai, ragazzi? Sei un accento veramente inutile.
Oh shit, Enzyme. He's in the mob. Watch out.
Ya está hablando.
The minute I get us
español,
onto a
español.
flat Earth conversation,
I bet he makes
disappears.
some damn good spaghetti though.
Yeah, you're not
The
racist.
Italiano will break.
You know why the Earth is round? Cause meatball. It's a ball. You get it? That's it.
That will be considered racist, but it's still funny.
Nope. We can still make fun of Italians. It's safe.
he's joined back.
Welcome.
They haven't got to
Hello
that
again.
group yet.
All right, Tomo, you got the video?
I think the mugger has his phone now. Hey mugger, can you take a video for us, please?
What did you say?
Little
Mug-
mono.
Oh.
Tomo! You chicken chucking mother clucker, give us that video.
Chicken chucking.
Mother clucker.
Yeah, ironically.
That's
gave us a group
new.
called-
Used to be crayon muncher. And there's a chicken chucking mother chucker.
How
Chicken
about booger
chucker.
eating
I've lost it. I forgot it. Schmuck.
Booger eating-
That was it. I used to love that one too. The green schmuck.
Oy vey.
Schmuck.
What are you playing, Bambi?
I'm playing. I was playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but now I'm playing Overwatch.
Oh, you play Overwatch? That's what's up.
Yeah.
Haven't played in a while.
This is my most played game. Day one of release.
Is that Texas Chainsaw Massacre actually any good of a game, or is it just for freaking?
Have you ever played Dead by Daylight? It's the exact same.
Oh,
You
gross.
fix generators, you run away, you get grabbed.
Right.
It's
Friday the
it's
13th
literally
or something.
it's Dead by Daylight. You have to fix a generator and escape through a hatch. It's dumb.
Understand.
Yeah. But it's free to play on Xbox, so here we are. But it's so dumb, so it's not crossplay. So like old gen Xbox can't play with new gen Xbox. Although it's not a new gen or old gen exclusive, they still can't play together. It's dumb.
You have the action and you're a gamer girl. Do you need a finger? Do you need a ring on that finger? Or a finger on that ring?
You just ask me if I need a. Excuse you?
Do you need a finger?
Finger on that ring.
Wow.
You're implying that she's missing a finger.
I don't think that's what he was implying, but I'm just going to leave it there.
It sure sounded bad. I think Bambi's lost
Wait.
it. She's out of it.
I'm going. I'm just
Answer
gonna
the
mute for a
question,
second.
Bambi.
She's
What was
focusing.
the question?
Need a finger.
I'm muted.
Finger on the ring
She's Mercy Main right now.
or ring on the finger.
I'm not a mercy man. That's the most offensive thing you can say to me.
Look, just DM her and see where it goes, man. Fucking just get out of here.
It ain't gonna go anywhere, believe me.
What are you
I've already
playing?
got
Tank?
QE in my DMs. It's okay.
Don't
I play
No,
tank and
where-
DPS, and if I'm healer, it's Anna. Sorry, what were we talking about?
Yeah, can I ask again? Can we get this back to Flat Earth? Where's Tomo with the video?
Little mono.
I think he's having connection issues.
Probably just doesn't have any answer issues.
Well, he's on the beach. He's probably got bad signal.
Well, yeah, guys, it was nice talking to y'all. I gotta go. See y'all next time.
Adios.
Adios.
Gotchas.
He says 5 minutes, QE.
It's just too bad Lino Tomo, whatever the fuck. He just like bailed mid conversation.
Yeah, he's obviously having connection issues. He said 5 minutes. Yeah, he put in the text chat 5 minutes. He's obviously having connection issues if he's by the beach.
Okay, so the beach has a bad connection because of satellites, or what?
I don't know, man. Probably there's a lot of people there using phones. You ever tried to use a phone at a concert? You can't do it. You can't log on to anything. Try to make a call, impossible. Try to get onto any sort of social media or anything. You can't do it.
The flooding of the network. It's like your
Yeah.
broadband, your bandwidth is being limited, narrowed.
You just have to change your CDN.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah. Or your
Sounds like an
APN.
issue.
I'm a nerd. Damn, is there any Globers in here other than AJ?
No, we get like one a day if we're lucky. Seriously.
We've had 3 so far. Shut your face. We've had 3.
So it's been a lucky day then. It doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Lou, you're wrong for playing Clash of Titans. That's
Ugh.
simple as that.
We have a Globe Skeptic now.
Just kidding. Globe Skeptic. Come on
I want
down.
to butcher his name. Is it Alaric 87? What are you skeptical about?
I
Come on,
just
Lou,
want
to
to
be shy.
know. I just want to know why there aren't no penguins at the North Pole, but there ain't no freaking polar bears at the South Pole.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Hey, there he is.
Hello.
Greetings, everybody. I'm at work. I was just listening in. Forgive me.
So what are you skeptic
What
about?
you skeptical? Yeah, there you go.
Skeptic.
Oh, I'm not. Excuse me. I'm not. I think no. I believe the Earth is flat. I thought I was the only Italian on this server. That guy's really from Italy. That's kind of interesting.
Are you also a plumber?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Italian.
No, a plumber.
Oh, a plumber. No, that's my cousin Mario.
That guy posted the video.
Indoor
Can you
or
do that
outdoor?
Can you do that
Oh,
with
he
an
posted
Can you
it.
say that
Gee.
thing about your cousin with an
He put the
Italian
video.
accent? Like, no, that's my cousin. You know, like
Shut up.
yeah.
Shut up.
I don't have an accent.
Tomo put the video in the chat. He put the
Oh, he
video
did?
of the curved. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, good. Okay.
Is this a new video? I thought he said he was going to the beach, not on a boat.
Looks
Nah,
level
he
as
said, I
shit
think he
to
said he
me.
had this one.
Oh, I can see the curve now. Yeah, right.
You can?
No.
I'll go back on mute, everybody. Just real quick, QE. I'm a huge fan.
Fair enough.
Look,
You got so many
you have
fangirls,
QE
QE.
fans tonight, dude. That's fucking incredible.
That is literally
I'm not a fan
as
of
flat as
QE.
you could be.
Okay, back to the video. I'm looking at this thing. This looks flat as shit to me.
Yeah, it's pretty flat actually. It's a nice clear video.
Yeah, that.
Thanks for that, Tomo.
This is a panorama from the front of the boat to the back of the boat. See,
Uh-huh.
to get from one place to the other place, that's a circle. You know what I'm
What?
saying?
What? No, I
No.
can't hear you. Get a new mic.
It's
Is that not just
perfectly
your
straight.
perspective?
No, it's not the perspective.
I don't
Like it's
know.
how far you can possibly see.
It's not the perspective. Like you look on one side. Like right now, I'm looking. It's curving, and everybody can see it if you are at the beach. Very easy.
Are you drinking again?
Huh?
I feel like I could slow down this video and like edit a ruler onto it, and it would just keep going along with the ruler.
If you put a ruler, you would see the curve, yes, but there should be a pretty big ruler, yeah.
Huh?
Pretty long ruler.
Linotomo,
I would
do you think on Earth, standing on the ground at any place, especially the beach, do you think you would be,
Yeah.
according to your model and your experts, do you think that you would be expected to see curvature?
Well, on a sphere, there are like three type of curvature, right? On different axes. The curve that I'm seeing is not the one. Let's say it's a curve.
What curve are
It's
you
a curve.
seeing?
The one that let's say would see an ant on a ball. So it's like the one horizontal. So I agree with you that it is a horizontal, but it's a curve around it. Like if
You're
I look,
contradicting yourself.
That's a contradiction, sir. Yeah,
but it is what it is. I
it
swear.
is what it is. And it is a contradiction.
No, I understand what you're saying, but it's you understand on a sphere. Like if you
On a
point
sphere.
a light on a sphere, if you point a light, you'll see a little circle, right?
Point the light.
Let me just to be sure.
Oh
So you're
shit! That's
saying
what we needed. Lou to interrupt.
No, shut up. I was just talking a moment ago and you didn't fucking say that.
I was thinking it.
Yeah, no, instead you actually corroborated it. Listen, so you're saying you can only see Earth curvature in one direction, and that's is that the Z-axis, like in going away
Yeah,
from you?
Yeah,
Right? So,
yeah.
like,
No. Okay. Depends. Like the z-axis is the one that goes in front of you. Then there is the y-axis, is the vertical. So I don't see curve on the vertical axis. I see it around me. So that would be, I guess, the z-axis.
why would anybody on a flat Earth or a globe Earth see it on the vertical axis?
No, you can't do that. You have to be like super high and
Okay,
high.
no, nobody would see that anytime, anywhere, no matter how high they were.
No, the curve around you, you can see it. Like I swear, like you're like sitting on. Let's say you are on a big platform that is 360 degrees around you, and that's one of the curve.
What you're saying is like you're not going to see it. What is it? The left or right? The horizontal. On the horizontal is that the Y? I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the y-axis, you're not going to see that because what you have a limited frame of view. Is it what reason?
No. The horizontal
Actually, is X. Is X.
X-axis. The
Yes,
vertical is the Y. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Maybe you should talk some
is
more.
The reality is that you're seeing the horizon at eye level, 360 degrees around you, but you're not seeing the ground gradually slope away from you in every direction, as if you were the apex point of a ball. That's not what you're seeing.
Yes, it is what I see. It's basically the slope in all the
You're
directions.
seeing the ground sloping, gradually sloping downward from every direction from the point where you're at, the apex point of the ball.
Listen, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna get the listen.
so-
I'm getting old. Listen for a second. I'm getting old really quickly. I don't have time to waste. Now, do you have some evidence for a globetrot or not, Tomo?
For what?
Or
All right,
do you have do you have any
Globetrot.
evidence, scientific
Globetrot.
or otherwise, for your globetrot?
He's not gonna
Okay.
get you. He's not gonna
Well,
get you
the-
if you pay for your globetrot.
I can send you in another 5 minutes, like the picture that I took in San Francisco. And plus, seriously, I have a house that is my balcony is in front of the beach. Like I'm on the beach, basically. So I grow up, and so I'm an expert in horizon. Expert in sunset and horizon.
That's lovely.
Yes.
How
You're a
many licks?
sunset and horizon expert.
How many licks does it take you to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop?
That's a difficult one.
Can you define to us what a horizon is?
Excuse me?
Can you define to us what a horizon is?
What the horizon is the curvature of the Earth.
This guy said he was an expert.
Yeah, that's a very scientific term.
Very
I put it. I'm kidding. Well, anyway, I'm just want to say I like
Can I
you
ask
guys.
can I ask you this? Instead of asking you to define it, would you agree with me if I said that it was where the ground and the sky appear to meet in the distance?
Yes, I agree with you, but I also say that the water part is very real, and if I drop you from an helicopter on the line of the horizon, you'll feel it. So appearing, but then you feel it too. So it's physical.
Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
No, therefore that's physical. So it's not just a mirage.
You're saying you feel that the Earth is a ball? How
Well,
does
there
that
are like
work?
there are a lot. No, I didn't hear. Sorry.
You said you can feel that the Earth is a ball. How does that work?
Well, because I'm looking at it right now. I see the sun first of all that is almost down and is huge like
Yeah,
it
but
was
looking
before.
and feeling
So
is not the same thing.
Huge. It's huge.
Looking and
it's
feeling is
big
not the
as
same
it was
thing.
before, so it's big. It's not getting smaller. Like perspective law
Well,
is.
can you explain to me what in your globe model explains how the sun could get bigger as it gets farther away from you?
No, it's not getting farther away.
Yes, it is. If it's
No,
setting, no matter
no.
what, in either model, it's getting farther away from you. Yes.
No.
So what would what would cause it to appear larger?
No. Well,
Yes.
Doctor, I heard many.
In your model, listen, stop.
Yeah.
In your model, you are rolling backwards away from the sun.
Yeah, but those are
Therefore,
distance.
it is getting farther from you. Okay.
Yeah,
So
technically yes, but it's such a small like thing, like if you like the sun, if you would disappear. Okay, I heard Witset doing an example. No,
God.
sorry, I know you don't like Witset. Well, anyway, forget
No,
it.
I
It
think
wasn't
he's
Witset.
lying
It was
through
someone
it.
else.
No, I think he's
No, I
lying through
understand.
that. So yeah,
I understand. I don't wanna.
Yeah. So he's
I
lying
don't
through
wanna.
it. So yeah.
Okay, but I wasn't. I actually so forget I mentioned. But my point is this one: when you point like the example of the flashlight, if they pointed you somebody back until the light disappear, right? Have you heard of that argument?
No, this sounds ridiculous. What?
No, like let's say you are in a garage, right? And somebody is pointing a light at you, and then he backs up, right? The light eventually disappear.
In the garage, you think the light's disappearing?
No, in the garage. To say you are against a wall, right? You're against a wall. There, somebody is pointing a flashlight on you. Okay. Well, look. Now I have to go.
This is not a
because
rebuttal to my question about the sun getting larger as it gets farther away. You tried to tell me it's not getting farther away, but that is true in both your model and any flat Earth idea ever presented. So, in your model, the sun at sunset is also getting farther away from you. Yet you say it looks larger.
no, it doesn't look like.
Now you're going to backtrack because that's what you said twice.
Yeah, no, I say it's huge in the sense that it's not getting smaller. But
Why does it look huge?
that's,
Does it look huge compared to midday? Does it look huge compared to sunrise? Does it look huge compared to 5 p.m.?
There are two explanations of this. One is reference. So you don't have point of reference when it's high in the sky. When it's down, you put it near a mountain or something and it looks bigger. The second explanation that can be also the same, it's of course the atmosphere at our level. You get more
Atmosphere,
effects.
that's contradiction in terms.
Yeah, I know I don't want to go there.
Well, you
'Cause
already
right
went
now
there. You're already there.
No, you are definitely there because that's your explanation. Like, we already know the answer. You're just avoiding it. You're tiptoeing around it. So it's refraction that causes, like, it's going through a thicker, more dense layer of what you call atmosphere, of gaseous layer. It's going through more of that and magnifying it. Atmospheric atmospheric magnification might be a term that you would be trying to refer to.
Right.
Right. So it has
But
nothing
it's
to do
not.
with has nothing to do with the distance. It's just the atmos that you're looking through. Now I have to tiptoe around both you fuckers.
But then, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. If the sun was going away, you would see the source, meaning the disk, like.
Are you just putting the A on everything to pretend you're Italian?
Yeah. It's a spicy meatball.
Meatball. I'm Mario. But anyway. So, what I'm saying is, if the sun was going away, you would lose first the light that make you see, and then you lose the circle, because that's the source. The source is the last one that you see.
So the sun's going over. So the sun goes over a geometric horizon.
Goes over, yes, geometric horizon. Right now, in this moment, unfortunately, there was a little bit of haze. So, unfortunately, went behind
show
the
me.
haze.
Okay, show me that though. Show me the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon.
How can I show it to you?
Well,
I don't have it here.
You must be able to see it if it blocks the sun. So let's just see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a bunch of images from all over the world of sun that gets cut in half.
Okay.
I never saw once a sun getting small in my life.
Is that just going to be a picture of a horizon that you declare as geometric, or do we have some sort of verification that it's actually geometric?
It's whatever you want it to be.
By the way, have you never seen a video of that? Or just never in your own personal?
No, I saw this video. I saw the video, but that's a haze. I mean, come on, dude. We have to be honest with ourselves.
Those videos, I've got one that I can show you. There's no haze whatsoever. In fact, these things, when they happen, When you do see it, it's in the most arid, dry areas. It's in the deserts and stuff where they do just kind of disappear into the distance.
Okay, send it to me. I saw moon like the moon is even better to look because it doesn't give you glare. And the moon when it comes up, like if you look those time lapse of the moon rise, they're like you can see that is a thing coming up. It's not coming close. But hey, to each his own. Like I said, now I have to go. I don't know if you can still hear me. Probably not.
I'll just pretend I don't.
No, I can hear him, but I
We
was
can
on
hear
mute
you.
and I was uploading the thing. So he asked
Oh, he left.
he asked to see an example and then had to dip before he could see it.
Peace off, any guy. I like everybody, friendly guy, and I just see it this way. You see it that way. It's a
Little
freak out.
Tomo, little Tomo, but you're saying you have to go, but you did ask to see it, but then you were so quick to say you have to go before you could have it presented to you. I just posted a drone video where at the very last second. So here's one
Sorry.
in the desert area where you can clearly see that
I
this
see a
thing
tall
is.
lady, a very tall lady. Why am I
This
seeing?
is a time lapse. This is a time lapse video from a drone. In the very last second after it disappears, he also rises in elevation to bring it back again. But it's very yeah.
Oh, lunatic ladies. Lunatico.
Yes, it's
Like
lunatic, lunatic. Yep, loon, whatever, Lou, however you want to say it. Yeah, this is a phenomenon that does happen in many places around the earth. It just doesn't happen in places that are. It very rarely happens, I should say. It's not that it can't happen, but in places that are typically more humid, places that are close to the ocean, big bodies of water, you know.
You know what? What's up with that sentence fragment? What about humidity? What the hell are you talking about?
No, I had. Yeah, I did end it with a fragment, but no, it's more in more arid desert areas where we tend to see this phenomenon more often.
What phenomenon?
And this idea, or this thing where the sun does. And did you look at the video? Where the sun does disappear and get smaller as it goes away from you.
That's astonishing.
Whereas adverse to what he was saying, where it appeared to get bigger on the horizon and had no explanation to that. He tried to claim that it came from his globe paradigm, but I also called him out on that, and that in both cases, the sun is getting farther away. So if it's growing, that proves nothing for the globe. It only proves what we talk about how most often when we do see the sun setting, it's going through thicker layers of atmosphere and being magnified, essentially lensing. You know, it's being lensed to make it appear larger. Either that, or it has to do with the where they do claim that it's more of like what do they call it? An illusion. where because comparatively to other things, it makes your brain like a brain trick where you think that it looks large.
That sounds like a personal issue.
No, it's not a personal one. It's one that like literally everybody fucking experiences.
Really?
When you've
Prove
got something to compare it, yeah, when you've got something to compare it against, like trees and houses and stuff like that, as it gets low into the horizon, it appears larger than it actually is. Like it's a brain trick. It's an illusion.
That's profound.
But you're acting like this is the first you've ever heard of it.
I'm trying to pretend I never heard it before.
I got
That's what I
the
just
first one
said.
just taken right now.
Just repeating
The
my
sunset
words.
just taken.
Oh God. I'm never gonna get this hour and a half back. That's the damn.
That's fine. No, you volunteered your hour and a half to worthlessness before you ever got here.
Worthless.
I thought bringing you into this conversation, Tomo was going to be beneficial.
Yeah, Limo
But-
Tomo is not going to be beneficial. It's like talking to freaking FTFE or something like that. No, he's one of those hardcore. He's a hardened Glober who's only here just to try to distract from anybody who might be listening into the flat Earth
All right,
and getting anxious.
let's take them out quick then. Tomo, you heard of celestial navigation before?
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You heard of celestial navigation before?
Yeah, but honestly, I don't understand.
Well, you can understand it. You know what a triangle is?
Yeah, no, I heard I heard everything, so I know.
I didn't
that,
ask you. I didn't ask you if you heard it before. That's try to focus. Right? You know what a triangle is, correct?
Yes.
What's a triangle?
It's a geometrical figure with three angle.
A little bit more.
Three angle.
All right.
Triangle.
All right. What are those? What's the angle sum property of a triangle?
The sum of the three in Euclidean geometry is 180.
Yeah. Outstanding. So, what is an elevation angle?
It's the elevation from the GP to, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I honestly I don't understand the.
It's a right angle. It's a right angle triangle. Yes.
Yeah. No, I heard that.
It's a three-sided polygon, three straight lines. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you take an elevation angle, it doesn't have to be in celestial navigation. Any elevation angle, right?
Mhm.
The adjacent side of that triangle has to be flat or level, right?
I disagree, but yes.
No, you can't disagree. This is an agree-disagree thing, right?
All right,
It
then
has
I
to be-
agree.
Yeah, you have to. Well, you're finished. It's over.
I'm
right?
an hostage.
You could have cut him off when he avoided saying that it's when you said tell me more, or whatever that was. It's got three angles that equal 180, but also all three lines. There's three lines that are straight.
Yeah, I said that.
create those
Thanks,
angles.
thanks,
Yeah.
Lou. I said that.
No, you actually you didn't.
Yeah,
you
I
didn't
said
kill him.
it. Yeah, I actually did. I said it. Three-sided polygon.
It's a flat on flat
I
violence.
suppose you did by saying polygon. Yeah.
Yep.
But
All right.
yeah.
So you take an elevation angle, right? That adjacent has to be on a horizontal plane. That's the way it's defined. So where's the horizontal plane on a sphere chart?
You can also do it by.
No, you can also do it. I'm not doing anything.
Okay,
I said elevation angle.
Look, I know how you do it.
I didn't ask you if you knew. I didn't
Fine,
ask that.
fine. It's flat. It's flat. I was kidding.
Oh, I'm just gonna have to mute ya. Okay. So I didn't ask all that. All I asked for the definition of an elevation angle. It's very simple. So go ahead and post that in the live stream. Or do you want me to post it? Yeah. Yeah, I'll post it. And then we'll go over it. All right. Tomo, you with us?
Yes, you have the mute button, so you're
Yes,
the
I
boss.
do. Yeah, so I can
You're so
set you up.
powerful. You're powerful, man.
Yes, I am.
That's funny though.
So, elevation angle. Do you realize that a sextant that you take elevation angles with it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So
you look at the star
yeah,
and see.
it's a close-ended question. I even said yes or no. So you said yes. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay.
So
good. What did you win? A little bag.
Oh Jesus! I'm gonna have to mute you again. Okay, so sextant takes elevation angle. So what is an elevation angle? From radartutorial.eu. An elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Now, if you need a second one, I've got about 50 of them, but I figured 2 would just do. From GCSE, angles of elevation. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the, you see this, horizontal plane. See, they echo each other from above. The elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane. This one says between the horizontal plane. Yeah, you notice that? Where is, I asked you this before, where is the horizontal plane on your spheroid?
It's wherever you want it to be, according to.
That's not the right answer. There are no horizontal planes on a spheroid. Therefore, the Earth isn't a spheroid. Did you get that?
Your argument are incredibly convincing. Now I am on a flat Earth.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
You too. Bye bye.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
https://discord.gg/flatearth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Ferocious Ladybug.
Hey, what's up? I got a video that I've looked at by Eric Dubay that I didn't really understand. I was wondering if I could get some help to just understand.
If you don't
something.
understand it, it don't make sense. That's the best advice I could give you.
Yeah, well, it's got to do with star trails.
Yeah, like I said, if it didn't make sense, then it don't make sense.
So what's your question? Well, come on, Elijah. Let's indulge him a little bit. What's your question, bro? Like, so what part lost
I'm
you?
trying to help him with something that'll take him along in life. All right, but giving people go. What is your question? I hope you're not a bigot and you think that all flat earthers everywhere have the same answers. I hope not. But let's go. What's your question?
Well, it's just this. The idea is that the firmament has stars basically either on or around it, and it's rotates like left to right or like east to west, whatever.
Mm.
And it just didn't really make sense to me how visually, based on perspective, we see the stars moving around. especially once you get like past the equator.
Well, the stars, the perspective
don't
of
do that,
stars are mostly, they're not exactly the same as perspective with things terrestrially, meaning like with a car or things like that. Like they do drop in angular distance from the sky to the ground the farther you go, but that's pretty much it. It's not like you can triangulate the positions. It's not like you can see the entire um body of stars at one given time from one position. We already know that. Um so you know what's interesting? What's interesting is if you look at the sky, you realize nothing makes sense. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. And it's, actually I was hyperbolic. I don't mean nothing. But for example, if you're standing just north of the equator, you can look in one direction and see the stars arc in one direction. You can look in, you know, southward and see them arc in the opposite direction. And you can look up and you can see them basically going straight. So you have arc left, arc right, and stars going pretty much straight over your head. Um I don't know anyone who can explain that on any model anywhere.
Right. Well, it's like the diagram like seemed pretty clear. I'm trying to take a screenshot of it so I can actually like show it in the chat here, because there was one particular image that confused me.
Like I said, if it confused you, it probably doesn't make sense. Cause something about it's fallacious. Drace, you got those diverging star trails? Let me see if I can find it real quick.
I probably don't have like image privileges or whatever, but
You could send it to me. I'll post it in the chat if you like. Had you said, "Hey, my name is," how are you guys doing? I might have gave you some permissions, but I think we'll take like a minute or two before we do that now.
yeah, I'm new here. You know, I'm not expecting to get special privileges or nothing. I just got questions.
No, it's fine. You know, just get a little bit of rapport with you, and then I'll give you some perms so that you can move around the server and take a look at some of the stuff that we have in the other channels. We got a lot of information down there. It's from A to Z. It's in chronological order. A lot of questions you have, perhaps you can go on your own study and those will help, or you can ask someone directly. But in case none of us have the answer, perhaps one of those things will help you out.
All right, yeah, I appreciate that.
Well, let me know when you sent it.
I did. Yeah, you should have it.
All right. 1 second. Let's see, where is it? Message request. Okay, yeah. I gotta pay attention to these. All right, y'all. Let me just download this and I'll post it in the chat. I'm not the most tech savvy person ever, so that's what
No,
you guys get for letting me do it.
no, I appreciate it.
All right, here. This is what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm a check, bro. Don't worry about it.
All right, my apologies. My apologies.
Yeah, but yeah, that diagram there is basically what I'm looking at, because I haven't spoken to any flat earthers who don't subscribe to a dome/firmament. That seems to be like a predominant thing. But based on, you know,
Yeah.
but you know, I'm not going to speak on anyone else's behalf, right?
Yeah, a lot of people believe in the dome. You know where that idea comes from?
From my understanding, it's some biblical stuff, but you know, they don't exactly explain it like perfectly in the Bible, so some people probably interpret it a different way.
Well, we kind of go with science and science measurements and observation. So if we were to talk about a firmament or container of some kind, it would only be because that gas pressure requires containment. PV equals nRT, the V being the volume portion of that equation.
Yeah, I see. Drake or Drace. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Is saying some stuff.
Yeah, but to get back to your point, they've drawn it like an actual literal dome. One thing that I would say, I don't know if everybody's on board with this, is this is just how the sky looks. Like if you were to take a large protractor, okay, and you were to assign the stars with the degrees on that protractor, it would just be the angular distance from the horizon to your 90, and then probably the other way, all the way up to 180 degrees around you. But that's not a literal dome.
Right. It's just the stars appear to be at like a fixed point in the sky, so that's why I'm curious, because if it is, when I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, if I look southerly towards where Antarctica is supposed to be, what I should be seeing is stars going left to right. The number 2 there on the image, like I can see if my perspective's limited due to distance, like my perspective's there, I can get that. And number 1, it's like I would expect it to be like curved instead of straight, but I can still, I can accept that maybe there's some perspective causing distortion. But when I look behind it, where it's supposed to be number 3, every time I look southerly from towards the horizon southerly, I get a clockwise like rotation around where the Southern Cross is supposed to be, which isn't really what I expected to see if a diagram like this was like accurate. And I accept that it's not like physically there, but it's supposed to represent the sky, right? So I found it to be contradictive.
Well, it's I mean, 'cause this
I
isn't a
looked at it.
representation of what the
I
sky is. That's why.
I look closer at this graphic. This is not what any of us claim, though.
Yeah, no. This was sent to me by a friend who was like, I asked him about star trails. He said, I don't really know about that. I'm gonna do some research. He sent me this, and I looked over it. It was an 18-minute video. I watched the whole thing like 3 times. It didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, this graphic is just imagining if the stars were on this trajectory, but it does not say anything about your perspective on the or in the dome, or
Yeah.
whatever this idea is. We don't sell ideas here, so we don't make claims about the nature of reality beyond what we can test and verify for ourselves.
Right. Regardless. So my prior knowledge with this is like there's like 2 star maps that I know of that are northern and southern star maps, and they shift around the equator. That's been a huge like hindrance block for me to understand why we're not on a ball, because every time I try to think about it on a flat plane, the way the stars move don't really seem to coincide with any flat terrain that I know of, that I've experienced myself or that I've researched. So I'm trying to just get that.
Do you know what an elevation angle is?
I mean, I hear that phrase a lot, but if you could explain it to me in a way that makes sense, that would be great.
All right, Google it and look at the images in the meantime. So an elevation angle is basically a star's angular elevation above the Earth.
Yeah, I see.
So, but you don't have an angular elevation above the Earth from your vantage point if the Earth isn't a plane to reference. That would then make
Right.
that statement a misnomer.
Right. But it's like
Is it right or is it wrong?
I
Because I
think
do.
that
I
it's
have a follow up.
so based on what I've been able to find out,
Just now with the Google search?
of course it makes sense with like the angular, the elevation angle. Obviously, that's with line of sight and horizontal planes. That's how we
Yeah. So you
calculate
mind if
horizontal distance, right?
you
Yeah.
you mind if I follow up with that then?
Yeah, of course, man. Go ahead.
So that's how the map of the stars. That's how we do it. Elevation angles. So the whether or not it makes sense to you how it wouldn't work on a globe, the bottom line is we got all this information from elevation angles, which would require the surface of the Earth to allow for that, which would mean if you're going to get 90-degree positions anywhere, then you would have to be working with a flat plane.
Right. Well, I can understand that logic. The only part where that falls
You
apart
think
for
it's
me
logic? You
is
know what an elevation angle is just an angular measurement. It's not logic, to be fair.
yeah. Well, what you're saying is true. Like I accept
Yeah.
that. The only, I just want to account for all the variables because there are stars that are visible when you're on certain parts of the planet. But you go to another country and you change hemispheres, suddenly those stars aren't available. And if there's just like the angular like size thing, or like angular like angle of elevation, right?
Well, we know
If there's,
that
if there's only that, like we should be able to get like every star because each star
No.
is in a set point in the sky, dude.
No,
No,
I
the
don't know.
the
I don't
problem
know
is
how that makes. I
the
don't,
just a second. I want to just. The problem is just like this hallway, you cannot see all of the ceiling, and so as you travel further, you can see more of the ceiling. As the ceiling rotates, then new parts of the ceiling become visible to new areas, but it's still just the same ceiling.
Right.
Yeah.
But we can, but the way that the ceiling rotates is different based on where you are on the planet.
It's just an
So?
apparent rotation. You don't know what's actually happening there.
Yeah,
No,
that's
but
the
you
that's the
no, but
thing.
you no, but
That's
no, but you
real quick. So we gotta go back to what you said. Now we know that the equator, which isn't a real line, right? The equator is just the minimum angle distance that you can see the North Star. Now that's an elevation angle, like we just discussed. So at the equator, that is where the minimum angular distance is. That's where the star is at zero angle, which means beyond there, anywhere in the Earth beyond that distance, beyond the equator, and sometimes you can see it just to be fair, but beyond that distance, you can't see the North Star. So
Yeah.
we already know that if you go far enough, there are stars that you can't see. What doesn't make sense about that? It sounds like you're trying to make a positive claim about there being southern and northern hemispheres without making the claim directly.
I'm just trying to understand how it works because when I look at the globe model, right, it's a thing of if I'm in the northern hemisphere and I look at the sky, I can see what's being shown with the rotation of the stars around Polaris. That makes sense, right?
No,
Then
because you beg the question. So when you say does it make sense, Well, if we're talking about five senses, no. But if we're talking about logic, also no, because you're begging the question of a northern and southern
Question.
hemisphere. So we're already on a sphere. Just, I mean,
I'm just trying
this,
to. Well, I'm not begging the question. Well, the
well,
thing
it
here,
is begging the question because you're saying
what I'm
they
trying
look
to.
different in the southern and northern hemisphere. Now that does beg the question because that automatically puts you on a sphere with two hemispheres.
What I'm trying to understand is how I can actually explain these star trails on a flat plane, and I haven't been able to make that work.
The same
Now
way
I'm
that you
trying.
do. That's why we have a celestial sphere model. That's because that's actually a flat Earth model, by the
Could
way.
you
But
show
you
that
could.
to me?
What do you mean? It's like
Or
you've never seen the celestial sphere. Now they claim that it's due to us being on a sphere, but that's the one part that can't be validated. But the celestial sphere model uses, you know what? Matter of fact, I'm going to read you something right now. I'm going to drop it in the chat as well. So you know, it's from Royal Air Force College. A lot of the guys have heard me read this before.
Mhm.
Okay. Earthly is what the portion of this article is titled. Andrew Hill, in parentheses, Darwin rules. Okay. July 12th, page 127 says, quote, even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth, end quotes. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. There's those words again, man. The sun and the
Mhm.
moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused, you sound a little confused, dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look in the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest. Darcy Reddyhoff, Royal Air Force College. Now, if you go back to the portion where they say the real world is as we perceive it to be, what they're saying is it looks like we're in a fixed position, and the celestial or the equatorial plane is a plane. It's a plane. It's just a plane. That they say, okay, we're going to take these measurements from hell, the center of Earth, on the
Mhm.
equatorial plane, in which we can then apply this celestial sphere model. No, you're just standing on a plane and you're applying what the sky looks like based on the degrees and the positions that the stars are in, or the moon or the sun, whatever you're going to use to navigate. So when you say make it make sense, well, when you look at the hemisphere, aka the star map, that is just the, what is it called again? Celestial sphere, which is on a flat earth anyway. So what's so hard about that?
Well, the stars you have to use are different when you're in the northern and southern hemispheres. That's why.
Yeah, they use two planes.
Yeah, but why are there two planes when there's only one sky?
I mean, they just it's the same plane. They just use a different reference point, which is somewhere in the south instead of in the north. There's the north side, there's the south side. If you're using an astrolabe, you just flip it around.
But they rotate differently.
So
If they're all part of the same sky and the sky rotates the same way, they should be rotating the same way, but they don't.
no, look at fam, look at this very real image. Like, yeah, I don't think you're, I think you're trying not to understand what we're putting down here. We're not trying to give you new knowledge. We're saying what you think you know is not what you know. How could anyone explain this? You see how somebody's from standing in one point of the earth and there seems to be two different rotations, even though we all know that from any one perspective, the stars go from east to west no matter where you are on the earth. That's not what this looks like, though. So if someone were to just look at the sky and go, well, it looks different, it is what it is. What's that got to do with the shape of the earth?
Well, if this image was taken somewhere on the equator, I don't know where this picture is taken from, but I'm assuming that the camera is pointed either east or west.
Look at what Drace just posted. I mean, that's from one singular point. And it's of the same sky. If the Earth were rotating, that would never. That's not possible. We got to keep it real, right? Are we keeping it real? You keeping it real with me?
Of course I am. I'm
All
here
right.
to ask
So when
questions.
you look at
I'm looking for answers, man.
I'm asking questions too. That's why I'm asking you now. 11 minutes past the hour where Drace just posted that image.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
If the Earth were rotating and that was why we saw the star trails, then what Drace posted would make absolutely no sense. Are you with me on that or no?
Say that question one more time. If the Earth was round, that wouldn't make sense. What they said. Sorry, I'm just
No,
trying to.
that's okay. I'll say it again. The reason that we have star trails, according to everyone who believes in a globe, that's why they're different in the south and yada yada yada, is
Yes.
because of the spin of the Earth. That's why
Yeah.
the stars move. So
Yeah.
if
That is that claim. Yeah.
if that was the case, then the image that Drace posted would make absolutely no sense.
I don't think so.
Can you
It's
justify it? And to help me make it make sense. If the Earth is rotating, how do you get an image like this?
okay. First and foremost, I don't know if there's a panoramic view on the camera that was used. I don't know where and when this picture was taken.
What if there was a panoramic view? What difference would it make?
Well, it would widen your
Yeah.
field of vision, right? If you're
Yeah.
looking like if this is if it's a 180 degree, right? That's half of a circle. You see half the sky.
Mm-hmm.
If it's more than that, you're going to see more than half the sky, and this is
Well, how do
long
you see more
exposure,
than
probably,
how
right?
do you see
So
more than 180 degrees from horizon to horizon though? That's not possible.
no, but it is possible if you have a panoramic camera that is set to take an image that goes beyond the human scope of vision.
What do you mean beyond the humans? You mean like left to right versus, uh, horizon then arcing up above you and then back down?
What I'm saying is this globe model, right?
No, no. That's too, because
Okay.
I'm trying to get there's only two orientations you can move the camera, left to right,
Right,
and
yeah.
and then or you can arc it, right? You can arc it or you can move it left to right. The thing is, if you were moving it from left to right, then you wouldn't get the middle image.
When you're standing on the Earth and you look north, you see stars going around Polaris. If you stand on the Earth and you look south, you see stars going around the Southern Cross area. So, if you're looking directly east or west to the horizon, and you take a panoramic camera view that goes beyond 180 degrees, and you take a picture long exposure to get the star trails, you get this kind of image.
Can you explain that to me, Drace? Help me understand.
Yeah, what I think his problem is basically that it's
Her. It's
perspective.
her.
The stars are not going in
Doesn't matter.
different
Doesn't matter.
directions. They're not moving differently. It's kind of like when you see a car coming from a city and you're standing by the side of the road, and the car comes from your right and passes you by. But then you go to the other side of this street and you wait, and all of a sudden another car comes, but he doesn't come from your right because he's coming from the city. He comes from your left. You turned around. That's why it appears to be going in a different direction.
That is correct. And that's actually the point that I'm trying to make. Depending on where you're standing, what you see in the night sky changes. And
yeah, it's called
perspective. What car? Yeah, it's called perspective. Correct. Yeah. What I'm saying is, it doesn't make sense to me how. It just don't make sense to me, and yeah. Well, that's it.
The stars move above your head. You don't need to know the exact mechanics of how all that works to measure the ground and know that the globe isn't true.
All right. Well, thanks for answering my question. I appreciate the indulgence. It was fascinating.
Yeah, thank you for coming by. You're always welcome.
Yeah.
Do you
thanks.
want that
Yeah.
role? So in case you come back.
I mean, you can put me as a Glober. Yeah, that's fine. You were very nice to me, Elijah. I appreciate that.
I try.
Good evening, everyone.
Verified.
Is it evening for you already? Man.
Yeah, it is. And I can see the full moon already. I don't know where you guys are, but I will guess it would be possible at the same time.
I'm in Vegas.
I mean,
No, my bad. Sorry, I'm laughing off mute. AJ is like, how come she gets a glow roll on her first talk, and I don't got mine? And then all I see is the little emoji laughing dude. And that's the way the cookie crumbles, AJ. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, and what Dre said, yeah. You sound like a super troll. At least dang, I forgot their name already.
Ferocious
At least
Ladybug.
Ferocious Ladybug.
Yeah.
At least she actually tried. She just seemed genuine. Like she just like what she was asking was what she was asking. And that was just what it was. Now, okay, so Ferocious Ladybug, are you leaving or
I'm
you
probably gonna hop out in a second, but I'll stick around for a couple minutes more. That's no problem.
okay? You want to know something that doesn't make sense to me?
Sure, shoot your shot.
And by the way, what I'm about to tell you is like the linchpin for the entire mathematical extrapolation of the heliocentric belief system. So the horizon is supposed to be a tangent to a tangent point. So you have a line of sight to the maximum distance that you can see the ground, because beyond that it's curving away from you. That is what the
Yeah.
horizon is claimed to be, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Now, okay, since you already understand that, I don't have to go and get the video that shows you that, because usually other globe earthers will say, I don't believe that the horizon is Earth curve or something because the Earth is too big, or I don't know. Okay. Do you already understand the formula for the horizon? Have you ever looked that up?
I mean, if you're talking about like 8 inches per mile squared, I've heard
No.
of that. I've heard there was another thing. I'm not a mathematician though, but there's a longer like equation type curve thing. But
Yeah, not that.
all right, then
Even
it's
though
new to
they're
me.
like, yeah, it's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. Is that something you would? Well, I mean, you're just hearing it for the first time. But you know what? Okay, Google distance to horizon formula.
Sure, I can do that.
So you see what it's showing there? You see the diagram?
I get University of Washington. How far away is the horizon? And then there's an equation.
Do you see any images with it, or?
Not images.
All
But it
right,
says
that's a PDF. You could download it, or if you don't want to download it, just
right.
hit images.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, if our eye is 5 feet above sea level, then the horizon is about a distance of this many miles away. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you find any reason to disagree with that being just the accepted verbiage in truth on a globe?
I mean, probably. Yeah. Height definitely allows you to see farther. And
Right.
as far
That's
as I
accounted
can
for.
tell, yeah. And as far
1.2
as I can
times
tell,
the square root of the observer's height. So
yeah.
regardless of what height you are, you would plug in the same formula.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at one height, like for instance, 1 foot above sea level would the horizon would be 1.2 miles away from you, is what the claim is.
Right.
So
Yeah.
so here's the thing. That claim is not true. There's no way to validate that claim.
How come?
Well, not that that claim has been falsified, I should say. Well, because if you go to let me send you a video. Well, maybe a video is too much. I don't know how long you're gonna stay or be in here. Let's go with CFI investigators. Because for me this is the most damaging. How far?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, you can send me a video and I'll watch it. I might not have time tonight, but I'll probably watch it in my free time. If I come around, I'll tell you what I think of it. That's a
Yeah,
gold standard promise.
so this video right here, around 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Or let's just to be safe, just say 4:34. And just write that time stamp in. This guy, as a matter of fact, right in the thumbnail, he's explaining that they're going to send a boat out with stripes, and the stripes are going to begin to disappear as the boat descends beyond the horizon. So he basically says the camera height is 1 foot above this lake, and he says the horizon is expected to be at 1.2 miles. To quote him specifically, it's 1.22. So I know he's looking at the same formula we're looking at. And at the end of the video, the flags disappear. Some of them, obviously from the bottom of the boat. And then, he says, look, see, that's the thing with flat earthers. They always deny evidence. What's funny is when you look at it, and based on what is this? How could anybody be calling on this? Anyway, so the interesting thing about this is the horizon was never in front of the boat. The horizon was supposed to be at 1.2 miles. The boat was 3 miles away, and the horizon was behind the boat. Therefore, they couldn't have used the radius to deduce the distance to the horizon. If it was a further distance, then it would have to be a bigger radius, which would pretty much ruin orbital mechanics. We could just stop there, because obviously they supposedly have satellites orbiting the Earth, the ISS orbiting the Earth. They had to go around the Earth like 15 times to reach escape velocity to go to the moon. They had to get the distance to the moon, which they would have needed the radius of the Earth for that as well. The size of the moon, which they would have needed the radius of the Earth as well. And so
just the fact that the horizon is not geometric, which would be a consequence of a globe the size that they claim, means it's not a globe.
All right. Well, the great thing about this video, because I skimmed over, like they don't actually show like the moment, like they don't linger on it. They just cut to people talking, which is like a real pain in the ass because you'd like to just see the whole thing play out. So that's unfortunate. But I can
What are
see.
you saying is missing?
Well, it's like they show the first stripe going just partially obstructed below water, and then they cut away. Like they don't show the rest of it, which
Well,
I
he's
find to be a bit of a
speaking.
pain.
He's speaking on it now. This is CFI investigators, and they are on Nat Geo's network. So you have CFI investigators, which people would expect to be telling the truth because they debunk things and they clarify things, and that's their job. And then there's Nat Geo, and Nat Geo has editors, and you know they have the money to be correct about these things. So they're there to disprove flat earthers by showing the geometric horizon. So they explain that the stripes begin to disappear when the boat is just at 1.2 miles. Then they cut away, they come back, and then they're like, okay, now the boat is at 3 miles. And he says, look, the stripes disappeared due to the horizon that I'm pretty sure he can tell with his own eyeballs is not in front of the boat. Which is the only thing I'm trying to point out to you. I mean, that's got to kind of be the biggest faux pas in history, right?
I mean,
to say that it's the horizon is behind the boat. I mean, to say that the horizon is in front of the boat blocking the stripes when you, me, and we can all see that the horizon is not in front of the boat is a major no-no, right?
well, water is supposed to be level, right? It looks like it's sinking.
Yeah, but that's a complete red herring, isn't it? That's a digression from the main premise.
I see what you're saying, but
Well, all you got to do is say, yeah, that's crazy as hell. Like, I mean, anybody in any conversation, when somebody makes a mistake, people typically like are quick to jump on that. Like, yeah, you dumb as hell, bro. How you made that? Like, but in this, in not just you, but a lot of people can't just admit when people make mistakes, probably because I told you it's the linchpin of the globe. So it's not something that you're ready to accept. I get that, but it's a mistake. When I say a mistake, it's a mistake on his part to literally be saying that the horizon is blocking the stripes when it's not. That's just either an outright mistake or an outright lie. That's just one of the two choices that is out there. Unless you can tell me a third choice. It's either it was a lie on his part or he was mistaken.
I mean, he could be mistaken, but like the red stripe you can see compared to the above one, I don't know. It looks strange. I'd rather see this thing. I'd rather see it over a longer distance with a larger object because then any differentials would be a lot easier to make out.
Well, things disappear bottom up over a flat surface. We have videos of that as well, so that's not really confusing for any of us, only because we've actually seen it demonstrated. So there's no reason to think that something over a horizontal surface wouldn't appear to disappear from the bottom up. Again, because we've already observed that. We've done it with RC boats. Then there's this Nat Geo claim. Then there's like quarters over a surface. I'm sure you've seen that, but you probably argue that it's below the eye level of or the mid level of the camera, because that's the main objection we get with that. So I didn't bother to mention it. But the bottom line is none of that has to do with the fact that the geometric horizon was supposed to be in front of the boat, and it's not. And that's the one thing I don't hear you responding to.
Right. I don't know how to explain that because what I'm saying here is that there is like that blue line in front of the boat, right? That's what you're referring to, right? Is that like the
No, the
horizon
blue
is?
line behind the boat being
Yeah,
the
yeah,
horizon.
that's what I'm saying. Like it looks,
Stupid.
yeah, like further away. It's above the boat.
Right.
So
It
it
looks
looks
like
strange.
it's not in front of the boat. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's not where the guy is saying it is.
Right.
Like there's kind of no way around it.
The horizon, and this is just me speaking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Based on where the blue line starts, right? That's the blue line. Where the blue line starts is where the horizon is, right? It
Where the
looks
sky
like it's
appears to
ahead.
meet the ground, yeah.
Yeah, it's ahead of the boat, right?
Behind the boat?
And
behind.
Yeah, behind the boat. Like we're standing and we're looking at the boat, and behind it is further horizon ahead, right? But then for some reason, the bottom of the flag appears to be sinking
Well, it's
slightly.
not due to the horizon being in front of it, right? Which is the premise.
Well, I
This
thought.
is what I mean by a red herring, which is remember we were talking about logic, right? So
Yeah.
a red herring is a logical fallacy. So it is it typically happens when there's a diversion from the main point instead of addressing the point itself by saying, yeah, because we looked at the math. You already understand that there's a geometrically speaking, there's a tangent to the tangent point. That point is supposed to be the maximum distance that you see the horizon. And this isn't that. These are all of the things that we discussed within this conversation of maybe 10, 15 minutes. And even though we've discussed all these things, the one thing you're not speaking about is how the horizon is supposed to be in front of the boat, and it's just not there.
Yeah, I don't have a good explanation for that.
That's fine. I don't want you to have an explanation. I did this so that I can expose new information to you, because usually when people say that the horizon, when flat earthers say we see too far, and then people like I forget the guy's name. There's a lot of TikTokers and a lot of globe earthers that'll say, "Silly man, all you got to do." Oh, that's his name. Joe Rogan or Toe Rogan.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
he chastises flat earthers by saying all you have to do is wait a little while and then you'll see the boat go behind the horizon. But that's not the claim, is it? The claim is that the horizon is at a geometric distance that we can all validate using the formula. And I just showed you that you can't validate that. And I guarantee you, no matter where you go, no matter what you do, you're not going to be able to validate it. At best, you're going to have to find an ad hoc reason as to why that is, which doesn't really satisfy the claim, which for some people, we like direct evidence. So,
Yeah, no, but hey, man, I appreciate being exposed to new information. It's the thing is, there are things you know and there are things you don't know. And if you don't know something, it's because you haven't been told or because you don't believe it. And I can appreciate this. I'm going to need to think about why this is happening, right?
Yeah, for sure. You might want to go. You might want to go to a beach, and if you can, some people are landlocked. If you have a lake near you or a beach near you, and a ship tracker, or you know how far away a buoy is, or something like that, because you're gonna need something to reference it off of. So you're gonna need the horizon, and you're gonna need to know the distance of something else to figure out if you can validate the claim that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Because once you see it yourself, it's kind of hard to try to explain and justify it, because I would never justify, like, look, my house, let's say my house is a mile away and I can see it, binoculars, right? And I know that behind my house there's a library. Imagine I come to into town one day and I'm looking into the distance and I see the library and I see my house behind the library when I know it's supposed to be in front of it. In nobody's world does that make sense.
Right. I hear what you're saying. one thing that I want to add out is just people come in with bad faith against flat Earth people. You know, it's like they come in with like a mission or just to like laugh. Like I'm just asking questions, and
Yeah.
there are certain things I want to know why. I don't know if you want to call it a belief, if that's derogatory or whatever, but just it's like we're living in a flat plane. This is what I see. I want to know why people think that.
But because I definitely just debunked the geometry of the globe. That would be reason number one for me.
Yeah, well, I've looked at that video. Like, I can't explain that. I
Well,
have,
we
however,
also have
seen.
something called the Black Swan. I don't know if you know Karl Popper.
Well, I've seen mountains disappear and sink like below the horizon line. I've seen that.
But
I don't
that
know how
would
to
be
fucking
begging the
explain that,
question,
but
right?
yeah.
If you were, if only if you were to devise an argument. I mean, because remember, you have nothing to reference. So if you're using the horizon as the reference, and you're saying things are getting lower behind the horizon because of Earth curve, that would be begging the question. The argument I just laid out to you has no begging the question in it whatsoever. See how interesting that is?
All right, I see what you mean now. I see what the objection is. Okay.
Yeah, begging the question and
I didn't
affirming the
understand what
consequent are
you.
like,
Yeah, I didn't understand what you were meaning with that earlier. I get it now. It's
So I would say to you that there's literally not one globe Earth claim that doesn't include either a reification fallacy, a begging the question fallacy, or an affirming the consequent fallacy, if not more than one or all of those. That like it, that's a big problem for me. I don't know why it
right.
wouldn't be a big problem for anyone else, but that's a problem for me. Because when I prove
Right.
things, I don't need to use fallacious reasoning to do it.
Right. Well, to quote what you said, the first thing you said to me, if it don't make sense, it don't make sense. Probably don't make sense, right? That was the
Yeah,
first
pretty
thing
much.
you said to me.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
now, what you just said, I could totally understand how, like, you'd find that to be an obstacle. Like, you'd be like, heliocentrism doesn't make sense because of this. I get that. I don't have that issue, but I totally understand why that's something that you would have an issue with. And I don't have any good answers for you. And I'm never gonna tell a plumber how to do my piping because duty water is just gonna go everywhere, right? I'm not a fucking plumber.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Excuse my
why
language, but
we love science in here. And we also love history in here, not to keep on dragging you farther down the rabbit hole, but heliocentrism is only 500 years old. And it was proposed by priests. Um, so that's something that's disheartening for, atheists and agnostics. They're like, whoa, hold up, priests of what? Christianity? Hell no, I think not, right? A lot of people have that sort of feeling, especially those that are like scientifically, quote unquote, inclined. And then you have the idea of the different galaxies and the expanding universe. That's only 100 years old, proposed by Edwin Hubble. And around the time that he was proposing those things, he admits that there's no justification for why his forefathers 500 years ago said that we are in rotation around the sun. So we kind of get our knowledge not from flat earthers, but from learning what has been said, and then just using just the most basic logic and reasoning. I could see if they had actual proof, but when you hear of these scientists and these PhDs and these philosophers of all different types, they basically are all saying the same thing, that there is no direct evidence, but this is how we logically deduce things.
yeah.
And then when I look at the logic behind why they deduce things, and that logic includes fallacious logic, that's a big problem.
Yeah, and I totally get that. And you are totally right. Like historical perspectives are very useful. They are very useful. Not just because you get to know, what happened, but you also get into like the mindset of people at the time and what's maybe been lost over time and what's like been replacing it. And it's not always good, right? One thing, there's been people like there are some people in chat who say like I don't seem genuine.
Please
That's
don't mind them.
No
I mean,
one was saying that.
Please
We're
don't
talking
mind
about
them.
us. We're
Like
talking about us.
there's a few members in here that ban my friend that I just have to run behind and go, don't you do that? Like, so it's
yeah,
I have issues with them as well. It's
yeah,
a community. It's not like a place where we all where we all agree and we're of one hive
It's a
mind.
misunderstanding.
People are gonna say stuff.
right.
Not you,
It's a
Lily. It was someone else.
misunderstanding. No,
Yeah,
they were
yeah.
talking about
Just
someone else.
okay. Well, regardless, I think that anyone who has honesty and truth as their highest virtue, and who can admit when they're wrong, and who goes forth just with that mindset, it doesn't really matter too much to me what they like actually believe. I just want them to be good people, right? It's and I have to
Yeah.
believe that someone with intellectual integrity can go into an arena and say, look, this is what I think, this is what doesn't make sense to me, this is what does make sense to me, and I just want to speak that. And you're going in to try and develop yourself, I have to hope that at some point that person reaches whatever the highest form of truth is and is able to share that with the world in a way that makes things better. Because when if you treat people as hostiles, or if you see someone as a hostile, you're going to treat them like a hostile. If you see someone as a friend, you're going to treat them like a friend. And I don't want to make enemies here, because anyone here who is like, I want to know what the truth is, and I want to share it with people, that's a good attitude.
Yeah.
All right.
For
And
sure,
then the only thing that can fucking, sorry for my language, but the only thing that can ruin that, like the most effective lie, is a half truth, because nothing allows a person to put poison in your system than by mixing it into a drink that tastes good to you, right? People slip in lies when they can't afford to, and it's a very toxic thing. So dishonesty is like the worst thing imaginable.
Yes.
So,
Agreed.
yeah, so, I just appreciate your time, and I appreciate that you took time to answer my questions. I wasn't satisfied with the whole Star Trail thing. I haven't changed my mind about that, but I think that the way
That's fair.
you, in particular, Elijah, went about this, I think you've got a good attitude, and I don't think that you're going to make things worse for anyone. And that's good. I
Thank
want to
you.
say that to you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you coming here. I had a good conversation with you as well. Thank you for those in the chat who stood by, posted, and help with the citations and things like that. You guys are all amazing as well. Except for the ones that said she wasn't genuine. We didn't need that, but other than that, it was a good
I'm
conversation.
disagreeable.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What was something about being disagreeable? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
But the whole half
I was
truth thing.
saying I'm just disagreeable. That's all. Y'all can continue with the conversation.
Okay, thanks, bro.
Yeah, the whole half truths thing, like, yeah, that's the thing about academia. With I would say it's worse than half truths, but at best, like what people take away from the things that they say are half truths. What's a good example? Well, like I said, people think that they'll say, "Oh, we already have so much scientific evidence for the heliocentric model," and yada yada yada. First of all, a scientific model uh, is something that after you have an observed natural phenomena, then you have a proposed hypothesis, then you test the hypothesis, then you validate the hypothesis, and then you have other subsequent hypotheses that are also valid. You now have a scientific theory. There's no such thing for the heliocentric. I don't even know model. I don't know how they define model when they say the model of heliocentrism.
Right.
You know, so just bringing the point to the whole half truth thing, like I was talking about Edwin Hubble. Then you have people like Einstein who also said that there is no actual experiment, terrestrial or otherwise, meaning otherwise as in just looking. There's no way from the Earth you can tell whether the Earth is moving or whether we're moving. Hence relativity, right? Because everything is relative. You don't really know which is which. But school definitely teaches it. TV programming teaches it. The news teaches it. Everyone who's in authority teaches it as if it is pure fact. And that is, if I'm being charitable, a half truth that I cannot stand.
Right. Well, I understand that perspective, and I do mirror the sentiment. And scientific theory is yeah, you start with a hypothesis, you test it. If you get repeatable empirical results, you can maybe call it a theory, right? If you got enough evidence to back it up. Now, I didn't come here to change any minds. Obviously, I came here with a question about star trails that didn't make sense to me. But it's I'm not here to force anyone to believe anything. And I came here just because I wanted to ask some questions, and you gave me answers. And whether or not I'm satisfied with them, you kept it civil, and I'm happy for that.
Yeah, no problem. No worries.
Yeah. God bless.
God bless.
Yeah, that's it for me. I'm gonna hop off.
Take care.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Ladybug.
It should happen like that every time.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
https://discord.gg/flatearth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Chaos Lev.
Earth, whatever you want to call it. So, just those facts alone. I don't care about Southern Star Trails. I do know this. The moon is self-illuminating, and I'm going to make a 29 PDF presentation one of these days, showing. I already have about 11 photos right now, still photos of the moon in different phases. And when it gets to be 28, 29, I'm going to make a PDF, and I'm going to illustrate to everybody, even here, that don't believe that the sun is self-illuminating, that the sun is self-illuminating, and that Genesis 1:16, and God made two great lights is exactly true. So don't let them fool you about anything like this. Also, you cannot find a Sigma Octantis anywhere. You can find a North Pole star named Polaris, but you can't find Sigma Octantis. Two is it is not at 90 degrees south, because one, there's no 90 degrees south, but there is a central rotation, but it is not 90 degrees south. Some people have told me it's about 60 degrees south, whatever it is. They tell you there's something called Sigma Octantis Australia. Well, I'm sorry, you can't be Sigma Octantis Australia, because Australia is about 40 degrees. Tasmania is about 42 degrees south, so you can't have that. So these people will do anything to beg the question on their ball, because they do not want to believe in God. It's the most disgusting thing ever, but we gotta love them anyway, because we're commanded to.
Yeah. By the way, how's the weather over there? Because today is a full moon, super full moon, blue moon they call it, I think.
Yeah.
I got my binoculars ready.
Yeah, I saw it already. I mean, it's already going up. It's beautiful.
So
Yeah, the
check
blue
this.
moon. It's the second full moon of the month, right? That's what the blue moon represents. When you get 2 full moons in 1 month.
You do.
I think
Yeah,
so.
two,
Yeah.
Yeah.
two
August
full
1st.
moons in 1 month, but it's also going to be a super moon, which means it's going to be the largest for us to observe. And it's even more rare that you get a super blue moon.
Yeah. So
Yeah, magnified is.
real
Yeah,
quick,
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to show this. So they're not opposed to modifying images at all. First of all, this is at the Paranal Observatory, which is in Chile, and they're talking about a blue-green flash, right? You see that? Now this is the edited, or this is the photo forensics picture now. So you could just see they're not afraid to modify the photos. See that right there. But I just think it's ironic that that's supposed to be 8,645 feet up in the air where they took that photo, and you can clearly see the horizon right there. I just find it funny, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. So they're not
Yeah,
opposed to modifying it.
what should this green light represent? The rising?
The green flash is a rare optical phenomenon due to the refraction produced by Earth's atmosphere. It is typically observed at sunset or sunrise, and more likely in clear atmosphere where the light is less scattered by the air. In very exceptional atmospheric conditions, a blue flash can be seen. The event captured in this picture, taken from Paranal Observatory, clearly shows a green and blue component. As usual, the Pacific Ocean, only 12 kilometers away from the observatory, is covered by clouds. Cerro Pernal is a 2,600 meter high mountain located in the driest area of the Atacama Desert in the region of Chile. But
Well, the first thing I heard that was wrong with that is they said the refraction of the atmosphere. How's
right.
that? What is the sun? What is the light going through a solid barrier to the air or some
Yep.
other
And how?
medium to air?
And
Because you can't just have it from nothing to air. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
yeah, and how can it be a flash? I mean, why
Yeah.
is it sudden? It's
Well, it's clearly modified, but I don't know what their point is of showing this, but they're
You want me to
basically
show you pictures of the sun that's not modified? That would show like a green halo around the sun
yeah.
is flash.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Red, blue, and green, guys. What's
yeah.
the sun's light supposed? So it's white light, isn't it? Ooh, sexy, huh? For those
The
that
black
know
body
a little
looks
a little about spectroscopy and shit.
the
Anyway,
the sun's like a black body.
I mean,
but
sunrise and
how's that? Wait, why'd you say that?
Well, I looked into it because I heard QE say it. And yeah, the sun acts like a black body, but they say that it's not. It just acts like it because it absorbs as much electromagnetic radiation as it emits the thermodynamic equilibrium.
Yeah, true. Because red, blue, and green. You combine those. If you combine that, you get white light. So that's all I was referring to.
RGB, how we see.
yeah. Yeah, I
I find
mean,
it
the thing is why sunrise and sunset and why we can't see the sun anymore is because we cannot. The wavelength has a limit for us to see. Also, perspective helps also not reach our eyes anymore.
Mhm.
So it's still there, but we cannot see it because the wavelength is too short. It's way past our.
So check it out. That's your photo, right, Slalom?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
That's your photo, right? This is how you know it's the real photo. See? No modification in it whatsoever.
See if anybody disagrees with this, and please speak up if you do. I think we don't know what the moon and the sun is, but we know what the sun and the moon does. The moon moves approximately 14.5 degrees above the sky, and it's a calendar. It's a calendar for us for the month. And the sun moves across the sky at about 15 degrees per hour, and it gives the sun and heat. And we know the sun and the moon flip for seasons. It's lower in the sky for the moon now, higher in the sun. It'll flip in the winter, and so we know that. And so, what else are we supposed to presuppose or suppose or assume about the sun and the moon, other than the fact we know what they do, but we don't know what it is? Anybody ever tells me what the sun is and the moon is, I'm just kind of going, okay, that's for speculation Sunday, because we know what it does, and the sun is God's clock, the moon is God's calendar. It's a beautiful thing, and the sky is a sidereal rotation, which is for the seasons, and you can actually use the moon and the sun for the seasons too. It's the most beautiful thing ever, and I think we overthink things. Let God be God, and they say the simplicity of God somehow escapes man. I think it does. I think God put a very beautiful sky together, and we overthink it.
By the way, why do you put your question into your answer into a question again? You know that Yah said, "Let there be two lights." You previously mentioned this.
Made two great lights. Yes.
Yeah. So why do you say we do not know what they are? They are two lights.
We know we don't know what they are as far as made composition, what they are as far as what they're made of.
Okay, very
Yeah.
detailed. I mean, we can.
It's
obviously
my
yeah. It's
my
too
fault for
much.
not explaining that better. I'm sorry,
But
but
it's
yeah,
like people can't accept that they're light. Like, in the most basic, that's a light. Like, people just cannot get with that, which is crazy because it's a light, bro. It's like, how you have a lamp in your house. I'm not saying the sun it's a light. We have different forms of light that we make here on Earth, and
I mean,
that's just
I
a
see
light
it
up
as
there.
this. God made two lights, and we also have the knowledge about making lights. And when we look into a flashlight, it does look kind of similar when we hold it away or something shines at us, And I have no problem with this, accepting that this is the exact same way he does the world for us, basically. Then we do it in miniature for our purposes. To move around, I have no problem with this, and
Think
he is
about grow
no less
houses.
or greater than yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's UV light. It's electricity. It's just like, I don't know. I'm not claiming anything, but it's you need light for shit to grow. Period. It's just, I don't know. Not an expert, but indoor grow houses work for a reason.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel you on that.
Right.
But even think about this: the whole delusion or the whole lie about how the world looks like and how they revolve around all of this. It's like they're proposing a greater imagination as a lie, supposed to be the creation that Yah created for us to observe, which is his testimony that we have no what did he say? We have no excuse for anything else,
I just find it fascinating, and I've learned this. I'm new to the game here, as far as realizing this in its simplicity. The two pictures that I just posted in for the moon. In both of those cases, one is a gibbous, a waxing gibbous. The other one is a waning gibbous. In both of those situations, the sun had not come up and move toward us over the horizon. The sun was still, not visible in the sky. So, and in both these cases, the moon is looking up, the top one looking up about, what do you want to say, 9:30, and the other one's looking up at about 2:30, and the sun is down below on both of them, haven't shown up on the horizon yet. Therefore, the sun cannot directly illuminate either one of these. Therefore, they are self-illuminating. Therefore, Genesis 1 and 16, God made two great lights, is correct, and we can observe this.
I mean, everyone may have been in military, or someone from us have been in military, and we have had lights in different colors, in green and red and blue. Also, we same stuff again, but we had filters above our lamp lights, so we could change the filters and just spin them around, And I see this exactly with the moon. What's happening when you move the filter around? You can see that obviously the same thing happens with the way light reaches our eyes. That causes the corona, basically.
If I may ask one small simple question. When we see the moon with blue, during the day, when the sky is blue, are you saying that the blue sky is between us and the moon, or is the blue sky behind the moon and we're seeing it through the parts of the moon that are not illuminated?
We are seeing the blue in the air. The moon is not blue. The blue is not behind the moon. You're not seeing through the moon to see the blue. The blue is due to noble gases being lit up.
Okay, then we have no problem here, because there are some flat earthers that believe that the blue is the sky behind the moon, and I think we can all agree that this is not the case.
I don't think we know we don't know exactly what it is. All we know is the moon is God's calendar, and that's what they used before we got the Gregorian calendar, before we put watches on our wrists and all that stuff. People look to the sky for the sun, the moon, the sidereal rotation of the sky to tell us the days, years, and seasons. It's a wonderful thing. It's an absolute wonderful thing, and that's what they used before we got all this technology that we use today. So it's a beautiful thing, and that's how they did it before 1582 with the Gregorian calendar. It's beautiful.
The moon tell us anything about the calendar?
Oh, it absolutely does tell us about the calendar. Absolutely. But back when we had 13 months, years, the moon would tell you what time of the year, what time of the month it was by its phases, because the moon is not illuminated by the sun. The moon is self-illuminating, and as it said in Genesis 1:16, God made two great lights. So the moon is absolutely God's calendar, and the sun is God's clock. Absolutely. If you don't want to read the Bible, it's okay. It's up to you. Hopefully God will make the Bible very relevant and open in your mind someday. But until then, you cannot explain to me why the gibbous, at the waxing and waning gibbous that I just showed, where the sun is not directly illuminating the moon. How can that possibly be? The only answer is, it's not the bending and warping of space-time, it's not refraction, it's not perspective, it's Genesis 1:16, and God made two great lights. That's the only explanation you got if you're honest with yourself.
You want me to answer? What is relative to those pictures? Because you zoom in on the moon itself, and we don't know if the horizon is to the right, to the left, to the top, or the bottom of that picture. If you're holding the camera sideways, or because we can see that the two moons in those two pictures are diamonds.
Holding the camera sideways? Are you serious?
No, I'm asking. I don't know where the horizon is. That picture.
So the horizon is directly the horizon is directly below.
Well, I've never seen that happen, so I'll just take your word for it. I have no explanation.
What do you mean?
Do you? I'm gonna ask this question, and then I'll get off. Thank you. Do you read your Bible and believe in your Bible as the literal and inspired Word of God?
The Bible has no explanation for any calendar. So this is not. We are talking about the moon, which is not explained in the Bible.
Sure, it is.
All the Bible. The
Sure,
moon
it is.
there. Doesn't say how long it takes the moon to make a complete cycle.
Sure, it does.
It doesn't.
Sure, it does.
Where does it say in the Bible?
It is the perfect calendar, 28 days, 13 hours. It's the perfect calendar, and that's what they used before we got the Gregorian calendar in 1582. They looked to the moon for the calendar, the sun for the clock, and the sidereal rotation of the sky, which resets every year for the seasons.
Yeah, but you can't lie to something that we can see. It's not 28 days. It's 29 days or 30 days. It's never 28 days.
28 days, 13 hours. That's what it was.
Can you cite that in the Bible so I can look that up where it says that about the moon?
Next, it's never 28 days. It's 29 or 30. It's never 28. If you're telling me that the moon cycle is 28 days, you are lying to everyone in here.
No, look back before they went to the Gregorian calendar in 1582 and the calendar they used for the moon back then, and you'll see what they used. The Gregorian calendar changed everything. The Roman Catholic Church, the Jesuits wanted to mess everything up when it came to possibly believing in a God and the Bible, and that's what they did. They messed everybody up, and that's what they did on purpose because they, first of all, they wanted to take Easter off of a religious holiday and make it more about Easter bunnies and fertility and stuff like that. We know where that went. And so I'm telling you right now, if you don't want to believe, that's okay. If you don't want to believe, it's okay. Hopefully God someday will show you that. Hopefully.
It's out from one full moon to the next. Don't take my word for it. Count yourself. How many days is it from one full moon to the next? It's never 28 days. It's 29 or 30.
To go from the new moon and all the way around to the full moon and back to the new moon, it is 28 days, 13 hours.
No, it's never 28 days.
It's not it's somewhat like that, but it's more variable. So we have to observe the moon phases, which
yes, you do.
Nobody.
Absolutely.
And because of this, we have to have 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses who confirm when a full moon and a new moon and whatever, the whole cycle. So it's not always 28 points, somewhat days, because sometimes when we observe, this is why he gave this as a living exercise for us to observe his feasts, basically. Right, so it's if he decides to change something in the heavens for his purpose, then we have to be able to observe it. I mean, nobody of us is basically capable because we do not know how to observe rightfully, how to make the right decisions, etc. So. Yeah, it's more complicated, so we cannot make it 28 or 29 or 29 and a half days and such. It's flexible, so to say.
So are
besides,
again, I don't want to get into a discussion because I want to say things with love, and because that's what we're commanded to do. But are you saying God's flexible?
Oh no, God is not flexible, definitely not. But the way the heavens work, we are commanded to observe the luminaries. So therefore, when something does not add up, according to our counting, in days and hours and what have you, and it is not a full moon at that place, let's say we have 28 exactly, or 28:13. So, and the full moon is still not there, then there's something wrong. So we have to wait until the second witness or third witness
Mm-hmm.
basically confirms that now is a full moon. So it could be even 2 hours more or in half a day more than this.
So you're saying God does change things?
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, it is in his capabilities, but I do not know this. I'm just saying that we are being commanded to observe those things, and I'm saying that the static numbers we have right now, or is being thrown into the room, do not add up to the observings we usually have in the years. We do.
Are you see right now? I'm taking pictures of every moon phase. I'm up to 11, and obviously I have to get to a lot more than that, and I'm going to put them in a PDF file, and I'm going to show everybody that God is never changing. God is beyond an awesome God, and God put the sun and the moon in the sky, and God made two great lights for this and the sky and the stars for days, seasons, and years. It's a beautiful thing.
I'm not denying that. You're totally right with what you're saying. I'm just saying the way we have to observe the
Sure.
luminaries. So
I totally agree with you, and
nothing more, nothing less.
And that's what I'm trying to do, and I'm going to put it in a PDF file. And I hope everybody, not everybody, because obviously that's impossible, but not every, I hope everybody gets a chance to see it. And I do appreciate your comments, and so I very much appreciate it. It's all very fascinating to me. I love it. I get a chance to live by a beach, so I can see it without obstruction. Mostly not obstruction, and so I just find the whole thing fascinating, and I just love it to death because it shows God's creation, and I know He created us more special, and then He wants us to go through the pearly, wide open gates someday and spend eternity in heaven with Him. I think that's just wonderful. And so I'm overblown. The song goes, our God is an awesome God. God is beyond awesome. He is beyond awesome. It's just unbelievable when we pray, read the Bible, and wait on the Lord and do it over and over and over again, how He can change lives. It's the most beautiful thing to witness.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's unfathomable for us.
It really is. Absolutely.
Because He even says, I do not think like you guys do. Basically, He doesn't say guys, but I do not think like you do. I think differently. I think beyond you. He is Him. So all we can is imagine, but we even shouldn't. We just let it stay as it is, as He says, and don't question it. Because questioning is rebellion, basically, or it leads into rebellion if you take it further and further and further. And yeah.
Hold on. Let's think about this for a second. You remember the story of Abraham and his son, right? And God told him to sacrifice his son, and he did it. He was trying to do it, and then he decided not to. And we explained this as it was a test. What if everything else is also a test for us? We are giving two options. One story about a 13 months per year with 28 days. And we are given also observations where we can look and measure things for ourselves. And God wants us to see, God wants to see if we are blind to reality or if we are willing to look at the reality that He gave us. And what if this is a truth? If He wants us to...
The answer is very easy to this. You cannot test someone who doesn't know how things work. So usually the most of us, he cannot test us in ways of moon and sun cycles and such, because we do not know exactly how this whole apparatus he created works.
Yes, but
just beyond our observings, which we are basically formulating here in the channel 24/7.
Yeah.
Besides that, the whole very detail we cannot make. It's impossible.
We can measure how many days it takes from one full moon to the next, or from one empty moon to the next empty moon. It doesn't matter. And if someone tells you it's 28 days, but you count for yourself and you see it's 29 days, then you know for yourself then was lying to you.
You can make those numbers after you observed those things, but you cannot foretell that it will be exactly like this again.
Well, let me put it this way. If I see that the sun rises day after day, I am pretty sure it's going to rise the next day as well. I mean, if it's something that has happened 1,000 times in the last 3 years, I'm pretty sure
Okay,
it's going to happen.
are you
as
sure
well.
that this will happen when the Antichrist comes and his end is about to come and our Lord is appearing before our faces? What happened 3 days before? What did he say? Do you remember?
Yeah, but it hasn't happened yet, and we have no reason to believe that it's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, how so? Are you the sleeping virgin?
No, because we have no reason to believe that it's going to happen tomorrow. There is no reason.
How do you know this? Nobody knows the day or hour. You have to be observant and the whole time.
In Matthew 24:36, it says nobody knows the time except for the Lord.
Do you have
except for
to believe
God?
that it's tomorrow?
No, you're expecting that everything goes the way it does before. But let me tell you, I have woken up some days where the sun was so bright and shining into my room that I woke up and fell onto my knees and said, Lord, where are you? Because it didn't really grasp the moment that it was just a normal day, but the sun was so bright into my room that my heart fell out basically. I was basically ready to receive him.
Yeah.
But then a few minutes later, it realized, okay, it's a normal day.
Yeah, just every other day you woke up to, so there is no reason to believe that tomorrow will be any different. You don't have a reason to think that tomorrow is going to be different, right?
Say again.
You don't. Do you have a reason to believe that tomorrow is going to be different than today? In the sense that the sun rises and the moon will set and it will be day and night and the star will come out at night. Do you have any reason to believe that this will not happen tomorrow? No, you don't.
I mean, okay, you have to make so many different points taken into consideration about what is happening, prophecies and such. Is the Antichrist here right now? Yes, he is. Has he shown himself as world leader yet? No, he hasn't. So therefore, we are not in the 7-year tribulation period right now. We are about to enter it from what we are observing in the world going on, basically pushing everything.
Maybe.
Ripcord, this isn't Bible chat. You don't.
It's going to happen
This
tomorrow.
isn't the place for this.
People to assume that tomorrow will be like today, and that everything that has happened until now will continue happening tomorrow and the day after as well. This is reasonable. Now, maybe something extraordinary will happen. Maybe. But we have no reason to think that it's going to happen today, tomorrow, or the next day. There is no reason for us to think that things will change. Maybe someday, somehow, something will change. But for now, things seem to be going as they have always been going. And until today...
They're going as they've always been going. No glober can find any globe proof. Nothing's changed.
Don't change the subject. I'm talking about the moon and and so far the moon cycle has never been 28 days from one full moon to the next. So there is no reason that it's gonna be like this tomorrow.
Chaos, he's moderating you. Basically, this isn't the topic of the server. Ripcord wasn't supposed to be talking to you about his religious beliefs. They have no relation to the server.
Okay.
Hi, y'all.
So you want to talk about globe proof? There is the Etvos effect, which is a very nice example that I like to refer to. If you're guys familiar with it.
What effect?
EOTVOS, I think that's how you spell it. Edvos or Edvosh. Basically, a very simple way to explain it is like this. If you're on a merry-go-round and you spin very fast, you are being pushed away from the center, right? Similarly, the same thing can happen on Earth. If you go fast enough in west or east, the effect of the centrifugal force basically will make you lighter or will reduce your weight, basically. And this is something that we can measure and test on planes going east and west. And we can see that when in one direction, the weight increases, and when we're going in the other direction, the weight decreases. And this is in line with a spinning globe, and there is no explanation that I'm familiar.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Can you show me demonstrations of this?
First of all, I'm on a phone right now, so I can't really type. But if you look up the Edvos effect,
I've read about it. I've read all about it. I've never seen
Yeah.
any demonstrations of it in real life.
Reds Rhetoric, I think his name is, made a few videos
Red
about it.
Frederick is a known liar and a verified scam artist, so I don't take his word for it. So I need some kind of unbiased source.
Hey, Chaos. Chaos. Let's get back to some of the questions that we ask. Good globe believers who come in here. Do you know who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth, or 8 inch per mile square drop over distance? Do you know who's ever measured that?
If I'm not mistaken, it was the guy with the Zedic astronomy that came up with it originally.
Who's this?
What I forgot his name. The one that did the person in the river from 100 years ago, a flat earther, basically.
A flat earther did it?
Yeah, the one that wrote the Zedic astronomy books.
Who is this? Who is this person? Who's this flat earther that did it a long time ago? Can you help us out?
I think. Let me look what his name is. I don't remember all the names of those flat earthers.
Have you ever seen 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance on your ball of 24,901 miles? Have you ever seen it?
It's basically something that flat earthers came up with.
No, you can say that, but you can't prove it. Have you ever seen 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance yourself?
This is something that flat earthers came up with.
No,
So that sounds like
no.
no. Then. It sounds like he's saying no.
I'm gonna give it back. But I'm just gonna ask quick questions when there's like too many yes, no. Can you go to Google for me, sir, real quick?
Okay.
Type in how. Let me see how exactly to word this. Type in curvature of Earth equation.
I don't need Google for that. That's basically 1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
This isn't it. Hold on. All right, you guys continue. Let me give me a second.
Yeah, Chaos. I really want to know. You know that in your little fairy tale that the Earth has a circumference of 24,901 miles, which comes out geometry 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance over 10 miles. It's 66.67 feet over 20 miles. So can you Chaos? Just a second, Chaos. Can you tell me where I can go personally and see 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance, please?
This is something that you just made up. Show me how do you come up with that formula.
If you go to the Earth Curve Calculator, which is geometry, which tells you what drop over distance is on a ball of 24,901 miles, it comes out to 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance. Where can I go see that myself?
Where does it say that on the Earth curve calculator? Because I don't see anything.
I got you now. I got you now. Google, how much does Earth curve per mile?
But okay, I'll Google it. How much does
Earth curve per mile?
Per mile? Yeah, it's okay.
Which one of these sources that come up is a flat earther who made it up?
Let's go for the first one, Omni calculator. I didn't see where does it say it.
You think a flat earther made this up?
Can you tell me which site that you're talking about has anything about 8 inches per mile?
I'm just showing you that. I'm just showing you that there's. Why are you talking?
Where does it say?
Why are you talking when I'm talking?
I'm asking you to show me where it says that.
Before we get to that, why are you talking while I'm talking?
There might be lag because we're from different countries. So when I'm talking, you're not talking, but then you start talking and it mixes up.
Okay, so I'm about to ask you a question. Brace yourself. Which one of these references did a flat earther put online?
Which these reference are you talking about? Because I'm seeing Google. You didn't tell me which site to look for.
I just told you what to Google, right? There aren't any results.
There are several results. Which one do you want me to go into?
Which one of those comes from a flat earther is the question.
I don't know. Let's say none of them. Okay. So.
All right. So great. So it's not flat earthers who made it up.
But there is no formula here with 8 inches per mile square.
Well, what do calculators use?
Math.
Okay. You think they have some type of way to articulate the point of 8 inches per mile squared?
That's not the formula for Earth curvature.
Yeah, it's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and phi will give you the distance to the horizon. We'll get to that. But it sounds like the question to you was who anywhere has measured Earth curve. That's the question you're supposed to be answering.
No, you asked me about something that was not from the globe side. It's something that flat. Now,
Yeah, but you can't justify saying that. That's not true.
Okay, the curvature of the Earth is very simple. Curvature is measured not just with the globe. Curvature, when you're talking about a road turning to the right, or with screws that you have grooves in them, curvature is measured always degrees per distance. That is how you measure curvature. Earth's curvature is 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. This is the curvature of the Earth. That's
Go
all.
ahead, guys.
Not inches, it's 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. That is the curvature of the Earth.
Sounds like a perfect sphere. Is that what the Earth is?
That burnt.
Close enough to a perfect sphere.
Okay, so it wouldn't be a linear 60 nautical miles per degree of latitude then, because that would be a perfect sphere.
It's 1% off from a perfect sphere. For all intents and purposes, it's close enough for what we need. It's a perfect sphere for us, yes.
Do you have measurements? Do you have measurements to verify that claim?
Yeah.
Okay, a measurement of 60 nautical miles from, say, 90 degrees north to 89 degrees.
Well, some other ways, but basically, yes, it's called spherical axis. You measure the distances between very far away points that are like 20 or something miles apart, and you measure the angles between those points. And if the sum of those angles go above 180 degrees, that is called spherical axis. You can use the spherical axis to measure the radius of the Earth that caused that spherical axis.
That really wasn't what I asked.
You asked how to measure the curvature of the Earth. I told you just now.
No, I asked you to verify your linear distance angle relationship at all latitudes. Because so far, it's just you saying that. We can go to spherical excess, but let's like not jump around.
That's how you measure. That's one way to measure the curvature of the Earth. There are other ways using the stars and stuff, but we're not measuring up to the sky to measure the ground, right? So if you want to look at the ground to measure the ground, the way to do it is with spherical axis.
Okay, so we're going. So we're going to go off of 60 nautical miles, and you want to go to spherical excess then.
You use spherical axis to measure the curvature of the Earth. And from that, you get that it's 60.
One word. You. Earth.
Perfect sense.
Yeah, he also has a category error here. He's using angle measurements to an optical horizon and comparing it to his geometrical Earth curve, which doesn't exist. He has no perspective in that geometric Earth curve while he's looking at things in perspective.
I'm not measuring to the horizon, so don't put.
No, you're taking angle measurements of things from the horizon. The things that you look at are in perspective. So the horizon is the ground appearing to ramp up to your eye level. The sky is appearing to ramp down to the ground and appearing to meet.
I'm not looking at the sky. I'm looking at the ground, not the horizon.
So I want to ask,
how are you getting spherical excess? Where are you getting these measurements from for spherical excess?
Yeah. After you answer that, I got a question about it. Go ahead.
Let's do things in different places and measure according to different measuring points. We don't need to get into all of that right now.
So you're using 3 lines of sight? Is that what you're doing? 3 lines of sight?
Basically.
Yeah. So where's the spherical excess when you've got 3 points meeting each other?
They don't meet each other. You are from one point looking at 2 other points, measuring the angle between them, and then you go to the other point and measure the angle between that and the other 2 points, and from the third point as well. So you have 3 angles.
So wait, hold on. To measure angles, right? When you're going point to point, that must be a straight line connecting the points, right?
Basically, but that doesn't matter here.
Okay. Stop right there. So where's the more than 180 coming from? You just said that you have 3 straight lines.
No, it's the 3 straight lines is because you want to measure the angles between them. Basically, they are not straight because they are on a curved surface, but we don't know that. So
you said they were lines of sight. How is a line of sight on a curved surface?
We don't care. It doesn't matter. We measure the angle.
Doesn't matter.
We measure between points.
Even if they were curved, they're just lines of sight. That has nothing to do with the surface.
Between the 2 objects that's all that we do. We measure the angle between the 2 points that we are seeing. We do this from several points, and we total up all those angles. We get a little bit over 180. This extra is what is called spherical axis, and we can use that and distances to figure out the curvature of the Earth.
That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because you're using 3 points, making a triangle. The triangle can only equal 180 degrees.
If it is on a flat surface, but it's not, obviously.
You're measuring line of sight, so you have these 3 points in your line of sight. You're not measuring on the surface, you're measuring line of sight. So you have a direct sight to each point. Where is the excess angle when you have a triangle with 3 points? Think about it.
Angle. It's not a flat triangle. Obviously.
So how are you measuring line of sight if you can't see the other point?
Measuring angles.
Exactly.
I'm not measuring line of sight. Angle between points. I have 2 points.
So how are you getting your points to measure from if you can't see them?
Standing out there or something doesn't matter. A tower, a peak of a mountain.
You don't even know, do you?
It doesn't matter. There, I'm measuring the angles between those points. I'm not measuring any line.
I have to interrupt one more time.
Do it.
And to measure angles, you need 2 lines meeting at a vertex, right?
What?
Correct.
You went kind of robotic.
In
Oh, hold on. In order to have an angle,
Mhm.
you need two lines, correct?
No, I need 2 points and I need to see the angle between them. I'm the third point. I'm just
If
measuring the
you
angle.
an angle is two lines meeting at a vertex, correct?
That's one way to have an angle, but I don't care about the lines.
Now, lines. So
I care about the lines. I'm not.
you're looking at yo, bro. Again, don't lie to me and tell me that you think you're not talking over me.
You're talking over me. I'm telling you, you don't
Please,
need
you to
lines.
interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
So now, when he said line of sight, I mean because the only way you can, let's face it, you're looking at stuff. Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm looking at stuff. I don't know how if it's curved or not, but I'm seeing something at a distance, and I see.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Do you have a line of sight?
It might be a line. It might be curved. I don't care. I don't assume it.
No, you don't look in curved lines. You have a line of sight. Yes or no? You're looking at something. It's a line of sight.
We do know that light curves. There is such a thing as refraction. You see in the desert, for example. You're in the desert and you see the sky when you're looking at the ground. That's
So then,
because the light.
so then you don't. So then you don't have a line of sight or a line to get one point to another point to another point, which would make an angle. Then, do you?
I'm not using lines.
What I'm saying is you can't have it both ways. If you're
Lines.
using your eyes to look at something, then it would be line of sight. But if those lines of sight are curved, then you don't have angles, do you?
Yes, I need the lines to measure the angle between them.
That's crazy, fam. Go ahead. Continue.
If I have 2 points and I'm the third point, I can measure the angle between those 2 points. I don't need any lines or imaginary lines.
If you have 2 points, you have a line. What are you talking about?
I don't. If you have a line or not, I can measure an angle between 2
If you have
points.
2 points, you have a line.
I don't care about the line.
Oh,
We know that.
Bro, the angle of something at a distance does not tell you it's a globe.
The spherical axis caused by those measurements tells me there is a globe.
No, you imagine there's a spherical axis because you cannot see the rest of the thing you're looking at.
You can measure it.
No,
And
you're
you
not
can measure
measuring it. You're just measuring an angle of a thing you can see, and then there's something you cannot see, and you're making assumptions.
What can't you see?
Depends on the thing you're looking at. You got to bring an example if you want to actually try to argue that.
I'm looking at something that I can see because that's how surveying is done. You're looking at things that you can see, and you can measure the angle between them.
Duh! That's what I was saying. You can take an angle measurement of something. The spherical axis part that you're trying to invoke is not seeing something.
No, it's not. It's measuring the angles, and you get an extra bit of a few degrees when you add all those angles together. About half a degree or degree, but
How are you not understanding this?
it's not something that you don't see. It's something that you do see, and you see
How
that
can
there
you
is
measure
more.
an angle for something you don't see?
No,
I'm
the
not measuring
spherical axis he's talking about is something he doesn't measure, doesn't see. He only measures something he actually sees.
Yeah,
with an
and
angle.
I see the axis.
No, you don't see any spherical axis. You just measure whatever you see. You see a tree, you see a mountain, you measure that, you have an angle of that mountain or tree. Then you make assumptions. That's different.
The measurements.
Yeah, they're measurements of the tree or the mountain. They're not measurements of your imagined spherical axis, though.
I can see that the measurement shows there is spherical axis.
Stop the cap.
So you're saying that lines of sight are spherical and curved because the surface below that line of sight is spherical?
I'm not assuming anything about line of sight, but we do know that reflection causes bends.
Where are you getting your angles from if not a line of sight? You already told us that's how it works. So you're talking about a line of sight, Now it's like you're trying to argue that it's curved, which is stupid, but even if it was, it's still irrelevant to the surface that you're trying to prove the curve of.
Explain how you can get one way you can get the angle between them. You take a picture, for example. Your camera has a field of view of 45 degrees, and you're seeing that the two objects that you're looking for, the distance between them is exactly half of your picture. So you know that the angle between them is 22.5. That's one way, for example, to get the angle between those 2 points.
Okay, and you would need two straight lines to acquire that angle, right?
I don't need any lines.
Well, how do you get an angle then?
Angle between those 2 points. Another way to do it is using a sextant, for example. A sextant also gives you an angle between two objects that you're seeing.
Bro, 2 points is one line.
This is what's making me upset. Define an angle.
Your device.
Define an. Excuse me. No, matter of fact, no. Go get a definition for an angle. Post it in the chat.
The field of view has an angle. Okay. Field of view has an angle, but there is no lines there. How can that be?
Excuse me. Go get the definition of angle and then post it in the chat before you open your mic again.
I think 2015 called. They want their argument back.
Yeah. So you don't like my proofs. Sorry, the Earth is still a globe.
Shut up, bitch!
I love that. Oh my god.
Man, you convinced me, that's for sure. Wow.
Do you have a counter argument? Spherical axis is something that you can measure. It's not my fault.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Measure.
Excuse me. Do you have the definition? Did you post it in the chat?
You already posted several definitions of angles in there. What do you need mine for?
Well, I asked you to get it, and here it is 60 seconds later. Go get the definition because you're now you're pissing me off. I assume that's what you were doing. 60 seconds ago.
An angle. Oh, you need a line. Oh, how can you have a line if it has to?
Yeah, go get the definition.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Lines can be curved on the surface of the Earth.
Bro, there's people listening on both sides. You could be helping out someone on your side, so go get the definition, please. I don't know why it's taking you so long.
Does a basketball have lines on it?
He's just talking, bro. So stop talking. Get the definition, please.
Does a basketball have lines on it?
Sir, we're looking for a definition, so we'll wait.
All have lines.
Okay, well.
Spiral is real.
Begging the question is real. I mean, it's like spherical excess is never measured; it's calculated. And
But at this point, Jim, he doesn't even know what an angle is, so we're not going to get far with this guy.
He clearly doesn't know how to take an angle or anything. Like when you're trying to calculate for spherical axis, I've spoken to many globers about this. What they do is they take the angle of the things on the horizon and then assume, I can see the bottom of it, therefore it's slope curve. It's retarded.
Lied to.
He's just talking through the. He doesn't even realize he's muted.
Stop. Just need to put the earth in a bucket so you can see what the fuck it is.
I thought so. I thought so. See ya.
Chaos Lev, grab us a definition of angle. We got to get on the same page about this, bro.
Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait. I'm gonna see if he's still talking through the mute. Yeah, so Chaos, go get that definition, please. We'll wait until you're done.
You'll do what you're told.
I mean, we're going on like 4 minutes without a definition, so this should take you like 30 seconds. This is awkward. Is there a reason why you don't want to post the definition?
There you go. I'll post this one if that's good enough for you.
All right.
Let's see how.
You'll do what you're told.
This is a lot difficult on the phone, but I think this will work. Yeah, that's very funny. I got any screenshots in the chat, so yeah, that's very cute.
Well, just worry about the focus on the definition for now, buddy. Don't distract yourself.
There we go. Let's see this thing. For example.
What is that?
I'm laughing.
What the hell is that?
What?
I
like ask a Glober the correct question and watch them melt down. Like it happens every time.
Mm-hmm. Bro, aren't you here to win the show? Like, what are you doing, bro?
You're here to
Yeah, I did. But well, you have an opportunity now to get back on another team. You can go home and do push-ups.
Yeah, that's not the definition of an angle.
You want to do, wasting his time and my time and your own time.
Here's a definition of an angle.
It's a decision that you like, but yeah, sure, whatever.
Google?
Will give you a very simple definition, yes, because some people need simple definitions because they have simple minds, yeah.
Or just we don't cherry pick. How about that?
That's not even a definition of angle, though.
Right. That's crazy. That's crazy. So it took you 2 minutes, my bad, 5 minutes not to have a definition of angle, but to post something that wasn't the definition of an angle, thinking that was the definition of angle. That's crazy.
Stupid. So is the problem that you don't understand the word definition or angle?
Oh,
What's happening?
Time out. Second of all, 2 points. That's not a fucking angle, dog. That's a line.
Holy dude.
But I am right, because I'm French.
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui. I can't look up angle definitions. Oh.
Euclidean geometry assumes a flat surface, doesn't it?
Wait.
Wait, repeat that?
You're assuming the consequence. That's a fallacy. You're using Euclidean geometry, which is flat surface.
Bro, we just have a definition. Pump the brakes, bro. Relax.
This guy's hilarious.
A flat surface. So that's a fallacy. I told you a definition that doesn't assume anything.
That's not a definition.
That's
Okay, so let's go with something simple. Okay, do we agree that a
Yeah,
sextant
something simple like an actual definition, maybe that might be simple.
Can we agree that a sextant measures an angle between two things that you can see?
Can we agree that's not a definition that you posted, perhaps?
Can we agree that a sextant measures an angle between two things that you see?
Chaos, you're not in control of anything here, so you answer the questions or you just get muted.
Yeah, because you're scared of the truth. I know. Yeah, you.
No, because we addressed it already and you don't listen very well.
Does a sextant measure an angle between two things?
You can just hold off until you do what you're told.
You'll do what you're told.
You have to be a special kind of stupid to not understand such direct, like, commands. Like, what?
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Good morning, everyone. I am not seeing video on YouTube. Please forgive me. We are running a new piece of software here so I can stream on 2 platforms at once. And I'm trying to make sure that's working on both. So just give me a sec here to... There we go. Okay, that's just a little bit of lag on YouTube. Everybody should be able to hear me just great. Sorry for the little bump here just at the beginning. I just want to make sure that everything's working right. Now streaming on DLive. That's right. I am streaming on DLive right now, I believe. And I should be doing the same on YouTube. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. This is episode 84, the U2 satellites. In fact, excuse me, the word U and 2 needs a little dash in between it. I will fix that later, though, because that would be funny if I destroyed this whole stream by trying to add a dash mark, and that is not going to happen. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to say hi to the chats. There are now 2 chats. I'm saying hi to the DLive folks. If you guys can tell me you're hearing me okay, please do. And a hello to YouTube. Hi, Holly Bear. Thanks for the super chat. Ladles up. Here you can see you, James. Great. Thanks a lot, guys. So yesterday... Quite an episode, right? There has been some pushback. None of you should be surprised. I certainly have not. I need to take this pushback, though, as an opportunity to ask you all to please take a moment and bow your heads, and let's think of those people that are convinced that the CIA went back in time 50,000 years and installed the flat earth theory. That is a deep aperture, man. The people that have that is deep. And I gotta tell you guys, I admire you. I admire you for your resilience to stick to it. But seriously, I actually want to thank, when I say thank, shit, it sounds like I'm getting an award. Here's what I mean. Our truths that we have, the content that I brought you yesterday, 92% of it has been built by others before me, right? I heavily linked Planete Veritas, who did a lot of that work on the Corona program. But also I'm talking about people like Glowbusters. I'm talking about people like Darrenism. I'm talking about Flat Earth Brothers. I'm talking about Taboo Conspiracy. I'm talking about Eric Dubay. I'm talking about all of the people that have been forging and pushing this truth long before I got here. There is a massive shame vortex that surrounds you the moment you call NASA out on its bullshit. I will admit that right now the atmosphere is much more friendly. In fact, you're in more danger of wearing a NASA shirt, even if you're being ironic. Like most of us, like me, myself, I don't think it's possible for you to wear a NASA shirt ironically. Seriously, I think it's just a pure sign of either your lack of emotional intelligence for not understanding like the truth of it all, or just your lack of intelligence for actually accepting it and believing it. However, I'm not here to argue with fashion. I have 4 collars on. I mean, what does that show you, you know? And you've seen my hair. So I am not here to argue what should be the fashion trends. But it is important that we acknowledge that the ones that have come before us, that have burned so much fuel to allow us to travel as far as we've gotten to yesterday, are trailblazers. Hats off to you guys. Thanks for being there. Dirt, you're in there too. I have no idea how to even say that word. Dirt, you're in there too. Don't mean to leave anyone out. In fact, I probably have left someone out, and someone's like, that fucker didn't mention me. And I hear you, man. That sucks. I'm live stream though, you know. I don't write all this stuff down. Let's take that moment to think about who I've forgotten and watch this, okay?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For a moment, let us think back to a point in time
to October the 24th, 1957, to be precise. On that date, the President's Board of Consultants on Foreign Intelligence Activities submitted its report to President Eisenhower on the status of the intelligence community's collection capabilities. With strong urging from Dr. Edwin Land, the board called for a reassessment of the Air Force's SAMOS satellite reconnaissance system, then under development by the Air Force. This was a complicated system based on electrical transmissions of images from space. At the same time, the A-12 Oxcart reconnaissance aircraft proposed by CIA was given a careful evaluation. The board held that while both were promising programs, the critical need for intelligence at that point in time warranted an interim photo reconnaissance system that could get into operation earlier than the SAMOS could be ready. This was a significant decision, particularly for that era. Just 20 days before, the Soviet Union had orbited the world's first satellite, Sputnik 1, from the Chorotam range. The United States was still over 3 months away from launching its first small satellite. But the need for reliable intelligence on Soviet missile deployment was becoming more and more urgent. The so-called missile lag debate was already underway, with the Senate prepared a subcommittee holding hearings on this issue. The White House responded rapidly to the board's recommendations.
I'm going to stop this here. The reason why I'm showing you this is because you were seeing the origins of not only satellites themselves, but the covering up of the program that would be satellites at the same time. If you remember yesterday from our live stream, showed you that paper that Planetan Veritas, okay, that PV showed you about the SAMOS program, and you're seeing that SAMOS program is wrapped into the Corona program, and both these systems are hiding the truth of what satellites are. The reason why I'm showing you this is because I want you guys to understand something about the atmosphere. You've been taught that there's a troposphere, stratosphere, a mesosphere, an exosphere, right? The very, very tip top. You've been taught that there's all these levels of atmosphere. And that's true. I'm not here to say that's not true. What I'm here to tell you is that you're missing the true layers of atmosphere. Keep in mind how powerful symbolism is in this world. If you understand how powerful symbolism is, you understand how powerful height is. Aleister Crowley, one of many people, was a famous mountaineer. He felt that there was an energetic change to his circuitry if he had been taller than any other man in the world. The same for the wickedest man in the world. All of these are transactions, belief technologies that he's entered into with the world, where he's allowed to pull power from laws, from symbolic laws. That's what you're seeing when you see most elite ceremonies, most references to 33, most references to any kind of symbology is going to be based on what kind of belief technology can I extract from this ore. It's very similar to mining for gold. If everyone believes that symbolically 33 is a serious source of power, then if you were to find something that came in the term of 33 that you could showcase to everyone else, everyone would therefore give it prana and give it that power. It would be charged. Height, elevation, is no exception. The reason why we got rid of giants is because they were too fucking smart. We were like, no, we can't have those people around. That's fucked up. I'm making a joke here, but it's true. There is a transaction. Your meat antenna is taller the taller you are. You are capable of broadcasting more thought, more wisdom, more prana, more ego. You're a taller antenna. You have a different amplitude than a smaller antenna. The same intrinsic idea applies to our entire world. The tallest building, right? The significance of the tallest building in the world has the exact same motif to it. Just as the position of something on the world, right? The center of the world. We used to have civilization after civilization after civilization. Oracle of Delphi, the Great Pyramids, Egyptian culture, Sumerian culture. All of these had a massive battle for the center of the world. It was truly the birth of Saturnalia itself. The idea of marking the world is a ritual in positioning, global positioning. All right. As that applies to the atmosphere, it's no different. Where do the decisions come from in government? They come from the top, right? Why? Because the person on top is considered in charge. Who's at the top floor of the penthouse, right? Who at the skyscraper, the top floor is considered the most powerful, which, by the way, is completely back-asswards. You're as far away from the ground as you possibly can. You're not grounded at all. But that's how Zeitgeist Zionism kind of works. It has this concept in mind of height. Let's get back to atmosphere. All right? You as a civilian, no offense, but you don't have helium. You don't have an airship. You don't have an FAA license to even make an airship. You as a civilian, the highest you were allowed to go is 50,000 feet. Some of you, a very small percentage of you, are right now going, it's bullshit because the Concorde is 60,000. Some of you have been 60,000 feet because you rode in a Concorde, or you had a friend of a friend who rode in a Concorde, so now you think you're special. So fine, go ahead. Claim that you have 60,000 feet. But as a civilian, we are not allowed above 50,000 feet. It's illegal. There's no legal way for us to be above 50,000 feet. All right? That first layer, from 0 to 50,000 feet, that is the civiliosphere. Civiliosphere, right? The civilian atmosphere has a limit to it. There's no getting above that. All right? That's 50,000 feet. What's above 50,000 feet? You have the Air Force field. You have the miliosphere, right? Civiliosphere and militariosphere. All right? That's going to get you anywhere from 50,000 to 80,000, maybe 100,000 feet. Okay? You're allowed to go up there as long as the military's approved it. Maybe it's probably more like 110,000 feet. It's probably closer to that. That's the militariosphere. All right. Only a select few is going to be able to go into that portion. All right. In fact, an astronaut itself, when you earn your astronaut wings, you do that because you've risen above 80,000 feet. It's someone will correct me, I'm sure, but there's a marker you get when you're considered officially an astronaut. Why? Because you are now in the elite. You are one of maybe 20. It's probably more than 20, but who's gone above that ceiling? It's definitely less than 100. All right, that's the miliosphere. There is a atmosphere above that, my friends, and that is the clown sphere. The clown sphere. And this clown sphere is capable of having elite access to this upper atmosphere. And no one else gets to see it. No one. Including the U-2 spy plane. By the way, CIA, this is CIA film. They're showing you rocket, but it's never used. It's like squirting. This is a CIA film.
By the summer of 1957, the U-2 had already spent a year in service. It had never been intended as operational for more than a year or two. The operational life expectancy was based on the likelihood that the Soviets would in some months track it successfully, and with accurate tracking data in hand, bring pressures to discontinue the flights. As it turned out, we had misjudged the Soviet air surveillance capability at the time, and their radars had tracked every flight from the first. The Soviets filed a protest, and a standown was ordered. After that, overflights were made only sporadically, although for 3 more years, the U-2 ranged over much of the rest of the world. And so we set out on December 8, 1957, to build and develop what has become known as Corona, the world's first photographic reconnaissance satellite.
The Corona is the first world's reconnaissance satellite program. And it was housed on the U-2. And the U-2 was a very simple platform at first. It only had, let me see, is this the right one?
The U-2.
Nope. Sorry guys, is this the right one? Is this the right one? Yes, it is. Hang on a second, guys. Sorry, I forgot. You have to hit this refresh thing and tell it, no, I gave you a new picture, so fix it. Sorry about that. Just give me a second. U2, here we go. Okay, this U2 platform. Notice the video told you, oh, the U2 was just for a year or two. In fact, we had to scrap it because of Sputnik. Just like in the first movie, you heard that the reason why we had to start the Corona project was because of Sputnik. Why did we get started in the space program? Because of Sputnik. There was a demonstrated fear that we all had because of fucking Sputnik. Billions of dollars were spent because of Sputnik. Picture yourself in the clownosphere. Does Sputnik pay you? Or does it take money away from you? Think about that. The U2 program was born as a light, high-altitude platform aircraft. It's built for a platform. What you're looking at here is straight off the CIA website. It's actually on Wikipedia too. Analogy for ORS Tier 2 operating concept. Recon wing capability of space. Notice that there are responsive platforms. Podcasters, you're looking at one of the first photographs of the U2, and it's showing you about 10 or 11 different pieces of furniture that you can attach to the recon wings of the U2. And let's read them. Responsive platforms, satellite buses. Satellite buses. Plug-and-play satellite payloads. Launch vehicles, and rapid build-up turn times. JFC call-up, operation non-acquisition, air tasking order responsiveness, sustained high-ops tempo. Basically high-level squirting that you don't get to hear about. Now here's the important part. Payload flexibility. Telescopes. COM packages. Mini SAR, RFID, PAN, MSI, HSI backplane. I don't know what those mean, guys. On-demand launchers and more satellites, responsive buses. You're looking at a satellite platform called the U2 that they claimed that was only going to be built for 2 years. Meanwhile, they were shooting rockets up and the rocket would go up super high and a payload would eject, and that payload would have a parachute, and that parachute would fall. And as that payload's falling, it's taking pictures, lots and lots and lots of pictures. That system was in place before we even had U2s. We'd swoop in behind it and catch it. I'm sorry I don't know the name of this plane, but this is an Air Force reconnaissance plane. You can see it's actually picking up the drogue chute. You see that little holster there? It's catching it. The U2 plane in that CIA film you saw was the Corona project was meant for physical retrieval. This is important. The Corona project was meant for physical retrieval of payload from satellites. Not electronic, physical. All right? The moment you start to think about that this entire satellite program was built for physical retrieval of canisters inside the satellite, tells you not once were these ever considered to be working in space. You guys know what happens when you enter atmosphere. You know what happens if you're 250 miles above from what we've been told, right? Remember the space shuttle tiles? And oh my God, the tiles are falling off and it's gonna die. All the drama related with that. This was a physical retrieval system from day one. Day one. All right? All of this stemmed from Sputnik. All of it. Who did Sputnik help? It helped the clownosphere. It created the clownosphere. And what's important to understand about the clownosphere is that it's an international space. All right? The International Space Station is the clownosphere. It's a central lobby for the clownosphere. The 7 nations participating in the ISS have created a mutual blackmail hot potato where they have their own space program and their own approach to it. And because they own the clownosphere with everyone else, they have a conglomerate platform that they can use to manipulate their people. The exact same way Eisenhower scared us all by claiming that Sputnik meant we were in serious, serious trouble. That if we didn't do something about this right now, we're all gonna die.
Its importance from today's perspective is momentous. In the weeks after Sputnik 1, there was pressure from all quarters to accelerate the U.S. missile and space program. And there was much public debate about military versus civilian control of the space program.
Earth satellites, in themselves, have no direct present effect upon the nation's security. However, there is real military significance to these launchings, as I have previously mentioned publicly. Their current military significance lies in the advanced techniques and the competence in military technology they imply. For example, the powerful propulsion equipment necessarily used.
On 8 February 1958, the President placed authority for all military space projects under the newly formed Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA. The splitting off of Corona from Weapons System 117L, the Air Force satellite program, was accomplished by ARPA just 20 days later. At about the time CIA's headquarters was being built, Project Corona was begun. It was decided at the beginning that the photographic subsystem of the Air Force's WS-117L, offering the best prospect for early success, be placed under joint CIA Air Force management, an approach which had been highly successful in covertly developing and operating the U-2s.
All right, he just told you that the entire CIA building was being constructed as Corona was rolling out. Okay, and not only that, but the very first it showed you, and it was successful because they were able to build the U-2 without anyone in the military knowing it. And basically they're handing the keys over to the entire satellite PSYOP to the international CIA. To the international CIA. How do you know it's international? Because of Sputnik. Guys, Sputnik is a pinball. It's a horrible, the worst PSYOP you've ever seen. Look at that thing. And we'll get to more proof, as some of you guys are still doubting it. By the way, before we go on, I've been contacted again by someone who said, James, it's really irresponsible of you to doubt Waynell Sexton. And I've asked them to build a video. And they said in their comment, it's so irresponsible, it's so easy for anyone to see. And I've asked them, I begged them, can you please make a video on Waynell Sexton? And please send that to us, and I will showcase it on this channel. I will showcase this expose on Waynell Sexton and how real she is, and how wrong it is for all of us to make the assumption that something CNN says that has the character name Waynell Sexton, it would somehow not be true. So I offer that to any of you. Anyone who's doubting the authenticity of Waynell Sexton, please make a tape and send it in. Please. The truth has to get out. We have to know the truth about Waynell Sexton. And I appreciate your passion for Waynell Sexton. I appreciate your perseverance to believe in Waynell Sexton when no one else would. When everyone else said Waynell Sexton was bogus and bullshit, you said, I believe in Waynell Sexton. That's what you said. And I want you to know I'm proud. Stay that way. Stay the course. Submit your link. Start a YouTube channel. Change the world. You can fix CNN's credibility by showing everyone that Waynell Sexton was real. The same way you can do it with satellites. The same kind of things I got yesterday from people on Twitter. James, I'm a professional satellite dish installer. How dare you suggest that satellites aren't real? My answer to you is please read your literature. Please read what it is you're actually installing. Read the fine print. Go look up what the word space means on Wikipedia. Go look up what the word satellite means. Go look and notice that you own the dish. No one else does. It belongs to you. That's your technology. It's not theirs. Okay? There's no opportunity for you to declare fraud because the language has been built in such a way where you're not going to be able to legally call them out for fraud. That's what government does. That's how black magic works. All right? It's how it all works. You were never, ever, ever, ever going to find Waynell Sexton admitting what she did, admitting who she is. Guys, it doesn't work that way. You're looking at an elementary truth, and you're never going to get it. That's a facade. That's what you were shown from school grades 1 through 12. You were taught that there's a truth, and that it's regurgitated to you, and you can repeat it, and it will be true. And now you have this knowing thing, this petrified belief system called knowing. Don't fall for it, all right? Yes, Don Lemon loves Waynell Sexton, as Foo Bear says. Find that truth, guys. Look past it, all right? If you can't handle this stuff, stop watching the channel. I realize this is painful for some of you. The rest of us are enjoying the mystery that we find. We've discovered that there's mystery in the world, that not everything's figured out. In fact, it's the opposite. Most of it's lies. It's a pretty exciting place to be. It's a new frontier, all right? What we thought were finished frontiers are not finished at all. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to be here. There's nothing sad about this at all. These platforms are your satellite program. This is a U2 camera. This is back in the 50s. I've been working on this for a long time. The guy on the left designed the U2. The guy on the right's a clown pilot. Not an Air Force pilot. He's a clown pilot. Gary Powers. Yeah, his name's Gary Powers. This is that U2 close-up. It's showing you, look, here's the platform we built. You've got on the left, you've got imaging, 3 imaging cameras. I don't know what the very left one though, but those are all imaging cameras. And on the right, you've got radio RF cameras. These platforms and payloads are built for physical reconnaissance, which means that this capsule that you think is floating in space is actually suspended from a parachute. It's suspended from a parachute so it can be caught. And while it's up there in the parachute, this U2 is allowed to talk to it. Here's an empty U2. It doesn't have any payload underneath it, right? This is a horse without its saddle. These are suspended from balloons. And they're not lying by showing you this. All of this is real. You can go there and watch it. You'll meet someone. I was in the factory. I polished the glass. And they did. But it's top secret what happens once this is in space. It's in clown world now. It's suspended from balloons. These guys, the U-2s, are just there to communicate. It's the C-19s that scoop them up. I doubt this is a C-19 right here, but these are the planes that scoop them up. They've got these long tethers. This has been doing this for a long time. It was always about physical capture. Not RF, physical. All right? That tells you everything you need to know. And we need to remember how important it is that space is sexy for them. If space is sexy, you'll buy it. If space is sexy, you'll freak out. That's why you have the wow, someone's just GM. Wow, this guy's having a bad. Someone needs to tell me how to ban that guy. I'll do it. Wow. Sorry, I don't know how to do that. Let me see. Delete and mute. There. Sorry, guys. Man, that guy had a mouth on him, didn't he? I'll figure that out, guys. Thank you. We have some DLive squirters coming in the room, causing trouble. Okay, so you get that part. What is this?
The U-2 flew as part of a CIA operation to overfly the USSR, gathering photographic intelligence. The aircraft's great altitude was supposed to protect it from interception. But on the 1st of May 1960, Soviet missile defenses had shot down a U-2 piloted by Gary Powers over Ekaterinburg. Powers being captured and held until February 1962. A danger of flying near the North Pole was loss of compass because of the Earth's magnetic field, and Maltby would navigate using the stars. As the mission progressed, the shining aurora made it difficult to differentiate stars. He collected his samples when he thought he was close to the North Pole, turned port 90 degrees, then reversed the turn for 270 degrees.
Okay, a couple things there. Number one, can't see the stars from the ISS, but you can from a U2. Just want to point that out. I don't know how that happens, but that's what they're saying. All right. Number two, that was Gary Powers. This guy. He wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only CIA guy. Notice that when he got captured, it created a beautiful PSYOP. Now you have spy versus spy. There's even a spy exchange. This was actually the second CIA pilot that was captured by Russia. Both times. The first time, it actually led to the building of the Berlin Wall. The second time, it was claimed that you almost caused massive nuclear wars, what Russia said to us, because of this program. And again, what does that make us do? Spend more money, spend more money, spend more money, find more ways to do it. Where's that other guy? Got this other guy in here. May not have made it in this thing. Yeah, I don't think he did. The other pilot was Molesby. Molesby, that's who it was. Actually, I think he might be in this video here. Now, this is all the reason you need to explain satellites, to explain space, to explain it all. Whoever's the highest is going to get more prana. They're going to be like an antenna. They're going to have that reverence. The exact same way that the government said, while all of you could do airships, only us could do space. It's the same kind of techniques. It's the same kind of taking over. Space, being the clownosphere, is all about illusion. And the only way that illusion works is to make it sexy. That's why it rains diamonds on Neptune. That's why all the crap you hear about Pluto, the silhouette on Pluto of a dog, we want to penetrate Uranus deeper than we've ever been before with a probe. That was one of NASA's last headlines. They are going for deep, no pun intended, they're going to deep penetration in your mind. Remember, effective propaganda is charismatic and enchanting. And when you look at an astronaut, what you're truly looking at is an actor on the stage. When a B-2 flies over Russia, that pilot is an actor. When two MiGs are sent out, forget the word, quarried. When two MiGs come out to track him down, those are actors too. The people who run the war, the CIA, the clowns, they know. They probably have a communication about, we're going to send a U2 over into your space. We're going to do this. We're going to send our clown, our actor in. He's going to fly to your space. He's going to claim he wasn't able to see. He couldn't see the stars. The North Pole was so confusing. Oh my God, that's why we don't fly over the South Pole. He's going to get captured and have this beautiful news story about it. We're going to have this nuclear meltdown, these talks. Everyone's going to freak out about it for a while. Then we'll exchange our prisoners back. Lesson done. It serves both sides. The Chinese virus, right? Right now we're fighting the Chinese virus. Right now there are war squirters out there like George Webb telling you how dangerous and how this is the fault of China. This is the clownosphere, right? George isn't even smart enough to be a clown. He's the bitch of the clownosphere. You see how it works? It's a gross system. And no one has to know what's going on. That's what's so beautiful about it. This is all compartmentalized. It's so easy to compartmentalize this. Why? Because you can show someone a picture without a parachute. You can show someone everything about their system with zero parachutes attached to it, and it's all completely believable. It's all part of the illusion. And you're like, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, it's spinning at thousands and thousands of miles an hour. That's why it's able to get such a stable picture each time, because it's going that fast. We want to believe. It's charismatic. We want to believe. It doesn't matter how many lies we're told. I think what happened with the Challenger was pretty simple. They sent the Challenger up. It was a bottle rocket. That's why everything was so big, made a lot of noise, had a lot of color, right? They sent that up and it exploded. It was either an accident or on purpose. Both have a profit for NASA. They win both ways. I'm tempted to say it's an accident. And the reason why is because these guys are still alive. This is Challenger crew. And these people are all still alive. They're all living happy lives right now. Some of you might say, no, James, it was an accident. They purposely planned that to explode. And it could be. It could be. But when you explain how government works, if you really want to know how government works, there's a lot of accidents. I was in the military. There's a lot of fucking accidents. A lot of just really stupid calls. No one talks about friendly fire. But more people die of friendly fire probably than enemy fire, honestly. It's probably an accident that they capitalized on. This is all about fantasy, right? There's Kubrick. Here's Glenn. Look at him. Look at how silly he is. How do you have thread that survives the perils of space? How come there's a vacuum chamber? I think it's at Goddard, owned by NASA. Right, the world's largest near pure vacuum gravity chamber, and they've never put an astronaut inside it. Wouldn't it be safer to expose him while you're on the ground so you could pressurize that thing and get him out? But no, it's considered too dangerous. It's too dangerous. It's weird. It's not just weird. It's showing you exactly the truth of it all. And the fact is, we want it to be true. I'm bringing this up because I posted this a long time ago on Twitter. If we the people crowdfunded a cabal-free, open-source satellite camera like Google Earth, we would know the truth instantly. We would. If we crowdfunded our own satellite, if we crowdfunded our own reconnaissance photo system where we knew no one would be changing the pictures, right? If we did that and we flew it over Antarctica, one of these balloons lasts 30 days. That's 15 days over, 15 days back. We would know instantly. It's not fair for us to say, well, we were fooled by Sputnik. It's not fair because we become a slave, we become a victim when we say we were fooled. It's better to say we didn't want to know. It's better to just admit that we were afraid of knowing. We were afraid of knowing, and we created satellites because we wanted to stay here. We wanted to stay here with our head in the clouds, looking at a place we could never go. What does that do to your energy? It grounds it. It puts you in a state of wonder, right? Wonder is a trance state. It's a state of submission. Yes, you're submitting to the wonder. You're worshiping the wonder. And 32 Saturn rockets, the largest explosions you could ever imagine, were launched because we were satisfied with that. We wanted to keep looking. We didn't mind being limited to 60,000 feet. We liked it better. We wanted our Zeppelins full of lead. We wanted a helium embargo. We wanted a helium monopoly. America did that to the entire world. It's still doing it. And it told everyone this story about satellites. And then you end up with Clown World on the ISS. Now, I've told you guys before that the ISS is a blackmail machine. I've said that because it's an excellent tool where different countries can go in and lie together and be held accountable. It's a form of having a pact. Two enemies can agree by making them both vulnerable. And I bring this up because on July 16th, 2013, it was the anniversary of the Apollo 11 launch. An Italian astronaut reported that he nearly drowned while outside the space station in his spacesuit. Now, that's the anniversary of the Apollo 11 launch. And it's weird to tell someone to be an Italian astronaut in space and to tell the whole world that I almost drowned. You should listen to that. It was on the Apollo 11 anniversary. On the anniversary. Now take that and place it on the side and go, okay, that's interesting, James. Doesn't prove anything. And like I said, you're not going to prove anything in the clanosphere because you can't get up there to see it. Right? You're dealing in a sea of lies. All you're going to do is find yourself going, well, I can't believe that you would doubt something like Waynell Sexton. That's what you have to do because you can never disprove what you can never experience. But take that example, that one example of the Italian drowning astronaut, and just put it on the side and realize that on August 20th, the anniversary, again, of NASA landing on Mars, the biggest accomplishment they ever claimed. Again, the second biggest, right? If you want to say Apollo 11's the first. The landing on Mars is the second. On that anniversary, a Russian astronaut says, yeah, I was outside the ISS and there's sea plankton on the solar panels. Sea plankton. And you have these two accusations on really big days that suggest the ISS is in water. That somehow it might be in a pool in Texas. That somehow these 11 countries and then 7 who went in on this clownosphere lie were maybe not happy with the United States. Or maybe not happy with their relationship. We're possibly using the news to distribute information that would jeopardize the hold of the blackmail. It's an attempt to expose it. I would offer that Covfefe, C-O-V-F-E-F-E, the tweet by Trump, is the same system. He was telling someone, I almost said COVID, years before it was released. These are all instruments of elite blackmail. You guys have seen my presentation on that before. I list the top 5. Top 5 elite blackmail. One of which is the ISS. One of which is the fact that we have a pool with every single flag in the world draped over that pool that's participating in the ISS and a fully submersible, complete outfitted ISS unit underwater. And we're claiming that that allows us to test what it's like in a vacuum, when it's literally the opposite kind of pressure. A, it's not deep enough, but B, having water push against the ISS is the opposite of having the ISS pulled apart by a vacuum. Meanwhile, we will not put any man in a vacuum chamber on Earth because it's too dangerous. And there's video of that one astronaut who they tried to do that. He fell over backwards, his eyes started to boil. You can't do it. I realize I'm preaching the choir right now. But there's this desire to believe that's more important than our search for truth. I think it's a result of evacuation. It's a result of not trusting yourself. It's a result of lacking the sovereignty. You want the missiles to keep you down. You want the satellites to make you feel better. It's weird. You want the vaccines. It's all the same. People don't know where their passion should go. And so they'll throw it out to anyone. Wherever it gets the most virtue is where they'll send it. That was where Floyd died. George Floyd died. They've turned George Floyd's place of death, allegedly, into a shrine where white women wearing masks can be baptized by black women wearing masks, where there is a stage built where we can show the world how affected we are by George Floyd. This is Sputnik. This is why Sputnik works. Let's watch again. It's okay, white girl. It's okay, white girl. It's okay, white girl. And I was so white. And now, right? The exact same energy that we had buying into Sputnik, you see on display right now. And look at the virtue. Imagine yourself a cucked liberal that believes that you're inherently born with bronze racism molecules in your statues, that you show up at a store and go, oh, hey, I'm white. And the other cashier's like, oh, hey, white girl, let me give you a discount. Thanks for being white. When you have this fetish for black people, the fetish is a weakness. When you have a fetish for satellites, when you have a fetish for 32 Saturn rockets that look like penises exploding, you find yourself worshiping things that haven't earned your worship. I was white, and now I'm not as white. She's giving me some of her blackness. This guy back here, I'm looking for a black girl. Need someone to give me some black over here. Thank you for your blackness. Let me have your blackness. Right? These are ceremonies. I'm being baptized in your blackness. Please. And I'm not even making fun of them. I'm trying to tell you how we as a collective get so off track. How we look to charisma and effective propaganda and find it enchanting, which allows us to abandon ourselves and fall into the spell. Fall into the mystery of there being no mysteries. Accept lies in place of not knowing. Accept virtue in place of pride. Watch these women. They are energetically asking for the pranic energy, the electrons, to please be absorbed into their skin. They're asking for melanin. Look, she felt it, right? She just felt it. Poor guy, he's really wanting it. Look. That's been us for thousands of years. Thousands of years. It's been that way. And that's why we're here. That's why we're in Dojo Earth. We cannot be trusted because we will fall for Sputnik. We will fall for satellites. We will fall for melanin baptism ceremonies. We will fall for anything except for the idea that there's something out there that we don't know. It's self-soothing mechanism, right? It's a self-soothing mechanism. What is this? Don't know what that is. Crowdfunding. Let's play that again. I'll give you black. Have some black. Here's some melon. I need some melon over here. You've got such great melanin. Are they praising black people there? Is that respect? Is that how it's done? How many times? Right? How many times? The answer is as long as it takes for us to keep falling for this stuff, right? As long as I get emails from people telling me you have no right to doubt CNN and Wayne Sexton, that you have to have proof that they're lying. Think about it. CNN doesn't have to have proof they're telling the truth. We as watchers have to have proof that they're lying. That's how bad it's gotten. And that's the same argument you hear from people on satellites. The last stick in the coffin for me when I was solving satellites was a concept called Doppler shift. The satellite itself is emitting an RF signal. A ham radio basically is attached to the satellite. It's emitting a signal, and there's a Doppler shift attached to it. And all the people that were arguing with me that satellites are real were telling me, James, it had to be real because of Doppler shift. See, the satellite goes over, and you're going to hear right? You're going to like a train. And it took me like a year because I realized, oh, they're right. I have to come up with why they're lying because it's NASA and the CIA, and we have to believe that what they're saying is true, that it's my job, right, to extract proof that something doesn't exist. An impossible task, by the way. And it wasn't until I found out that Picard's balloon, the reason why he was up in the air for 18 hours instead of 6 was because when he got up to the top, the sun rose. And it heated his balloon so much that he went higher. And it freaked out. And he couldn't come back down. He had to wait for the sun to get farther enough away on its path to where his balloon could cool down and he could fall. Why? Because you're undulating. You're undulating. And as the sun hits your balloon, it heats. And when it lets go, it flies. And it took me a year where I was like, okay, satellites are real because of Doppler shift. Satellites are real because of Doppler shift. And it took me a freaking year to realize, wait a minute. Isn't this a Doppler shift too? And you realize that you're never going to satisfy the person that climbed up into the tree and drilled a satellite dish into the tree. Because he's going to tell you, no, I know satellites are real because I had to burn those calories to put that satellite dish in the tree. The same people will show you a photograph of what looks like a hologram of the ISS. A little blip on the screen, just white and black pixels. Same thing as a black hole, right? Where they show you this picture and they say, no, this proves that everything they say is real. Because I can look at their website and at X amount of time, they told me I'm going to see something fly really fast across the sky at this location. And it'll take you a year, 2 years, however long it will, because you'll go, okay, it must be true. Everything they say must be true because we saw some sort of object fly by. And therefore, it must be the ISS. There must be people on board. And everyone there's wearing hairspray, but it has nothing to do with anything else. You can go there. You can stay there in that pit. You can stay in that kiddie pool. Or you can go, how do you know that's not just a U-2? How do you know it's not just a U-2 that's outfitted to look like it has panels? Could it be that a U-2 could hold things under its wings? Could it be that the wing capability is actually built specifically for space? Could it be that it has a responsive platform able to plug and play satellite payloads, launch vehicles, and support satellite busing? Or is it instead that everything they've told you about farts on Neptune, about raining diamonds, about all the bullshit they've told you about, that has to be true instead? Guys, NASA cannot even predict the movement of the planets. I realize that most of you think that they can, and I thought that too. But if you dig into their website, these are ancient Sumerian maps, predictive maps that they're using for this. NASA believes in Planet X. They believe that there is a missing large body planet that's accounting for all their math errors in their orbit. Guys, they will admit, they will tell you, we have no idea. There's something else missing, and that's why whenever we fuck up and we don't have the numbers right, we can blame it on Planet X. But meanwhile, these old charts we found, these Sumerian charts, those are good. But we know everything because we're NASA. Because mystery is not on the menu here because so many people get pissed when we serve mystery. They're like, we don't want Brussels sprouts. We want fucking donuts. And the CIA is going to serve whatever people will eat. NASA's going to serve whatever people will eat. Guys, think about what they're telling you about the orbit of planets. I don't think people even realize how nuts this is. It's one thing that they told you, well, yeah, they go in a circle around a planet. And then as we grow up, we're like, well, the map doesn't work there. Then we're like, well, it's an elliptical. That's what it is. Yeah, this turns out the sun can only pull it in on this elliptical. The math still doesn't work. Now, it's a variable speed elliptical, James. Duh. It gets super, super fast around the sun, then it goes really slow. And it gets super, super fast around the sun, and it gets really slow. And super, super fast around the sun, really slow. And all the other planets, as they get closer and mess with it, doesn't affect it in that way somehow. Because our cycles can be looked at independently. But there's still this missing planet X. And you've been told the whole time. We know everything. NASA says that we know everything because there's a missing planet that we haven't found yet. That's why we know everything. And that's why when we claim that the Voyager satellite will be decommissioned in 7 years and it lasts for 68, we're like, oh, that just shows how great we are. Yeah, still working. Still going. Because it feels good. That's why. Shit feels good. We love believing in space. You heard the presentation yesterday, right? You heard this guy yesterday when he said, let's see. No, should have done that. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Yeah. He told you.
Now, the sensational story spread among the locals of today. It is the stuff of national legend, of vast conspiracy theories, even sizable profits for those.
Right? National legend. Major conspiracy theory. Right? He said we had to abandon jumping out of a balloon at Mach 2, breaking the sound barrier with a balloon jump because it wasn't sexy enough. The Colonel told you. The CIA wanted something more mystical. They wanted something more powerful. And they got it. They got it, and we bought it. Why? Because we're this. This is where we're at with our compassion right now. Are they honoring George Floyd? Is this how we honor Black lives? Is that how it happens? Is this how we win the space race? Yeah, it probably sounds like I'm bitching. I don't mean to sound like that. Just have to understand where we're at, like on a collective level. Like what it is we are willing to accept and what it is we're not willing to accept. Because we're not willing to accept a lot, guys. I seriously have someone writing me saying how disappointed he is in me that I doubted Wayne L. Sexton. That's a problem. And it shows you where this is at. And it shows you how long it's been in place with the corona, right? With the corona program, excuse me. Anyway, I'm going to land this plane, this U-2 plane. I want you to remember, though, there's not one of you. Unless you call me up and we build an airship, unless we start carving our own uranium. Oh, by the way, Uranium-1 scandal, whatever that is, it would not surprise me one bit if we find out that's related to helium. Because that's how you make helium, is you peel it off uranium. It would not surprise me one bit. Every molecule of helium that's manufactured in the U.S. is bought by NASA with your tax dollars. There's got to be something more to that. There already was something more to that, right? Then we grounded all the airships. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thanks for the bumps with this new technology. Looks like I've been able to successfully stream to both. I'd like to recommend you guys to maybe consider checking me out on DLive. I say that because I was pretty disappointed that yesterday's stream was demonetized. That's some serious work went into that one, and it stinks that that they demonetized it. Thank you so much to my patrons and the super chatters. I missed some of you guys yesterday. I'm sorry, it was just such a busy presentation, and I've gotten some super chats in today, so thank you. You guys definitely showed me the love. But if you consider DLive, it might be a better platform for me just because of the demonetization. Like I said, the last 12 episodes, which have been some serious cool stuff. I mean, I'm not saying all of it, but they've been some pretty interesting things. Out of the last 12 episodes, 10 have been demonetized, and that stinks. Thanks, Joseph Paul. Thanks, aka Elvis Bear. I do appreciate all the support, guys, and I'm definitely getting it. The patrons too. We've got record signups on Patreon. It's been great. Catherine Hopkins, thank you for the super chat. I see you in there too. And DLive, guys, thanks a lot for the. I have to learn how all this works, but I just want to tell DLive, thanks, guys. This is the first time I've gotten like tips on DLive. I'm usually throwing them in Bearville, so this is great. Yeah, I'm on DLive now. Please tell your friends. I'm gonna try and stream to both as much as I can and see how this works. Got a big show coming up about the truth of the Civil War. Can't wait to show it to you. Really looking forward to that. And if there's more stuff to say about satellites, I'm happy to it. But guys. There are 33 satellites that we know of. I'm sorry, there are 33 U-2 spy planes that we know of that are in constant orbit around the Earth. Check it out, half of those U-2 spy planes completely automated. No pilots. No human pilots. Please consider that it would be stupid to try and launch a rocket, try and tape a roll of quarters to the top of a bottle rocket, and try and get it at a speed where it hits orbit or whatever the fuck they're calling you that they're doing it. Please understand how cheap and effective it is, how we've been perfecting this technology since 1952 to launch a balloon, a Satelloon, on a freaking balloon larger than the Superdome. Balloons as big as the Superdome since the 50s have been deployed. Every molecule of helium has ever been produced is held into this process, is put into this entity. And when that giant balloon, the drone chute shoots it off, that top balloon is gone. It's garbage now. And another drone chute opens up, and that drone chute is scooped up by the very plane I showed you, a C-19. And yesterday I showed you the landing pad in Antarctica where those planes are sat, where they're resting and ready to go. 33 U-2 planes that we know of, half of them that we know of are automated. Why would you need a satellite when you can have an automated U-2? When you could lease space under a CIA clown car, U-2s are clown cars in space. And you can lease space underneath that wing if you're elite enough and put your own camera on there and call it Google Satellite. And legally, you'd be telling the truth. And this is why Eric Schmidt works at the Pentagon now, the former CEO of Google, or CTO. This is why when you look at pictures of Antarctica, you don't see anything. This is why when you look at the Earth, they show it to you as a ball. Exact same reason why the USGS was started, the exact same reason why England created the first international map and claimed it would be more accurate than any other map, so why bother? Why bother using anything else except for our maps? There's no reason for countries not to do this. There's no reason for countries not to work together to have Sputnik scares, to have nuclear arms scares. All it does is give them more money because people like us are surrounded by people like this. If this was space, she's moist for space. Whatever the issue is, people will gather on the gravesite of a stranger. No matter the issue, people will gather on the site of someone's death and use it to suck virtue. That's all it takes. And you can initiate a giant cult of space nuts, of Black Lives Matter fetishists, right? Of nuclear bomb fearers, all of it. It's so easy. Guys, why would they not do it? Ask yourself that. Why would they not do it? It's hilarious after you try and find a way to not take it so seriously. It's our fault for taking them so seriously so long. We're too uncomfortable with not knowing things. I'm going to end this now. I know I said that earlier. Thank you for being here. And may all of you find a black woman who will lay her hands on you and give you virtue. And may you pull those virtue molecules into your face and realize that you're 3% less racist now. And that's a good thing. Bye, guys.
I'm gonna break ranks a little bit, kicking this show off. First of all, I just want to thank everyone watching and listening live. The Globebusters would be nothing without the real people who tune into our weekly show in order to share ideas, hear and consider opinions, which may or may not always align to our own views. But I also want to thank all of the people who are watching and listening on the archive, even if it's 10 years from today. Flat Earth is the most important revelation of our generation, and probably the most important revelation in the last few hundred years, if not of all time. We should feel extremely lucky to be living in such a time where the truth about our world has the opportunity to catch hold or to catch on. In contrast to the 19th and 20th centuries, where really brilliant people figured out the truth about the flat Earth. For example, Dr. Robotham wrote Zetetic Astronomy, although the ability for such staggering information to ignite and spread was simply not available. I submit, were the internet around in its current form in the 1860s, we'd be over 150 years into flat Earth natural science, and who knows what sort of utopian world we'd be living in. Now, there are immortal, inimical entities who come from the form of, or who come in the form of royal old money bloodlines who are bent on controlling the world through sigil magic, for example, cash, as well as subliminal programming in the form of the mainstream media, cinema, news, political false dichotomies like Republican and Democrat, a fallacious educational system which trains youngsters to become slaves to an oppressive debt-based system. Let's not forget scientism, which has convinced the entire world the most absurd postulation, which involves the world being a spinning sphere in space, we need to burn fossil fuels to have energy, which is a blatant greedy lie motivated by greed at least, as well as preposterous theories like evolution, which has no supporting evidence to speak of, and of course the Big Bang infinite universe theory, which has been solidified as concrete fact in the minds of the entire world practically, ultimately to position us as an insignificant speck of dust in the infinitely expanding universe theory, which is indeed the root cause of atheism, nihilism, and all sorts of psychological problems, with simply being completely absorbed in a fictitious version of reality. Now, in this fictitious version of reality, which is the globe, it allows the so-called illuminated elite controllers of the world to use this fact against us, this fictitious version of reality against us, to an unbelievably profound extent. Flat Earth truth, again, is the most powerful antidote to the corporate fascist world government, which is already in place, sort of in a beta state, complete with their centralized World Bank, modeled after the usury, illegitimate, illegal Federal Reserve scandal of America. Now, when the world becomes completely aware of the lies of scientism and theoretical physics, which one day that will come, there will be a paradigm shift so profound that it would be more disruptive to the status quo than a hypothetical moderate meteor strike or moderate nuclear bomb attack. Of course, neither of those could possibly occur in reality, but when the stationary plane Earth is finally realized and accepted as obvious fact, the social repercussions would be orders of magnitude more powerful than any war, cataclysm, or some other sort of revelation. Now, these so-called elite interests that I've been speaking of do not want the status quo affected, as a small group of people control about 99% of the wealth, real estate, physical assets, and businesses of the world. Because Flat Earth truth is such a grave threat to their status quo, we should absolutely expect to see agent provocateurs inserted into the Flat Earth community, which it is indeed a community, in order to divide the grassroots movement into opposing factions or opposing camps, which will eventually be used to nullify one another or cancel each other out. Ultimately, you'll see the Flat Earth movement self-defeat itself from within if these plans come to fruition. Now, at that point, if the Flat Earth movement self-destructs from within, at that point, when the grassroots movement is in shambles, there will be sort of a corporate fascist Flat Earth anti-authority setup to commandeer or co-opt the truth movement, claim it's been debunked, and then our grandchildren are learning about how fast they're spinning around, orbiting the sun. Now, they, in quotes, have been controlling populations for many, many generations. Now, of course, it's not the same people who are immortal, but their ideologies, their goals, and methods remain immortal, preserved through their bloodlines in ritualistic secret societies. Some examples would be the Jesuits, the Freemasons, the Illuminati, Talmudic Zionists, the Knights Templar, and zillions of the offshoots like the KKK, the Order of the Dragon, way back from the Crusades. But such groups are innumerable, and they, secretly have 50-year and 100-year plans, which are obviously not carried out by one single person or even one single generation of people. These very entities are responsible for fomenting the French Revolution, the American Revolution, the American Civil War, both world wars, and of course the never-ending state of war that we find ourselves ensnared within today in the post-9/11 century, just as they planned and laid it out in the infamous document Rebuilding America's Defenses by the ultra-conservative policy-making entity PNAC, or Project for a New American Century, a full year prior to the false flag 9/11 attacks. Now, the point is here, while we the people outnumber them about 100,000 to 1 easily, our forebears have allowed these ancient bloodlines to reinsert themselves into positions of power and influence. Now, they certainly have a plan to quash the Flat Earth community and the Flat Earth movement. However, we must not allow ourselves to be divided by psychopathic, manipulative agent provocateurs. Now, just a quick FYI, agent provocateur literally is defined as a noun, a person who induces others to break the law so that they can be convicted. Now, this is sort of an old school, general definition, and I would submit that it could entail people who insert themselves into a grassroots movement, gather a following in order to begin inserting certain ideologies into their narrative. They will appear to be genuine people of the grassroots movement. They will usually appear to be the most prominent figures within that movement. An example in the history past would be Gloria Steinem, who created Miss Magazine during the women's liberation movement, although Miss Steinem is an admitted CIA asset and was operating as such for the duration of Miss Magazine, which was heavily influential on young women during the women's liberation movement. Now, not to get off on the tangent of women's rights, but the government had a 50 or 100-year plan to break up the family unit itself, and this was a long-term, concise plan. In a quick summary, that plan involved doubling the tax revenue. This was achieved by convincing women that they shouldn't be at home taking care of the children and of the house while the man is out there earning money. They were convinced somehow to want to work, which I agree. Everybody should have a choice and a right to work regardless of gender. But what the innocent victims of the co-opted women's liberation movement didn't realize was that they were falling right into the snare of this 100-year plan, which had been in place literally for decades and decades prior to the 60s. Now, by convincing women to demand the right to work, not only did they double the workforce, which naturally means cheaper labor based on the fundamental principle of supply and demand, and simultaneously doubled the number of tax-paying workers for the government's revenue stream. Furthermore, with both parents gone to work in order to pay for a lifestyle which was once achievable with a single income, the children are forced into school at around age 4 or 5. Now, fast forward from the 60s to 2017, and about half of the children in at least the U.S. grow up in broken homes with a single parent, or even two parents working 2 jobs each, so that they barely do so much as eat dinner once or twice a week together. So the children are indoctrinated as early as possible into the lies of scientism, but more profoundly, they are indoctrinated to see the state or the federal institution educational system as their major authority, hence losing respect for their actual parents. As the old parable goes, you can't serve 2 masters. Now, the plans which the Illuminati laid out many decades ago have come to full fruition in terms of breaking up the family, taxing us to death, and forcing our children into indoctrination during the most important formative years of their lives. With all that being said, does anyone expect this highly motivated, well-funded, powerful, and organized group of ancient tacticianers who are used to controlling populations, do you really think they're just going to let Flat Earth go on unchecked? Of course not. There are definitely going to be agent provocateurs, perhaps a new flavor of agent provocateurs, but the same tactics are used, only in a virtual sense rather than a physical sense. Although we still see, agent provocateurs using physical tactics, like in Occupy Wall Street or Black Lives Matter protests, where citizens are, peacefully expressing their right to protest. Then steps in a few dozen agent provocateurs. Turns the thing into a violent mob, which, that can easily be achieved by just a few dozen motivated individuals inciting violence, rioting, and looting in a large group of people. Their actions will cause a chain reaction, which is a natural phenomenon of crowd behavior, although that's another topic altogether. Now, in the Flat Earth movement, whenever you hear someone saying things like, "This is a leaderless movement, but I'm the leader of the movement," or "There's no such thing as a Flat Earth community, but I want to develop a platform where Flat Earthers can come together and talk about Flat Earth and discuss our views and different topics as a group about Flat Earth," or Flat Earthers who monetize or who say Flat Earthers who monetize their videos are not credible and they're just doing Flat Earth stuff for the money, which is ridiculous, or if you hear people say, we need to stand united as a community, then begin to ostracize individuals in the flat earth community. So these are the sorts of things we need to watch out for. We also need to be wary of people who are dishonest and are found to be dishonest, compulsive liars, even if their lies don't necessarily pertain to the flat earth. The best way to destroy the flat earth movement is to invent a leadership role, which is ridiculous, and supplant some cult of personality into this leadership role who will ultimately discredit the flat earth truth by proving to be either untrustworthy or a non-credible source of information. Flat earth, I'm sorry, but it belongs to everyone. The world belongs to each and every person equally, just as the truth belongs to everyone equally. Nobody can patent the truth and claim royalties on other people's dissemination of the truth. Now, as much flack as we get as flat earthers, I feel like the Globebusters is among the most open, honest, credible, and welcoming segment of the flat earth community, which is why I've stuck around with you guys for so long. As, you know, we're simply after the truth. We want to hear everyone's thoughts, views, and opinions, even if we don't necessarily agree with them all the time. We can all stand on common ground, literally common ground at least, that the world is not a spinning sphere. Now, that is the main differentiation between flat earthers and everyone else. Sure, within the flat earth cross-section of the population, we're going to have disagreements. We're going to have debates, talks, and maybe even play the role of devil's advocate to help our fellow flat earthers own their arguments. One thing we will never do, or I will never do personally, is ostracize fellow flat earthers because I disagree with them on menial issues. We may argue, and the arguments may get heated, even hypothetically, but at the end of the day, we're all on the same team here. Anyone who has the gumption to come out in public and stand up for what they know to be right, in spite of the personal adverse repercussions, will always be held in a special regard, in my opinion. We definitely need to stand unified, however, on common ground, lest we be divided and conquered, which is the oldest and most effective method in the playbook of our adversary, who represents deception, evil, and disharmony. In order to fight against this adversary, we must stand together as one unit, and we simply cannot fight evil with evil. We cannot fight fire with fire, and you cannot fight disharmony with disharmony. It is my personal mission, even if I'm just speaking for myself here, to bring truth and light to as many people as possible. I certainly have no intentions of making enemies with anyone, even globetards, and especially not fellow flat earthers. With that being said, we really must watch out for people claiming to be flat earthers, yet continuously driving wedges between segments of the flat earth community, and then scoff at the idea of a flat earth community. We need to watch out for flat earthers who speak the well-known, well-publicized, moderately accepted facts about flat earth, but appear to be motivated by greed or posturing themselves as a dogmatic leader in a grassroots movement that has no room for a leader. Now, I would say that with one exception, the creator of all things, the world, the celestial mysteries, the possible frontier, and the beautiful mystery of life is in control of everything, including this movement. Now, whether you adhere to Scripture or not, certainly no one can deny that the greatest deception of all time known to us is being revealed to the world before our very eyes. Now, not only the deception involving the flat earth, but deceptions running through all gambits of things dating back through history right up to current events today that are being revealed to new people daily. This truth movement is strong, but it does have its weaknesses, and the weaknesses appear to involve the egos of people who claim leadership status of the community, or those who claim that there is no community, yet claim leadership status over the congregation of flat earthers who are, congregating around them. Well, I don't know what you would call that other than a community, but some of these flat earthers behave more like globe earth minions than they do flat earth truthers. At the end of the day, we can only win this battle with love, truth, and light. Everything else is playing the adversary's game, which you will never win. The only way to win a game of evil, deception, and disharmony is to not play the game, and to use light, harmony, and righteousness. Thank you.
Wow. Well said, John. Excellent.
Spake, is your mic working now? Or still?
Hey, Speak, you want me, man? Hey, come on.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Jeffrey.
It's like he.
Dude, that's another
I know he's playing a game, but like he wasn't fucking. He didn't grasp what anybody was saying to him.
Yeah, bro, that's another thing I think that we don't say enough. When people are like, everything in the sky is a sphere, right? Like, and most people are like, well, you can look at a light bulb. Does that mean the floor is a light bulb? Or you can look at a pool ball. Does that mean the pool table is a pool ball? And you don't even know that they are spheres. And those are all valid responses. But one thing that I don't think is said enough is, if the Earth is stationary, then that means it's in the center of the entire cosmos, which cosmos means order. That's why I say that, but whatever, right? Like what they call the universe. The Earth's in the center of the entire thing. So it's in the most special, unique place out of everything. Everything else moves around it. It's in the center. It's the center of attention, right? If it's the only thing that's in the center and everything else moves around it, how would it be logical to assume that it's like things in the sky? Obviously, they're different because they move around the Earth. So it actually makes no sense, logically speaking, to ever assume that the Earth would be the same as what's in the sky if the Earth is the only thing that's in the center.
Right. But I mean, even simply, like when you're looking through a telescope, you can't render 3D. Like you need both eyes to do that. It's just simple as that. Anyone who says they see planets or like they see Mars or they see, you know what I mean? Like, no, you're seeing a light, dude. You're seeing a circular looking light. That's that's the best thing we can do. And like we were talking to this guy, I-Tier or whatever, this astrophysicist who's like a student to be an astrophysicist. Like he was basically at master's level. And the resolution, and mind you, it's all on computer screens, but the resolution he's seeing, like to determine if a star has an exoplanet or something like that in front of it, is 1 to 9 pixels. Just think about that for a second. It's so ridiculous that that's what they're actually looking at, and then they give you these stupid CGI depictions of these exoplanets with like different colors and sizes, and it's like you're looking at 1 to 9 pixels. Like how is that? That doesn't make sense to me. That it's just they believe that. It is a belief at that point.
The thing, Beastie, it's the ultimate in begging the question. I mean, it's a globe because it has to be a globe. It's a outer space fairy tale because it has to be an outer space. It has to be an ever-expanding universe because it has to be an ever-expanding universe. It has to be the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe because it has to be. So we will conform our life and everything that we come up with that idea in mind. So it's the ultimate in begging the question.
Is there any way you can turn your mic down just a little bit?
I can probably come back a little bit further from the mic.
You're totally right, but I'm chewing my steak. I'm sorry, Jim. I respond. This steak is pretty thick. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good, Jim. I'm just like bleeding from the ear, but other than that, it's cool.
Yeah, sometimes I get.
I'm good.
Sometimes I get too close to the mic, Austin. I apologize for that. Sorry.
I forgive you, bro.
Austin, I think you're the best. For the record, I think you and Kai and your baby girl are the best example of a mom and dad and a daughter that I've ever seen in my entire life, and I'm old, so I congratulate you for being a role model to your daughter.
Hey,
thank you, brother.
That's what's up. Jim, you're a nice guy. You know that, even though we just met.
You gotta get out more, Jim.
Yes, he does.
He's insulting Jim. Tell him nice. Don't do that to him.
Hey, Jimsy, as a brother in Christ, I hope that you and I ascend in the clouds together, and that we meet in the clouds someday, my friend.
Hey, no thank you. No thank you.
Hey, just to say, I checked in a new guy called Jeffrey. He says he's going to come down here, so if he pops in, I can't
Alright,
see him.
mate.
Oh, Jeffrey, you're there,
I'm here.
bro.
I'm here, mate.
So yeah, man, if you want to say hello to the peeps, man, it's a good chill environment. So if you want to introduce yourself or whatever, bro.
Alright. Got the memo. Cheers, mate.
Hey, man, you're welcome, bro. If you want to ask a question, you've got like a huge panel of people in here who know a lot of stuff, man. So please ask away, bro.
Experts, mate. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, man.
I'm just a skeptic as of now, but you know, I'd like to hear more.
Yeah, man. Anyone want to take them through something?
You think the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning water ball in a vacuum revolving around the sun as it flies through space over 1 million miles per hour?
I think that was to you, Jeffrey.
Oh, what's that, mate? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Hey, bro, do you think the Earth's a tilted, wobbling, spinning water ball revolving around the sun in a vacuum
You
of
know, right
space as
now,
it flies?
Right now, honest to God, I couldn't tell you. I'd like to say I'm undecided. I mean, I think there's many possibilities. I'd say I'm skeptical of globes, considering it's from the government, right? Not a big fan of the government, but overall, I couldn't tell you, mate. I'd like to read what like you might think, but
I think I can kind of speak for all of us when we say that we acknowledge the empirical observations and measurements, and we accept them for what they are. So the horizontal horizon is flat because it's horizontal. Water seeks its level, and the sun moves because it moves. The Earth is measured to be a plane because it's a plane. The Earth's a stationary topographical plane. We can't privately explore past the 60th south latitude. You also can't privately explore up near the quote-unquote North Pole. So we don't make a shape claim, but we just know that what they said the Earth is physically impossible, and it's been refuted. So we're just kind of in this position where we're like, you know, we want to try to figure it out. We just know that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane.
yeah. My one
Kinda like
question
you
would be,
experienced.
because yeah, I've heard a lot of this over the years. You know, when I was a young boy, when I was in school, you know, I heard a lot about like gravity, and I was just wondering where like your guys like kind of the opinions like differ. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so gravity comes from the word gravitas, which means
Going back to the
heavy.
origin, I see.
Well, it just it means heavy. So it means how heavy something is, or what we call weight. I don't think anyone would deny that objects have a heaviness. We deny gravitation, the theory that supposedly explains why things are heavy. There's just no evidence for that. It's a reification fallacy. It's stupid, frankly.
Yeah.
There's no evidence for it. So the current theory is the theory of relativity.
Right.
You know, and it says space and time bend and warp, and space is a concept of emptiness or nothingness. It's just a mathematical construct for dimensions, not a real thing. Time is just how we quantify motion and change. It's not a real thing. It's not a physical thing. You can't bend love or compassion or freedom because these are concepts. So on its face, it doesn't work. There's just no evidence for it, right? So basically what happens is people measure how fast things fall on the Earth, and they get an average, which is 9.8 meters per second squared. They labeled that with little g, and they call it gravity. But then they claim that there's a cause for it. Exactly. They conflate the cause and effect, and people think that proof of gravity is the effect, when gravity is actually the theory of gravity is like the claimed cause. There's no evidence for it. The top
Was Isaac Newton real though? Do you think? Do you think Isaac Newton was a real guy?
I couldn't tell you.
You're undecided.
Yeah,
I'm
because
just
I just
curious
don't.
because
I don't
I
know
mean,
that.
I think they make up a lot of stuff, and personally, I think Isaac Newton was one of them. I don't believe any of these old scientists. I think we found all of this out like recently.
Bro, do you know that they don't know who Shakespeare actually was?
I don't think I
Francis
believe in
Bacon.
Shakespeare either. I don't think I believe in Shakespeare.
Read people in history, man. Like, how can you verify any of it? I mean, there's documentation from a long time ago, I suppose, someplace locked up. But like,
Yeah.
I think
I mean,
that
I'll
he
get
was
some
actually
hate for this as
Francis
well,
Bacon.
but I'm not entirely convinced. I'm gonna get some hate, but I'm not entirely convinced that Mr. Adolf Hitler. I'm not too sure if he was real or not. I don't know what the empirical evidence there is, but
There's some videos of that guy talking.
anyway,
I think they can fake videos though these days, can't they?
but those days,
Well,
they did with the moon landing. Tell you
Jeffrey,
that.
Jeffrey, I'm curious.
it's not really.
What?
You got to have
No.
some sense of, trust in what you know in terms of your own senses. So, I mean, with that logic, that means, anything you've ever learned in history could be fake unless you experience it yourself, or maybe even a secondary or primary source like your parents experienced it. So I get what you're saying, but if you just take that same logic and just apply it to what NASA shows you, and, it should be
Yes.
obvious.
Those links that I sent you, literally that first video with the 4 people and the guy pulling the wire, just click play on that while you're in the VC. 45
Yeah.
seconds of the video.
Give it a check
that
out, man.
shows
Give it a
you
check.
literally the wire gets pulled and the material on his trousers gets pulled out. And then the woman's hair sprayed up. She literally points to it like it's some kind of evidence that she's in space.
Yeah. I'll give it a check out, mate. I'll tell you that much.
There's hours and hours and hours of NASA footage.
Think it's all fake, or do you think some of it's real?
They're hanging on wires, bro. They do spacewalks, bubbles rise from their suits.
I'm not convinced on the space stuff. I don't believe in NASA. I don't think NASA's real, but
What do you mean?
Space is not real.
What do you mean you don't think it's real? NASA's real. They're obviously like an established. They've got infrastructure. They spend loads of money. They get
I
loads of
don't know,
funding.
man. I haven't seen them.
What? Seen them on the TV.
I don't have a TV, mate. I don't pay for that. Pay for Netflix.
I know what a TV is, but that's TV. That's just the same thing.
Don't worry, America's paying.
Media, doesn't matter what format it comes in.
The point is this: if Earth is a sphere, that's the point. There must be curvature, there must be rotation, and we need to be in open system.
It's not even the rotation, bro. I'll give them rotation, but when it comes to the elliptical orbit, it kills it just on the constant turning. So that's constant velocity, and it speeds up. Well, it slows down and speeds up twice on the ellipse. That kills it. That destroys it.
Who do you think controls NASA? Who do you think's the owner? Yeah, is there
You
one
throw
guy
up
behind it
enough
all?
symbols.
Like,
No, you
do you
throw up
think they're all
enough
secret?
symbols. If you look into it, you'll see enough symbols and people, elite people, the usual suspects.
Are you implying Jewish people or?
I imply more with that.
I never said anything. So we stick to flat Earth. We don't like point out races and religions in here.
I mean, I would never point that out. I would never point that out myself. You know, just, I've heard it. I've heard it spoken.
You just did.
Well, I wouldn't myself.
You just did.
Did.
I don't think you understand, mate. I wouldn't myself, but I just heard that people do.
But you just brought that up on the live stream, bro. That's what I'm saying. We don't like shit like that. Religion, we stay away from. There's a religious room. People get emotional and start like going crazy about that kind of stuff. Anything to do with people's sexuality, their race, their religion, it's just not a topic.
No, I'm telling you, mate. That's not me, mate. That's not me.
No, but you just literally said it, bro. I don't understand how you
That's
don't.
not me, though, mate.
I'm not saying that.
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. You know, it's not me.
Stop fucking bringing it up, for fuck's sake.
We can move on to something else you like.
Let's go back to flat Earth because that's what this room's for, brother. So, do you think you're in motion right now in different vectors? At millions of combined miles per hour flying through a vacuum? Because that's what you've got to believe if you accept the globe. That seems like a religion to me.
An unfalsifiable belief system built upon the doctrine of men, where people worship the authority and don't think for themselves, but rather blindly believe.
And fight to keep the belief alive and argue with people like flat earthers and call them the most despicable names and like as low as you can be to be a flat earther on like YouTube in the comment section. You just get like utter abuse constantly, worse than any like colour or religion. People, everybody thinks it's alright just to mock flat earthers. And they're the most logical people I've ever met in the world. Like the most chilled, straightforward, articulate, coherent.
Yeah, and typically the most researched as well.
Really? Severely.
I can definitely attest to that one. I thought I was a know-it-all until I came here, man. Holy crap. I love it.
Listen to the conversations that have been going on here for years, man. Like, it's mind-boggling, man. A lot of it's like way over my head, man, but it's good to listen.
So, okay. Do you find that interesting though, Jeffrey? About Werner von Braun?
I'm just curious about who that might be.
Well, Werner von Braun was an SS major who was basically given clemency by the U.S. government after World War II. Brought here.
Which ones were the SS?
The really bad ones. Let's just put it that
Bro,
way.
Oh,
Jeffrey, are you looking in live stream voice text, bro?
I'm having a look.
Oh yeah,
I just wasn't sure which ones the SS might be.
Oh, SS.
Well, Operation.
Go ahead, speak.
Sorry, I was just going to say Operation Paperclip brought a hell of a lot. I'm not sure of the numbers, but all of them, basically, all the scientists, the engineers, like God knows how many people got brought in at that point.
Given different names,
probably,
all that stuff.
When you say the bad people, you mean like which country? I'm a bit like the Germans.
Do you know World War II, mate?
There's a lot of bad people. That's all.
These were German scientists.
Okay.
Yeah. Rocket specialists specifically were brought to NASA. Werner von Braun being one of them, who was personally very evil. I don't want to go into the specifics of that. Not the point. The point is,
I don't like Germans.
Well, to someone who is a rocket specialist, like basically helped the creation of the Saturn V rocket, right? Which is what they supposedly took to the moon, right?
Yeah.
On his gravestone reads Psalms 19:1. Did you find that interesting? That someone from...
Well, I've never read the Bible, so I don't know what that means.
Well, I'll read it to you. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. The firmament. Have you ever heard of the firmament?
I don't know. Is God real, though? I'm not sure about that either.
Look at his gravestone. Go look at a picture. It says Psalms 19:1, for real. It's really weird. That's what kind of,
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Can I
Not
see
in
it?
person, but I've definitely seen multiple people taking photos of it. So it's not just one photo.
You see it in person?
No, I haven't seen it in person.
Are you allowed?
I mean, anyone's allowed to go to a cemetery, man.
Breathing gas.
I want to see a Nazi's grave.
But we are breathing.
Yeah,
we are breathing gas pressure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're breathing gas pressure, and that's telling us that we are closed. And that's somehow telling us that what is written also on his grave, it's the same thing. Only words are different. Firmament, it means that something is closed. And container, it means that something is closed. And gas pressure, that what you breathe, you cannot have without container. Interesting.
Yeah.
Because if Earth has the open system, all this atmosphere will go, I don't in available space, how they say, because that's a natural law.
Is NASA basically just owned by the Germans then?
I think that we need to hold on the surface rotation and gas pressure, because we are not 24/7 a Second World War.
Yeah. Basically, we can go into the politics behind the reason why the lie, but that's not really what this is about per se. It's more along the lines of the claims that the Globers make. One of them being that somehow we have an entire, atmosphere of pressurized air that we breathe, that we know about, adjacent to the vacuum of space without a container. So when does the vacuum of space start and our atmosphere begin if there's no container? That's the question.
I'm not very good with questions.
Well, remember what I asked you in check-in about the gas pressure?
Days are just melting away. There's so much to do, and the first thing that I need to source are all of the parts for the F12 engine. Now, some of the parts are going to be from the dealership, like the bearings.
What does PSI mean?
As good as an infinite near-perfect vacuum. So how can this big infinite near-perfect vacuum, how can it envelop this tiny bubble of gas that's supposed to be Earth? It's ridiculous.
What's a PSI?
It's pounds per square inch.
The pressure that we're supposedly...
It's a density of gas.
Yeah,
it's a density of gas.
I've heard of pressure.
So we know we've got this gradient, and then we know we've got a near-perfect vacuum enveloping us somehow, but we're meant to believe we're still breathing this pressurized gas, even though this vacuum somehow supports us.
Because every experience that we have with high pressure next to low pressure, entropy causes the high pressure to release and the low pressure to cause it to equalize.
Gaskets, the seals.
The air that you're breathing right now should be releasing off into the vacuum of space to equalize the pressure between the two differences, but it never happens.
That's a good point too. Let me ask you something, Jeffrey.
Right.
Why do you believe that you're on a globe?
Oh, I never said that, mate. I never said that. Quite frankly, I think what I believe is I don't believe that we're on a globe. I think that's probably not true. I think we're on some kind of thing. I'm just not sure of what yet, because I haven't really done my research, which is why I joined here. But I don't think we're on a globe.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not sure about the shapes. I'm not too good with shapes, but
you're not moving either, are you, bro?
Not right now.
Nah. So the motion's out, the curvature's out. What else have we got? Keeping you on any kind of globe. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's all we can really do is discredit the stuff, the information we find. We can't verify for sure what the Earth actually is, and we'll never be able to find. Maybe the day we pass on from this place, maybe we find the information, I hope. But I don't think we'll ever, in this lifetime at least, find out what the Earth is, or classify it as any kind of shape that we could say, oh, it's this shape. Like, it's got hills, mountains, valleys, and there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of them all over the place. So Earth's not going to be a shape that we could, like, recognise.
Yeah, some kind of, like, unknown shape.
You don't know?
It's Earth-shaped. That's basically... It's
like a new shape that they haven't discovered yet.
Mm-hmm. Earth-shaped. Till it's actually verified.
Kind of special shape. Quite interesting shapes.
Earth-shaped. Bro, it's Earth-shaped.
I don't know much about them though.
Were you listening earlier to Witsit, Jeffrey, about engineers using plane surveys?
I don't think I was.
So, bridges, canals, any building we've ever built, all makes the assumption, like when you're laying out blueprints or doing a survey, you have to make the assumption of a flat Earth. Otherwise, otherwise we wouldn't have any of the buildings that we see, the bridges, canals. It's pretty interesting.
Bro, all the planes, look at all the NASA documents. They all assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. If you go into our PDF room, Harry, you'll see stacks of NASA, well, literally from NASA.gov, and they all assume a stationary Earth.
You think that's stupid?
I think they're malicious, not stupid.
Hostile witnesses, no?
Maybe a bit of both. You know, can't have one without the other.
Yep. I mean, when you're getting financially incentivized to lie to you, you know, they get $85 million a year this year. I mean, a day, excuse me. $32.41 billion 2023. And you got to beg the
one
question.
Guy? Huh? Just for one guy?
Oh,
no, NASA, the agency.
That's their budget. That's their...
Yeah.
How many people are in it?
That's a good question. I'm outside smoking a cigarette. Can't see right now, but
it was a few years ago. It was like 60,000. I'm sure it was.
Oh, yeah, there's a couple thousand. Yeah,
that's a lot of thousands.
The point is, would you lie for $85 million a day?
Maybe, probably.
People are going to lie for a lot less.
Yeah, exactly. So
it depends what it's about, but.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. You're getting paid. It's your job to lie. You know what I mean? If you worked at NASA, it's your job to go with the show.
Your
job is to lie.
Yeah.
Pretty easy job, mate.
I know. That's why all these other space agencies started popping up. Look at India. Makes sense. They're just
how many million to join NASA?
How many million a day?
85 million.
Yeah. So I come from Zoltar 5. It's a outer. Yeah, of course I would lie for that kind of money. Are you kidding?
Would it be like morally bankrupt to join NASA right now?
Yeah, probably. Because you'll probably witness some things that you're not allowed to talk about. Yeah.
Bro, there was someone in here.
Secret. What if I was secretly talking about them though?
Bro, there was someone in here who they said that there is flat earthers in NASA, and they're not openly like broadcasting it, but there is sort of cliques of people that are flat earthers in NASA. There was a girl, it was quite a few months ago now, that she was saying that she knew two separate people that worked there, and they were, multiple of them had been having flat earth conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not, I mean, I've heard loads of people say that they've worked for NASA, or their dad works for NASA, so take it with a pinch of salt.
You also need to understand.
From NASA to NASA, that's a coincidence, and he was also a fictional writer.
There's also there is a flat earther who used to come here frequently. He used to work as a contractor for NASA and help build the module for the ISS.
For that kind of money a day, I'd drive a shuttle-shaped car to work.
You have to understand, though, when you work for governmental agencies, you sign NDAs, so you can't. I mean, they all sign NDAs about what they work on and what they're, like everything they do. So
they probably can't even speak about anything in the cafeteria. They're having.
I don't think they lie. I just don't think they can talk about what's happening.
This is national security, bro. So they think they're doing it for the benefit of the country.
Yeah, you gotta think there's a lot of people who like that flat earther I just mentioned. He's compartmentalized. He's just working on his little project that they got to work on, and then he's out of there.
Right, that's how it works.
He doesn't have all the information, and so he can't really reveal anything.
Yeah.
Yep. We can speculate all day long about who's running the show. We'll never know, really. But the fact is that they're taking that much money from the American taxpayer, $85 million. I know that for sure for NASA. And it begs the question, me as a tax-paying citizen, right? What the hell has NASA done for the benefit of humanity since its
Yeah, man.
creation.
Look at all
All
the
that
people,
money.
all the tent cities and shit that you see all over America, man. It's crazy.
Hey,
Yeah,
Beastie, it's real easy. I know what NASA and Space Force has done for us. They've let us believe we live in a Star Trek episode, and that's worth $50 billion a year right there.
Thanks.
One of the main reasons.
They color the bubble in the space.
One of the main reasons I'm in this fight is so each state can get that $1 million plus to do better things with it instead of CGI images.
Do you know how many saltos they made around? You know that when you go around and you don't fall. Do you know how many times they did that rolling stuff?
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
You know that rolling stuff when in ISS when they roll their cells.
It's somersault.
Right, through like zero G, like claiming. Yeah.
The training thing, like where they're in that weird
It's not even,
thing. Is that what you're talking about? I'm
Yeah, I'm saying what they did in the last 50 years.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
turning around for the last 50 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. Imagine all the people we could help with that much money. You know, all the projects across America, all the turmoil that the average citizen deals with on a daily basis. And
hospitals, fucking social work, children.
Does every country have NASA?
they have some. Well, not every country, but a lot of them.
Yes,
Yeah.
Even like Somalia. I don't like Somalia, mate.
Well, Jeffrey, take a look in live stream voice text, bro. Look at that, what I just posted there. Tim Peaks, the English astronaut, you've probably seen him. And you see him when he gets to the top of his supposed roll, and his feet come straight back down, and you see the blood. The blood's rushed to his face. See when he stretches up, when he pulls his head up, you can see it, especially if you throw it up onto a big TV screen. Look at his face is scarlet.
Look, he's sunburnt. He's gonna be sunburnt, mate.
How come the blood rushed to his head?
I'm not being
He's
funny
in
here,
a-
but
No, I know, but
he's in a zero G environment. The blood shouldn't have rushed to his head, huh?
the thing is, too, you can see videos of, I think it was about 5 different astronauts saying that the farthest we've ever been able to go is low Earth orbit. Yeah.
I would say we're looking forward to the future when we can go past low Earth orbit. You know,
Right.
Till we build the technology and the shielding and
does
whatever.
China believe in flat Earth?
And they say they need to get past the Van Allen radiation belts and they need to solve that problem. But I thought they already went to the moon like 6 times.
Right. Or the fact that Don Pettit, basically says in an interview, like, oh, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed the technology, and it's just a pesky process of rebuilding it back. Yet India just went to the moon, supposedly. It's hilarious.
That's a joke. What about the States?
You think India's trolling or something? Why would India say that?
Leak, and must be a procedure for it, but I'm not aware what that procedure is.
Why would they do that? They're getting in on the tax scam, bro, for their country.
India
that's
get
it.
taxes too. No, I don't like taxes, mate.
Yeah, and who does?
Any
NASA.
country that's struggling and asking for help and then wastes money on space doesn't deserve any help.
Exactly. That's a great point. Yeah, man.
Actually, you know what? That's a good point, mate. Maybe Somalia's not so bad.
Bro, look at how many poor people there are in India, and they're going to fake space. How much a black hole was that fake space mission? How many people could they have helped over there, man? That's crazy. Because the amount of
At
money
least
they
like
spend
100,000.
a hell of a long way over there in comparison to what English money can do in the UK. And that money could help mind boggle. They could have cured any kind of homelessness in India and increased their technology and their infrastructure and fuck.
So
Insane,
much,
man.
so much waste.
You reckon
just
they
for-
like homeless people?
No. I'm kind of bothered by your line of questioning, Jeffrey. I'm not going to lie.
I'm just thinking.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's kind of the point of this, is to get
Well, I'm
people
just
to think.
thinking, because if NASA don't I'm just confused. If they're using all the taxes, right?
Yeah.
That makes more poor people. Does that mean they like poor people?
Yeah, they're easier to control when you're trying to figure out where your next Mio is coming from. Yeah.
Jeffrey, they
I'm
need
pretty
to
hungry.
divide. They need a harsh line, a divide between the haves and the have-nots. They need the people to get up out their bed every morning and sweep the streets and fucking drive the bin lorries and clean the fucking hospitals. They need people to be destitute and want to work as a slave. They need it. Or the
It's
system.
creating
Or the system.
dependency. It's permanent dependency on the system, on the state. That's what they want. They don't want critical thinkers. They just it's like George Carlin, who said they just want people smart enough to run the machines and not ask, and dumb enough not to ask questions.
Who's George Carlin?
He's a
He's a
comedian.
comedian, philosopher sort of as well.
He's he's an American comedian. He passed away a while back.
Yeah, rest
Why?
in peace. Why? Because we all die. What do you mean?
It was
I'm
old
wondering what
age.
from. Do you think NASA killed him?
No,
No.
it's not. You're missing the point.
No,
I
I'm
feel
serious.
like
No, I'm
you're-
serious. Like,
I feel like you're trying to get something, like you're trying to get a gotcha moment for your YouTube or live stream or something. That's what it seems like. I'm
No,
picking up.
I'm just
vibes,
confused
bro.
on how George Carlin's a gotcha, but
As a comedian and a sort of philosopher, he used to talk about stuff that made people think and go, what the fuck? Like he knew shit from possible in his inner circle, and he would come up with stuff and it would all kind of, what it would happen. Because he was pointing at reality, and whereas a lot of these stars, they don't want to talk about what's happening, they'll just...
that's what I'm wondering. I think, like, do you think like NASA like wants to get rid of these people? That's what my line of questioning. That's where my thought process is coming from right now.
They're all interested in fake and space, bro. What the fuck are they worried about people and the like celebrities?
Yeah, I just don't understand. I get what you're saying in terms of what you're thinking, but it's like it's if you're on that line of thinking, it's way bigger than that. But I don't know,
I'll
man.
let you do the thinking then.
No, it's not what I'm saying, bro. That's not what I'm saying. Like, okay, you got to realize that we are the minority in terms of this conversation. Being a flat earther, as soon as someone says I'm a flat earther, they're immediately, ridiculed, alienated,
that.
ostracized by friends and family. People have lost everything in order to pursue the truth,
Well,
man. You got to have that respect.
Everything, man. Mums, dads, it's like crazy. People like get so emotional because all they've got in this subject is their emotions. If they're a globe earther, all they've got is an emotional attachment to what was drilled into them before they had a critical thought in their mind. So they fight tooth and nail, a lot of them, and they're like really dishonest and they're really nasty. And the reason we get such a pushback is because everybody knows that they're completely stationary right now. They might believe, or they might think they believe, the globe like story and model, and they might even argue it. But at the end of the day, everybody's subconscious knows full well that you're completely stationary right now, and that story, regardless of the excuses that they've got, that is complete nonsense, man. That's why we get cognitive dissonance, because it causes a quite abrupt, sometimes violent reaction.
I hope that one's violent.
I've been in 4 fights, bro.
Over flat Earth.
Separate. Just taking the ball away from Scottish people. Usually people in Scotland deal with stuff with their fists. That's kind of the way it usually is.
Did you win?
And I've took the ball. Well, last time I got sucker punched straight in the left eyeball, man. Literally right in the left eyeball. It was like I got.
Can you still see?
Not really out the eye, not for a bit. It was like I was completely dazed, and then the two of them were on me.
So
But yeah, we'll talk about fighting and on the live stream.
It's big.
Yeah.
We got another new person in here who's a globe earther, Lino Tomo.
I know Lino. I've spoke to Lino Tomo many times over the years. He knows he's welcome to speak.
How is
Who
he
was the
still
first
globe
guy to say that the Earth was round?
I think
Many stories.
yeah, some people claimed it was Pythagoras in 500 BC with the heliocentric model. And some people speculate as he was actually one of the first
I
Freemasons.
thought
as well.
Pythagoras was pretty smart though. He made like maths or something.
The stuff attributed to this guy called Pythagoras.
Supposed to not make
So he might not be real. That's a good point.
Any name in history, like these things are attributed to people like Shakespeare, going back to that same point. Like there's multiple different people that they claim could be Shakespeare or could have been or there's multiple different books, but likely for multiple different authors, and they're all attributed to this guy called Shakespeare, just because it's a money spinner.
Yeah.
And a narrative pusher.
So Jeffrey, why'd you come here?
Because my friend's a flat earther, and I just typed it into Discord. You know, because I kind of was a bit curious, a bit bored, mate, to be honest.
Is your mate here as well? Your mate you're talking about, is he in the server, or did you just come yourself?
I don't think he has Discord.
If you send him the link, bro, tell him to come on.
Yeah.
There's vast information in here, man. I told you, as you scroll down, you'll see it. Everything's alphabetized. Like, there's literally terabytes of information in the server.
That's a lot of
And
bytes.
conversations that blow your mind most nights, 24/7.
I mean, I've been here, let's see, just about a week, and I'm dead serious when I say I've learned more in this past week than I think I have in the last year. Seriously.
Bombardment, man. It's like it hits you like slap, 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 slap.
Beautiful.
Like, just like a handful of conversations, and you're like, oh shit.
It's so addicting too, because you don't get to
Yeah.
have these conversations in the mundane world where everyone does, wants to continue, worrying about whatever, politics or blah blah. Like, it's just, critical thinking is so rare. That's why I really love coming here, because the people that are in this server are just probably the most, like the most critically thinking people you can imagine. Like, and I'm not trying to, fucking toot everybody's horn. There's some, there's some people who have, their own problems. We're all human, but like, man, if you're not afraid to say I don't know and like ask a question, like the amount of information you can learn is pretty incredible. Especially if you're bored, man. Just
pretty beautiful.
Yeah, man. Just
Well-
scroll down a bit. Look at all the different channels for different types of topics, and
Bro, some people
learn. It's amazing.
Bro,
what
some
they
people would
cultivate.
say some folks say that they can go to sleep listening to the live stream, but if it's an interesting conversation, man, it keeps me awake. So I cannot.
Why is there a
listen to live.
channel on Red Bull?
What's that? Oh, the Red Bull Jump, the Felix
You guys
Baumgartner.
not like Red Bull? I mean, I don't like Red Bull. I think it tastes a bit shit. But
No, I don't mind the Red Bull now and again, like, but take a look in the live stream voice text. There's a GIF that I made. I'll show you.
if a Red Bull.
Yeah, if you take a look in live stream voice text, 1 sec, I'm just typing it in.
It's alright.
Yeah, it's. I won't.
Well, I don't
get
really
into
like
it.
Red
There was a long distance jump that was taken with GoPro cameras.
Man,
It's
the bot's not working.
Yeah,
Like,
it's hilarious. Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump, right? He basically floats up in this balloon, right, up to like 133,000 kilometers or something like that, and then you see the GoPro lens, right?
it's used as proof of a curved Earth, but it doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't show a curved Earth. It shows a.
Bro,
It
if
shows
you
a
take a
curved
look-
lens.
Yeah. Look, if you see that in the chat, right?
The inside lens is a rectilinear lens, so it shows no convexity or very minimal convexity. But what's himself, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he himself says that you cannot see curvature from that height.
Right.
Oh.
But another point though, if you look, right, he's supposed to be over New Mexico, and if you look at the way it's showing, it looks like New Mexico is taking up most of the Earth. It's hilarious. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what the Red Bull thing is about. It's used as proof of something that it's not actually proving by a lot of globe folks.
Did they pay him or something?
Well, it took me ages and ages to find it because it seemed to get wiped from the internet, but I located it again, and it's Felix is saying, "Oh, I was up so high and I saw the curvature of the Earth," and then it jumps to Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, "No, he didn't," and he's jumping about the stage, pointing to a little beach ball, and he's saying that he's 2 millimeters or 2 centimeters above the beach ball. I'll post the link for it, man.
I mean, you said you're skeptical about the globe, but what are you on the fence about specifically, Jeffrey?
Well, I just don't really know what kind of shape it could be. I don't think it's a globe. I'm not on the fence about. I'm not on the fence about nothing, mate. I just don't really know what to believe. I just more of a lack of information, you know.
I mean, we're not here to try to adjust your beliefs. You know what I mean?
Trust me, I don't have beliefs. Don't believe in them.
Oh, bro, Jeffrey,
Sorry.
Jeffrey, play on that clip. It's only like a 30, 40-second clip. And you'll hear Felix lying out his ass, saying he saw curvature.
Give it a watch, mate. Hold on.
See the curvature of the Earth. You don't see
You don't have to follow the link. Nowadays, you can just play it in Discord, which is quite handy.
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball.
Really short, it's only like 40 seconds.
All good. Hey, old dude, I saw you post that George Carlin clip. Is it possible to put it into the live stream?
Felix Baumgartner.
Like a
He would have been
Nah, you'll not be copyrighted.
millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump.
I don't even know where that is.
Nah, you posted a little bit up more.
Oh, right, I see that.
Now, you know, I don't.
I think that'll be alright to play. Depends if it's on like some kind of network or some shit. I don't know. They might have rights to it, possibly.
So you said Lino's been here a while. Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh, yeah, years. I think he was in the first server with us.
Wow. Interesting. I find it funny how like globe earthers love coming hanging out here.
Yeah, usually just comes and listens in, man. Like sometimes I've spoke to him like a good few times over the years. Me, can Helio, everybody, man. He's like we used to be really busy, man. I used to have like multiple VCs too, sometimes even 3. Love to get it back to that, man. I just keep chopping down the live stream. Kind of if there's like 30, 40 people, jump into the other one with 4 or 5, populate it a little bit, and then chop them down again. And then if you're on the ball, man, you could split it into loads of live streams, have loads of diverse conversations going on, man. It could be doable if we got a team together again.
What's like the general consensus on like black holes?
I mean,
there's some maths. If you like maths, you can look at loads of maths.
general consensus on black holes. I mean,
It's a hole, in terms of the flat Earth theory. It's a hole that's black.
Yeah, I mean, what does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
I'm just curious. I'm like because I honestly, God, mate, trust me.
You ever see a black
I know
hole?
nothing about black holes.
Well,
I'm just
bro,
curious.
we don't-
It's the
bro,
same
we
as like
don't Listen, we don't believe that a place called space even exists. To say that there's a vacuum of rocks flying around and we're a rock, might get hit
And
by
so
a rock.
when I went flying from England to Africa, the curvature that I saw, would that be just something that I expected to see and my sort of eyes made it look that way?
It was observation that showed us the Earth's curvature in the first place.
And if you don't believe all of those scientists, so when I went flying from England to
and all that stuff is like drilled into your mind. Well, it's drilled into the people who enjoy that information. They consume it.
So when I went flying from England to Africa, the curvature that I saw, would that be just something that I expected to see and my sort of eyes made it look that way?
Way down.
Only
black, you know, I could see the curvature of the Earth, so it was
amazing to me.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth. I could see the curvature.
I don't really know what it means, to be honest.
You know where it came from?
Well, I think I heard someone saying once there was like an explosion, and then we all came out of the explosion.
Yeah, you know who first proposed that theory?
Carl Sagan.
A priest. He was
So
a priest.
God made the Big Bang.
No, but my point is like, it was a priest.
Here's who it orders. George Lemaitre or Lemaitre.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Him and Einstein were talking to
And
each
so
other.
when I
There were a
went
couple of pictures
flying
of
from
them together.
England to Africa,
But,
the
I mean, just the fact
curvature
that
that
they
I
claim it's a
saw, would that be
vacuum,
just something that
I think it's
I
just
expected to see and my sort of eyes made it look that way?
It was observation that showed us the Earth's curvature in the first place. And if you don't believe all of those scientists and government people for some reason, fly in an airplane and
That's a black
behold
hole right
an
there for you,
inarguably spherical Earth.
At that height, you
I like that
don't
statement,
see. You don't
I've got a
see the
classic.
curvature
This
of
is
the
another
Earth.
classic one.
If
I'm not
you
sure
are
they made this.
could see the
Check this one, man. Oh, that's it. It might not even play. It might take a little bit of time. Only neutrinos for my bunghole. If you know
Where
what
did humans come from then? Do you reckon it's like a simulation or something?
Check that. I mean, I don't. I've seen the light. Yeah, I raised above my body. I astroplaned and I saw above my body, man. And I saw a tunnel of light, a near-death experience, supposedly. That was termed. And I know for a fact that you definitely fucking see light. There's something, and I was being attracted to that light physically, dragged to it like a magnet. So I know there is definitely something, and I know that there's light after this, whatever this is, and it's coming
Where do you
close.
think humans came from?
I also have to let him know that we're not a theory. We're not a new replacement cosmology to replace the old religion of the globe.
Right.
We just have measurements and evidence that speaks against it and can break it down on multiple levels. We're just otherwise we're just individuals who have our individual opinions. We don't have a new worldview to give people.
Everyone's going to have their own opinions about these kind of questions you're asking. So,
right.
I don't think these are really important questions.
The last thing we want you to do is believe us. Like, we're trying to get you to stop believing anything. Like, just like judge for yourself.
So you don't want me to believe you?
No, I don't believe anything, bro. Don't believe anyone.
Yeah, don't trust our word for it. You don't
You
want
guys are NASA.
No, bro, we don't want you to go from one appeal to authority to another one. That's not the point. It's like you're supposed to. You want to critically think on your own, man.
You don't want to jump from belief to belief. You're never going to get away from dogma and religious ideas and rhetoric and God knows how many other shit words.
There's plenty of people in here that could definitely answer some questions about, how to conduct an experiment for yourself or what you can do in terms of like to prove it
Can
to
I
yourself.
make like a balloon with a camera on it?
Well, yeah, why not? Go for it.
You get the kit. You can buy the whole kit, man.
How much does a balloon cost?
It's like,
I don't know, man. We're not Google, bro. You know what I mean?
I thought you guys would have bought balloons before. You seem like balloon people.
Well, we seem like balloon people. What do you mean?
I don't know. I thought like you guys were like experiments. I'm not calling you that, mate. I would never call anyone fat.
You just called me a balloon person, bro.
Mate. I think you know what I meant, mate. I would never wish. I would never be rude to someone like that.
Yeah, but see, it's like you're not asking.
I think you're a lovely. I think personally, you're probably a lovely guy. I think you're probably very well in shape.
I'm just worried about your line of. I'm just worried about your line of questioning, man. You're asking like rhetorical questions, a lot of them. So it's kind of disingenuous to what people are here to do. If you want to learn about like, let's just say like what's it told me about today about bathymetric surveying. I never even knew about that till he mentioned it about like, measuring the ocean floor. Like I'm looking into it right now. I'm learning, I'm here to learn. Like these rhetorical questions, like it's kind of like you're projecting your inner monologue and that's great and all, but like it's not really the point here.
All right, we'll keep the rhetorical questions at home then. We'll go with more.
I mean, we can go down. So you see the chill chat down there? That we can go pretty deep into off-topic subjects, which
I'd like to try an experiment though at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
An experiment to do what though? To establish what?
I haven't thought that quite that far. Maybe something to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, that's not the type of question for an experiment, bro. Like experiments, they'll answer a cause of an effect. Like you could try and establish one, but for a shape question, that would be more a geometry question, which then would need measurements. So then you would have to find out who measured the globe to start with. Like you'll find that a guy put some sticks in the ground, Eratosthenes or Eratosthenes, and he calculated the different angles of the shadows. So that's basically what you're going to find.
Have you done experiments?
Like, that's what I'm saying, to establish what, though? What would the
well, let's go with
do, to find out why things fall?
is maybe check if there's like curvature. What about that?
That's what I'm saying. It's not an experiment.
It's not an experiment. That's
What
measurement.
would that be then? What would we call that?
A
'Cause that's what I want to do. Like a measurement. Have you done any measurements?
Well, what you could do, like, I would love to get a decent camera, but if you get a half decent camera at least, and then you could work out, like using Google Maps, I suppose, a point in the land, maybe go out to the sea. You're from England, I take it. You're not that far from the sea. Like, you could go and find out how far you can see, and maybe something that you shouldn't be able to see due to the curvature of the earth, and go and see if you can see it. Maybe check on different days, different conditions, see if you see it. Have your own black swan. And there's an image called the Black Swan here. Like, if somebody wants to
Quite
post
inspiring. You know what? I think I'm gonna go do an experiment, mate. I'm gonna go buy a balloon. I'll be back. I'll let you guys know how it goes.
it, fucking experiment. He wasn't listening to anything that was getting said, man. He never listened to a thing. Anybody agree with that? Yeah, he was not listening.
He didn't come here in good faith. He didn't come here in good faith, so...
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Picture, if you will, a place where people believe that they are living on a ball covered with water and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Although nobody has ever measured the size of this ball drop over distance, people of this place have been deceived to believe that 70% of this ball is covered with water that magically curves around the surface of the ball as it is spinning at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, simultaneously circling the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. These people were indoctrinated from an early age as children, where they were placed in a government-mandated educational facility and graded on how well they were able to regurgitate the disinformation they had been programmed with. Children were taught to recite, not to think. After completing the mandatory 12 years of training, they were ready to put their training to the test, a sink or swim test, if you will. Some went to fight in wars. Many died in these wars because they believed they were protecting their freedom. Many of the soldiers that did survive are homeless in the streets, forgotten by the same government that placed them in harm's way. Soldiers that made it back home alive, as well as those not selected to go to war, went to work for a fiat currency in order to provide food and shelter. They all had to pay tribute to the powers that be. All were unknowingly enslaved to the banker's economic system. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. If this sounds to you like something that could happen only in the Twilight Zone, join us for Speculation Sunday here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell them Rod sent you.
Welcome to the
I just love
24/7
that
Flat
clip.
Earth Discord server. If you haven't picked up your VC verification tags yet, head up to VC Check-In 1, ping the mods, silvers and golds, sit tight, and someone will be right along to check you in. Well, in the live stream, you're being recorded to YouTube and other platforms, so please be civil, courteous, and stick to the server topic, which is Flat Earth.
Thank you for those words of wisdom, Neil.
So, Flat Lloyd Wright, I thought I saw you light up here just a moment ago. Are you online?
Yeah, I'm online. But I think that was actually Pac-Man. I was seeing if he was still there too.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
I didn't see it.
I was just keeping quiet. I'm just actively listening whilst I'm working away.
Very nice.
But
Well, I just wanted to ask you because I didn't see any Earth-determining rolls. What side of the fence are you on?
I am an FE.
And proud.
I'm
Nice,
proud.
man.
However, I would say FE noob. So,
Fair enough. When did you come across the topic?
Oh dear. I've probably mentioned this so many times in this group, but when I first got introduced to FE, I can relate to some of these guys that come in that have a globe indoctrination that generally just, defend their model without any kind of research. And I did laugh it off and humiliate the group. And luckily, it wasn't either your group or Nathan's group, because I tell you, it would have been hard trying to put your chin up to walk back into the group,
Right.
But luckily, it wasn't. It was another FE group, and this was many years back, and I laughed it off. Shrugged it off, but like a splinter in my mind, it's played on my conscience to the point that I started, rather than wasting my time looking at Illuminati and all these conspiracy other groups, I started looking into NASA, bubbles in space, green screens, curvature. Stumbled on who's that guy? I've forgotten his name now. DeBay. Started watching his stuff, and then like a missing puzzle piece just clicked. And
very good.
My senses just told me to stick with it. And the more I've stuck with it, the more the whole deception at play just falls off, and
you right through it.
All the worries that they try to put on you just doesn't seem to stick. Now the only issue I've got now is that I've managed to. You see, I haven't been in any kind of faith or any kind of religious group. As a child I was, but I haven't been for many years, maybe like 24, 25 years. I haven't been in any religious group.
Sure.
Recently, it's drawn me back to study and learn biblical cosmology. So I'm in a group with Righteous, and we're going through various scriptures, trying to ascertain various arguments to try and build up an argument. But I
starts making more sense.
I have maybe chewed off more than I feel comfortable in dealing with, and I don't know how I've got into this situation or how, but I've ended up encouraging an elder from a particular congregation, as well as some other elders, to come down and sit with me and have this discussion. So now I'm trying to build up a case study with all the biblical facts and arguments and evidences that I can present for them to make a solid argument that would leave them with sufficient questions for them to go out, and if they're true Christians and have their followers best intentions at heart, then they should go out and provide some kind of field study, like finding evidence of what was that reference you said? Evidence of drop over distance, which we all know there isn't. So if we can just set them off on that path to begin with, rather than talking about all these celestial bodies above us and all these other stuff and gas without a container, rather than just start with that, lead them on that trail and see where they go. However, I don't know how they're going to react, whether they're going to slam the door or walk out my house. But
are they rather faith-based already, or?
Sorry?
Are the particular individuals you're talking about, are they already sort of faith-minded?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that has been a good way to go about it.
So once an elder, you see, I didn't want to approach anybody that wasn't didn't have enough experience in that group, without dropping names or throwing any kind of like religious groups under the bus. I'm not here to demoralize any kind of Christian community. I think everybody has an understanding, and over time we've just got our own interpretations mixed up, and that's fair enough. It does say in the Bible in the last days that it'll be like the blind leading the blind. So, fair enough. I reckon we all hold a piece of truth, and if we all come together, I reckon we can disclose that truth and make it abundant. But I believe FE is the final veil that will come down, that will open up the eyes to the grand deception that's been at play. So, yeah, like I said, I feel like I'm out of my depth in this topic. I wish that I could have the ability to pass this on to someone else with more, but then it wouldn't make it my argument. And then, what would that elder have interest be in discussing this topic with anybody else but me, who made the effort to approach them to arrange a discussion in my home to discuss? They don't even know that they're coming here. I just raised a question that I have interest in biblical cosmology, and I'd like to address some issues that I've come across in the scriptures, and maybe they'd like to shed some light on it. So, I've made it clear off the bat what my intentions are. So I haven't gone there to start, whispering to their, members of the congregation, my beliefs. I've literally sought somebody who's been in that role for a long time. I mean, this particular person claims to have been baptized in the early 50s, so he's an old gentleman who's still preaching. So you've got to take into account that his faith has got to be strong. So if his faith is strong and he has good faith in our Creator and our Father, then what I say shouldn't come to him like water off a duck's back. He should make the effort to seek help from his other fellow leaders and find the evidence out and present that to me. It's my ideal logic, but who knows what's going to happen. So I'm just making notes, trying to grab. I know there's some subfolders in this Discord that I can go to and start fishing out information. The problem is I watch one or two videos, I end up with like 3 or 4 scrap pads full of notes, and I end up lost in myself. So I'm having to like just carefully just whittle it down and keeping it as simple as possible, rather than to burden someone with too much information off the bat on the first meet. But the drop over distance, I reckon, would be the first field study that anybody can do with any simple piece of equipment. And considering the technologies we have nowadays, I don't see that being an issue.
Oh, absolutely. And it's definitely one of those things that somebody has to kind of prove for themselves, right? I mean, you could talk to somebody all day long, but if they're not really going to drink that water or even consider what you're saying, they're just not going to get it. They're not
The
ready.
Bible, right? Something about taking a host of water and you can't force it to drink.
Exactly. Oh, one of my favorite ones with scripture is like, everyone on the earth will see the Messiah. And it's like, how is everyone on the ball supposed to see,
Yeah,
of course, the Messiah?
exactly.
Yeah, because I get that a lot. Honestly, I get a lot of faith-based types coming up to my door saying, have you read the Bible? And, I go to them and I go, have you really read it? I kind of bring mine out and they're like, oh, okay, we got to go, and that kind of tells me right there.
You're attacking their beliefs if you raise something that's contrary to what's being drilled into their head. It's like, hold on a minute. Don't take my word for it. Go out there and find me wrong. If
Well,
I'm
a lot
wrong,
of the
please present
defense
me
that
the
comes
evidence.
about it too is like, well, see, this could be a ball.
Yeah. But hey, we'll see where this goes. Could be that I end up, completely isolated from any religious group, which means I just have to keep my faith at home and just study and do what I can. But
Yeah,
it's hard.
I mean, it's kind of just my opinion, but I mean, it's something that I got from my dad that he says, church is right in your heart. That's, it's where you're going to find your connection with the Creator, and it's up to you if you want to spread it and who's able to listen. But you don't have to go to a fancy building. You can share it with those who are willing to be shared with.
All right.
Church is a people. It's not a building.
Right.
I agree with that. Amen.
Amen.
Hey, and Pac-Man, you sound like you're a Berean. You study the scripture, and that's exactly what we're called to do. We need to study it. We don't. Why? Like, I feel like. Okay, my bad. I'm jumping in. I'm super straight. My name's also Jared, but
Jared.
yeah, Jared. Yeah. Starbucks likes to call me Jerry, but it's just I feel like my church. I don't go to my church anymore because they follow John MacArthur too closely to where it's cultish. Like anything he believes that must be the truth. Like, okay, well, what if I study this and I don't find that to be true? I look at this at a different way, and I'm taking I'm just using proper hermeneutics, and I'm breaking down the scripture to find out the truth. Just with obviously biblical cosmology, that's what got me into it too, with Berean Bible Church from Virginia. So that's awesome. That's encouraging. That's all.
You should. I don't know if you're familiar with Nathan's channel. I don't know if I'm breaking any Discord rules or whether I'm allowed to mention other FE groups. So if I'm not, please say so. And
I think as long as you're kind of doing it in good faith and you're at least trying to be honest about what you heard or the information, you're in an okay spot.
Well, with regards to the gentleman here that says that he's interested, there is a gentleman called Righteous Force. He hosts a biblical cosmology group on a Monday night and Saturday. So I'm in the UK, so Monday night would be 7:00 my time, UK GMT, and then on a Saturday it would be 1 a.m. GMT.
Oof.
I tune into both of them. I mean, I've just ended up getting a real thirst. Or I went like 25, 26. In fact, even as a kid, I didn't have that much interest in the Bible. Maybe I was interested in various stories, like Moses and all that, and all these little stories that you get because they're fascinating. You like this guy parted the water, and this guy turned a stick into a serpent. It's captures your imagination as a child. And then you get to the book of Revelation and all these beasts and all these mythological things, which I can start thinking now that the way they refer to these creatures and these beasts and stuff like dragons, well, we know nowadays our interpretation of a dragon now refers to somebody with a large amount of wealth, right? Hence Dragon's Den, where people go to pitch their products and ask for a sum of money in order to kickstart their business enterprise. So
it's an interesting connection. I haven't heard that before.
So if we start taking those kind of analogies of what our modern day interpretation is, it starts making Revelation a little bit more easier to understand when you start looking at these kind of. Oh, I'm stuck for words. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good, man.
These connections, but again, I've literally, in the last 2 months, had my face stuck in about 3 different types of Bibles, cross-referencing, looking at changes. I mean, there's been some recent alterations in a book. When I cross-reference them to previous books, you can see that they've been adding various contexts to make it sound like they're referring to a sphere rather than a plane. So these are the kind of arguments that I'm going to be raising because, there are scriptures that say that you shouldn't be adding to God's word. So, in order for you to get an interpretation of this scripture, you've had to add this, which wasn't added before. So where are you going? But anyway, so rather, going off the beaten track, that's where I'm at on this topic. I wouldn't say I'm probably, like a good Christian that's walked in, in a shining example behind Jesus all my life. But I can say that I've had a burning desire to do so in the last 8 months, at least in the last 8 months at least, it's been like really burning up inside of me. But prior to that, I had a thirst for understanding FE. And here I am now. I mean, I regularly tune into the show. You probably see me like absent on this group because I generally tune in, at night, and I fall asleep listening to the group. God knows what messages are being embedded in my mind subconsciously. Because sometimes it does get argumentative on the group, especially if someone comes in,
Right.
challenge the narrative, especially. But hey, I'm
But
just
yeah,
here to
it
learn.
really does start to get into a faith-based question, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't understand sort of the atheistic approach that, this
No.
place is just here, like, I don't know. Especially when you have, so much evidence
The
of
heliocentric model is
creation,
there to support the atheist model. But you
Yeah.
got to understand, right? When the devil was cast down or came to earth or was banished from the heavens and stuff, right? He's always wanted to be as equal to God. The only way he could be as equal to God would be to come up with his own creation. So he created the heliocentric model and had all his little minions out there create this deception. And that's my understanding. I mean, I can't prove that's the thing, but if you look at the Statue of Liberty, for example, that to my eyes would be a Luciferian statue because it's
big time.
yeah. I mean, if you look at it, it's a guy holding a statue. I mean,
Holding an
it's
Illuminati flame.
yeah, it's holding a torch. Now the rays on his head represent the sun because they worship the sun, right? And then he's got shackles on his ankles. So obviously that's some kind of like Luciferian god that they've put up there under the premise of bringing peace. But when you look at the people that made it, they were all Masonics.
Right.
But hey, again, like, I don't want to mix or misconstrued, like, what's it called? What's the term? Conspiracy theories with biblical context.
Very true.
But hey, by the way, I'm Frank, by the way, and I'm from London. Well, in the Kent.
Well, welcome to the server, man. I'm
Thanks.
Flatwood, right?
I've been here for a
Normally
while,
Crispy.
but if anyone's tried to reach me before and I've not responded, it's because I'm either asleep or I've gone AFK.
But yeah, I mean, you bring up some good points just because, I mean, we don't normally talk about religion or stuff like this, especially in this room, but, when it's kind of slow like this and when it really does pertain to the flat earth topic, I think it's okay. Because it really stems at our humanity, right? I don't know about you guys, but man, I remember being 4 years old and being like, why are we here? And feeling the creator and getting sort of a response from my environment and just slowly going from there, making the right decisions, making the wrong ones and learning from them. And, it's an amazing place, this dualistic world. One of the things I love that Mimas, one of the admins here, once said, is like, would the truth matter that much if you weren't deceived first? Is this place about deception? I would even dare say even scripture talks about this as well, that learning and getting out of this deception is part of the journey, right?
Yeah.
I look at it like truth. Like Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. So it does
Right.
tie in with just, that's how like I tie in, my views on me being a Christian. Because you want to find the truth, and like digging into the truth will also lead you to, you know, the highest truth of all, which is Jesus Christ. In my personal opinion,
Oh,
I
you're
don't
good.
want to
You're
get
good,
kicked
man.
out. So, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I know there can be kind of a lot of fear about this subject, but as long as you're being cordial and respectful, you know, and relating again back to the topic, you know, you're good.
Yeah, absolutely. No hate towards. You know, I'm called to love my neighbors as myself. So, you know, I'm not no hate towards any other different beliefs or anything like that. Yeah.
Hey, Super Straight, would you object if I send you a friend request?
There you go.
Send me one.
All right, I thought I'd ask. Just, I know sometimes I get random requests on here, and I'm like, you know, I don't accept them, but then like
You
I
do have
send
to be
some out to
careful.
people
Yeah.
that I hear talking. I'm like, oh, maybe I'm breaking some Discord rules. So I think it's best to ask out first before sending out a request. I'll send you a request, and next time we're having a biblical cosmology discussion, I'll send you an invite, and you can come along and share your 2 cents.
Hey, also, just for like, no, doesn't relate to cosmology or flat Earth. So, but my dad just wrote a book on eschatology, and you know, if you're interested in like eschatology or like end time stuff like that, you know, it's a pretty good read, but it's not. I don't think it'd be something that you've ever. It's preterism, but
I've never come across the subject, but you know, if it's an interesting read, I'll give it a glance.
yeah, it's on Amazon. It's called The Oath. But it's only a $10 book, and it's like 100 pages. Super easy read, and it's just backing up his point with biblical texts, and you know he does. I respect my dad a lot, and I look up to that dude. So he has really good insight on it. But yeah, it doesn't relate to flat Earth. But sorry.
Well, you can always send me any links to my as a message if you wish, to prevent us getting into any trouble on this channel and digressing from the FE topic.
We just don't like it to get too out of hand, you know.
No, that's
because
fair.
it does. You know, it has in the past, and people just go at each other. It's never good light.
No.
Yeah, religion really brings out some heat sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
But when it's just kind of three of us talking, you know, a couple kind of listening in, it's usually typically okay, especially if we don't have a glober, right? You know, completely different story if we got a globate, you know, because they're definitely top priority.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, I would say there's actually some Bible study that goes around here too. If you're familiar with Elijah or Gregory, Jim is another great one. Lots of guys actually on the server have some wonderful discussions.
I mean, there is an abundance of information on this channel. It's just trying to sift through it all and piece
There's
as much as
a lot,
you can.
yeah.
You know, that's the thing. There's so much to go through, and yeah, I'm just trying to keep it simple for now.
Yeah,
So
because
we'll
you
see where it
reminded
goes.
me.
I mean, I give you guys feedback how I get on. It could be that, you know, they just find it completely insulting and walk out, which I'm hoping it doesn't go that way. I'm hoping, you know, hence why I've chosen someone who's an elder in the congregation. So we'll see what they have to say. And again, I can only do what I can do, right? You know, can't make miracles happen. So.
But yeah, it is really nice to hear that, you know, the way that you found Flat Earth was this kind of spiritual connection, right? Because, I mean, it definitely wakes you up quick, right? Especially if you're an intellectually and spiritually honest person. You know, it's because, you know, I hear stories about like, wow, you know, it took me a year to realize Flat Earth. And I'm like, man, dude, as soon as I did that test, I was done. I went home a happy man, you know?
Yeah.
You know, you go to the beach. You know, I was fortunate to have a telescope. I was already looking at the sky, So, I zoom in on a boat and it was just, look at that. My Bible makes more sense. All the scriptures make more sense. Like, wow, what else are they lying about, right? I mean,
I think I got away pretty easy the way I came out with objections to begin with in the previous group that I'd come across. Because I've seen other globe people, orientated mind people come into these chats. And the moment they start buying it or they keep objecting it, conversations get very heated and then it gets personal and then insulted. Rather than just say, look, take what I've taken with a pinch of salt. Go out there and do your own investigations. If they do have the right mindset and they do go out there, there's a good chance that they may come back and say, gosh, you know what? There is an element of truth in what you said, and I found this out. But when these people have been indoctrinated from such a young age and they're completely brainwashed, and you bring this up, it sounds ludicrous to them. It's like waking someone up that's been in a trance for so long. Of course they're going to object to it because, no one wants to be foolish. So, I don't know, maybe FE groups should have just a lighter touch with globers. Especially ones that have
some of us do, like
making it
myself.
to the FE chat just to have a little discussion. Because, if you leave it on good terms, there's always a chance that they may make amends and come back. But if they feel they've been insulted or humiliated, maybe it makes them harder to swallow they were wrong and come back in and say, guys, I apologize for the way I behaved, and you know what, having listened to what happened, I took it on board and I found this out. And then that would just get the ball rolling. But we're not all perfect, so I can't comment on how everyone acts or chooses to go ahead. But in my experience, I was completely... Oh, mate, if Nathan Oakley had got hold of me, mate, I would never... I probably wouldn't have entertained that.
You sound like an honest guy, though,
I try to be.
Where we meet some globies in here where, they need that tough love, like, no offense to, some of the characters that come about here. I think it's necessary even to say, for some of these globies who come in, all you guys are stupid, yada, yada. And so it's just matched, right? Like, okay, well, what do you know, Mr. Globe? However, everybody has a different way of transmitting that information. I think even here, right? I'm definitely kind of a nice guy about it too. I won't even speak up if I know this person's not even being intellectually honest. I just won't deal with them. But when somebody comes in and I know they're honest, and I can hear it in the tone, I have no problem speaking to them and, even killing them with kindness if they get all heated, But some of these guys, like, you can't get through to them without making fun of them, right? And they even come back and they go, hey, I'm kind of glad you did that to me that day and ridiculed me because I owned up to it, I figured it out. They come back and, it's all overdone,
That is nice. I think compilations of videos of that happening would be nice to put on the channel, just to show that people can admit that they're wrong and do.
We've gone as far, especially here, to even have like a good cop bad cop situation, and we know the good cops here, we know the bad cops here, if you will, and it could kind of double team it, right? 2 flat earthers and 1 globie is usually just enough, right? If not 1-on-1 is kind of the best content, in my opinion. But, as soon as there's 5 people talking to 1 globie and they're all coming at him, I know exactly what you mean. It's kind of a different story. It's overload.
Yeah.
Even for the listener,
But hey, I think you guys are doing incredible work and keep it up.
Same. That's why I come here every day. I love being here, and like many others, I consider you guys some of the smartest people I know. I really do. And it shows, for sure. But yeah, I'm going to fade to the back. Good meeting, man. Both of you.
It was nice talking to you, by the way. Let me just turn my screen off so I can see who I was talking to. Oh, you're the guy with the red glasses. All right.
Yes, sir. I'll go
All
ahead
right,
and add
nice
you as
talking
well.
to you. I look forward to talking to you again.
Sounds good, man.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Globing Cloverface returns.
Likes this.
I was talking to Globy.
Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, what did he do?
He handed you your bottom.
He did. He did by claiming 10 degrees is different than 10 degrees. Yeah, I know.
I mean,
he thinks
telling
me the bottom of a mountain appears after the top because the bottom is somehow more compressed.
I remember you not understanding what he was saying, so I don't think it would do anyone here listening justice that you would try to recall what happened in that conversation. Seeing as that
So
you were
you're just
confused
gonna
the
add on
entire
instead
time.
of
But
to make
like I said, it's a nice clip for everyone to listen to separately and determine for themselves what was
Okay.
what. It's not like
Sure.
I'm
Then
gonna
you will
tell.
know.
I mean, yeah, I did say you got your ass handed you. But I didn't give any specific details.
Because you
The
can't.
details
That's
you're
why.
giving though, you didn't even understand what was happening in the conversation.
Of course I understood it.
Sure you did. But there's no point in talking about it now.
You brought it up. You brought it
I
up,
mean, there's
Elijah.
no point in getting more in depth
Okay,
vaguely.
good. So
That makes no sense, right?
that's
So
great.
anyway,
Okay.
I was doing something. Right here, figure 2, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality, not on a model, but a measurement taken with the sextant in reality is one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. In other words, the GP. Like I said, not like Rufy said, like I said. Isn't that interesting?
Bro, Globy, we can talk. We can talk.
All right, I'll leave you guys to it. I'm going back to Call of Duty. I mean, it is what it is.
It's exhausting, isn't
I
it,
think
Elijah?
he came here to show me his balls. So go ahead.
Show you my balls. That's a pretty
No.
frickin' That's a weird
Proof of
request,
your
bro.
balls.
Prove
Don't
your ball,
start
bro.
that nonsense.
Can somebody give me video rights?
We don't do video in the live stream. If you want to do video, you're gonna have to go to another Chill Text or something like that.
All right, Moist Grundle. I'll
But
start a
if you
live.
have
All
like
right, we can do
citations and stuff, you can.
we can do like a live.
If you got
What?
citations and stuff, you can definitely post them in the live stream voice text to support your claims.
Yeah, I can see you can post pictures and links and stuff in there, but I want to show some video, man. This is like,
Well,
come on,
post the
how do you
video,
have a debate if you can't show video?
and then explain what's going on in it.
It's pretty simple. Just show like proof of curve. That's it. It's very simple.
So, are you guys gonna have a one-on-one or something like that? Or, like, what's going on? Do you
I
need
don't have time to
moderation?
debate you, but you said you were going to bring me proof at 9 o'clock. It's 9:45. I'm yet to see any curve.
All right, so guys, let these guys hash it out. I guess if that's what they're gonna do here, I don't know if they're gonna do it here or if he really wants his video. I mean, I post videos all the time, and I can like in under a minute, pretty much explain the point that I'm making, and cite in the video what's relevant to the argument that I'm making. I hope that you're competent enough to do that. That was another little dirty tactic. I'm sorry. I'm a little annoyed though from Rufy there.
and you coming in the way you did. But anyway, guys, just give these guys like some room to go back and forth. Try not to jump in or interject and make the live stream
But
audio.
honestly, I don't have time to go back and forth at this point. But I waited for you to come here.
Are you
come
going
here
to,
with
or are you not?
nothing. It
Are you not
seems.
going to do it? I mean, you're going to
I'm
either
not
have
going to debate this guy, but come on, show me something. What do you got? I
Right,
want to
if
see
you're not going
something.
to debate him, then
He
I
does
mean,
nothing but request a chat in here, and then he's gonna just back out when I'm here. That's
Well,
cool.
you request
yeah,
to come in here at like a hot
you're
time when the place is full. You
making
can,
it look bad, and I
dude,
don't
we
like
can chat
to see it.
anytime.
Look,
Don't play that,
listen,
but don't come here like acting like you want to
let me
debate.
see. Hold
Yeah,
on, let me
come on,
see
bro.
who he is. Let me see
Why
who
don't
he
I
is.
want to
That's
debate?
another
I'm
time
here.
if it's
Yo, you
full.
guys are gonna have to
Don't
get
act
muted
crazy.
because you hear me talking, and I don't like all this extra noise right now.
Yeah, it's too much.
I'm trying to figure shit out. Neither of you are moderators, so chill the fuck out.
Okay,
It sounds like a little LARP because it was Moist saying, "Hey, you're gonna do."
Moist is like VC verified. We don't even know you, bro.
Yeah, he's looking to debate Glover's in here. Like, who are you, dude?
Oh, this is painful, Moist. I don't know. He's all over my page on TikTok, and he tells everybody in the comments to stop talking to him and meet him here if he wants to, if they want to chat. So
Yeah,
he's
but he's VC verified. So how could he be inviting you to a place that he has no kind of relationship with? What do
I
you
don't know.
think? This is just like some street corner that you can meet, like Michael Jackson and fucking Thriller or something? Like what's going
Bro,
on?
I asked you to bring some proof, Club, but you act like
Can you address Elijah?
You sounding real suspect to me, bro. I'm talking to you now. Globy at least has a day in here. I
Excuse
don't
me?
know who you are.
Michael Jackson beat it. Wow, he talks about you guys a lot for not knowing who he is.
Hold
That's weird.
on. Moist Grundle is
Nah, bro, nobody. I'm not starting no problems. I'm just telling you to come chat, and then you want to show up and be like,
What's
"Oh,
up,
let's
Flat?
debate, let's debate." All I said was bring me proof, bro. That's it. Now you want to act like make this scene.
Wait,
I'm not trying.
Hold
bro,
on.
you said
Hold
join me
on.
here for a moderated debate. That's
You
what you
too,
said.
Globy. Hold on, Globy. Hold on.
there's been many flat earthers that have vouched for Moist. Like some of the moderators in Gold have vouched for him. They know him from TikTok. So
Where at?
he's
Who
here
else?
for a while.
Where at? Where they at?
Talked to him today. Other people in here have I've taken note that they've
Flatty.
talked to him and whatnot.
Flatty. I need you to focus right now because I'm in beast mode. Check this out. What gold?
Oh man, I can't remember. No, I don't remember. I just know that he's been in here quite a bit, and I've addressed him myself because other people have vouched for him.
I just need to know who those people are because this kind of game happens a lot around here.
I'm sure.
I mean, people get to silver and that shit ain't worth anything.
I'm sure that he knows who he knows in here.
I
All
never
right.
heard of him.
See what he's saying.
So look, you guys can settle this. That's fine. Moist, listen, you want to debate? I will set you up with a moderator, and we'll do a one-on-one moderated debate on TikTok. All right, any day. I'll let him know that you're interested. All right.
All right, you giving me a cut of that?
What's that?
Giving me a cut of that cash?
I don't make cash off of the debate. That has nothing to do with me.
Bobby, don't start that.
So that's a
Hey,
no.
you guys are LARPing.
Hey, Elijah.
That's what it sounds like, man.
You there, man?
Look, remember, I hear you, Timbo, but remember, guys,
Yeah.
we decided to make a move to TikTok because the bar on there was very low. Remember that.
It is low.
I don't care that somebody comes from TikTok over here. That means nothing to me. Like, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the amount of times that I've kind of slightly rudely challenged you directly, and you've evaded every chance to engage with me. Just makes me feel like you're hiding, bro. Because we're on another level. Let's keep it real. This place has been cultivated to be, one of the best places there are for newcomers, and I just don't like people coming in pooping all over our floor.
Feel that.
Like we're very good at telling who's real and who isn't real. So, what were you gonna say, Timbo?
You know, Elijah, since Timbo hasn't replied, the guys that want to debate, like, is there a specific topic? Is there maybe, let's talk about this topic right now and we can see what it goes from there, maybe, possibly?
We got a baseline, you know what I mean? Like Maggie
Yeah.
talks about it all the time. You already know what it is. Like it makes us look bad when the globe earther walks the dog on a flat earther, and I'm like, well, I can't even vouch for this guy to have a conversation in the live and get his ass handed to him in here. Hell no. I mean, I killed them before they even started talking with the citation that I read out. I mean, who can justify baselessly asserting that I was wrong?
So, Glober McGlobeface, you're saying you're here to present the globe to the panel? Globey? Because, we can ignore the other guy for now. You can just listen. He jumped out, so... Oh, no, he's here. Anyways. Because I'm just saying, maybe some of the other members in here would like to talk to the globe presenter. Maybe Elijah, maybe someone else. Because he's here to present the globe. So...
Let's see.
I just found out my silver medal ain't shit. Man.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant, man.
I was thinking the same thing.
I'm just saying, like, don't think that she could just like let
I'm only messing. You ain't gotta explain. I'm only
back
messing.
you up. You back up your tag. Your tag don't back you up. You know what I mean? Like Max, you got a lot of class, man. You've been in here. I've heard you communicate in here like it. So it's not like you back your tag. That's why you have it. Some people have tags because there's snakes in here to give people tags. I don't know, man. I can't control everything. Keep it real. I'm not here as much as I should be. Like I'm expecting others to step it up. Like I'm from the 2018 generation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm waiting for a good fight in here. I want. Go ahead.
If these two guys just want to have a measuring contest, can't they just go down to another channel and hash it out amongst themselves? I mean,
how about y'all go down to the? Nah, not on this server. No, because I don't really know who they are. I don't like the optics of it. This place
Feel
is.
that.
Actually, the thing is that let's say these two guys, one says he's a Globerter, the name is right there, Globy, whatever, and then the other one saying, "I want to debate you, bring your proof." That one with the VC Verify can sit back and probably the Glober can bring his proof, and we can maybe talk about it or.
Well, Globy McGlobeface, are you prepared not to beg the question, affirm the consequent, or use the fallacy of reification when presenting your evidence?
Yeah, I don't do those things, thank you. But I'm not. I'm not presenting evidence where I can't present evidence in the manner which is most efficient, which is sharing video on my screen. So.
Nah, that sounds like a cop.
You can share video. You can say it out of your mouth. Bottom line is, as long as it's not begging the question, You know what begging the question is?
Yes, I know what begging the question is.
All right, I'll assume you do. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna post the video and then, you know, do some sort of preamble or what?
I'm not doing a preamble. I came here to debate one-on-one with Moist Grundle. If he's not interested, then
So then you can't. I mean, I know I sound disinterested, but what do you
yeah,
want
It
to
doesn't
do?
sound that interesting, to be fair.
There's a lot of new people in here too that we could address if you guys don't want to do that thing.
Okay, fine. I'll give
Hey,
you one. I'll
he
give you one topic. I'll give you one topic. Okay,
There
here we go. Okay, I did this on my channel on a live. I did a simultaneous multi-continent live, which can be seen on my YouTube, Globey McGlobeface, uncut in its entirety, where I had an observer in Central Australia and an observer in Durban, South Africa, same time of night because we did it simultaneously on a live, and they both observed the Southern Cross looking directly south-southwest, just off of south.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you could align this to a flat Earth map and show me how two observers can be looking south-southwest and seeing the same stars, you'd have something.
That doesn't sound like an argument.
Because you can't address it, or because you don't understand it?
Not because I can address it, but because all maps are created from the same data set doesn't prove that the Earth is any shape other than, oops, my bad, a level plane, because in order to have latitude and longitude, in order to even get an elevation angle to a star or any of the stars to map them out and make a map and make a globe model, the Earth would have to be flat.
Yeah, I like the way you just gish gallop there a bit. So you have two people looking.
You're just talking about a flat Earth map, and I'm just telling
No,
you all maps
I'm
are
telling
made
you it
from
doesn't.
the same data set.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what map you're using.
What am
You
I
have
going to
two
go to
human. If you
another
have
Earth?
two,
And I'm sorry. Do you have to talk through me? Is it really that important that you can't wait?
well, when you're incorrect, it is. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
When I'm incorrect, it is. Sir, don't do that again. So, like I was saying, we only have the maps that are made from the one reference point that we have, this Earth. To be a false dichotomy to say, well, we have these maps, now you present your map. Where am I going to get a different map with different data set from? Another Earth? Like,
Okay, so what does that have to do with what I said?
because all the
I
maps
didn't.
that we use or can use are going to be from this Earth.
Okay.
Which means you're just a step shy of affirming the consequent. You just haven't done it yet. You're just
No,
trying to flip the
I didn't
burden.
say. I actually didn't say that proved a globe. What I'm proving is that a
I
flat
just
Earth
said you're
is
a step
impossible.
shy. If you listen closely, I didn't say you did anything just yet.
Okay.
But
Well, I'm not a step shy if I didn't do that. I wasn't trying to do that. I didn't attempt to do that. So.
well, you don't have anywhere else to go.
So this completely directly disproves flat Earth.
How so? What does this have to do with the measurement of the ground?
Well, unfortunately, I can't show you, draw you a picture or something.
No,
but
I'm just saying, what does it have to do with the geometry, the measurement of the ground, which is what we're usually doing here. This is what we're focused on, the measurement of the ground and whether or not there's convexity on the ground.
Why are you addressing every other topic but the thing I brought up?
I mean, we're talking about, what is this? My bad. Let me see. Oh, that's right. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So we're most definitely concerned with whether the Earth is curving or not, which is a measurement or geometry argument. Would it not be?
That's great. I told you I had a topic to bring up. I brought it up, and you changed the topic.
I mean, you said that you would be disproving the globe.
So is the only thing to
first
talk
thing I
about here the things you
do,
want
I
to talk
told
about?
you last time, don't interrupt me. I'm not interrupting you.
Okay, no, you're just
Stop
changing the
being
subject.
disrespectful, please. Can you do that? We're grown, right?
I'm just trying to keep this on topic.
Well,
I'll let you
I
speak.
don't
You can
care
speak if
what
you're addressing my
you're
topic.
doing.
Isn't that how this works?
I don't care what you're doing. You don't have to be disrespectful, right?
It's a little disrespectful to change the topic, in my opinion. If you want to have a conversation, that's all I'm saying.
Well,
Talk about
all you said was you would present your argument, and your argument is not an argument. It's a question.
So I have to bring the evidence you're requesting me to bring. I can't discuss something I want to discuss. Is that how this is?
Again, you said that you had proof of a globe. I'm assuming that's why the other fake ass guy came here. But what you're presenting is not proof of a globe. You're just reversing the
flat earth
burden of
common
proof,
sense.
which is I'm really getting tired of you talking through me.
Okay, you're disinterested in this conversation anyway. So is there anyone else that'd like to have a conversation?
I'm having it. And I'm getting really tired of you speaking through me.
If you can address my question, I wouldn't interrupt you if you could address my question. That's, I'm trying to be respectful. You're just not addressing the
Well, you're
topic.
reversing the burden of proof. I didn't come here telling you that I would be providing proof of a globe and then having some proof question, which is how does it work on flat earth? What type of shit is that?
I didn't come here saying I was going to prove a globe. I actually came here specifically because Moist Grundle told me he was going to dog walk me about the Southern Stars. So that's the topic I'm bringing up.
Oh, that makes him look even more fake. A person who can just lay up a completely invalid argument. Like that was gonna, yeah, I mean, shit, if I wasn't here, it might have happened. I guess today wasn't your lucky day.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Sure.
Can anybody explain how two observers can see the Southern Cross south-southwest at the same exact time?
What do we have to explain? No,
You
Sasha,
all
why
believe
do I
the
have
Earth
to,
is flat,
why do
right?
I have to, excuse me, answer the question. Don't ask another question. Why do I have to explain an observation?
Because it directly disproves your positive claim that the Earth is flat.
No, it doesn't, because our positive claim is that it measures flat, and then presto, we can show you the measurements. What you're bringing doesn't disprove or discount the measurements that we have. That's ridiculous, don't you think?
This is great. Thank you for proving to me that this place is not more highbrow than TikTok.
Oh,
Because this is what they do on
he's
TikTok.
getting testy, guys. Uh-oh.
Saying the Earth is flat.
I'm over it. I'm going to go to bed because you can't address the point I brought
Good
up.
night,
So the
brothers.
guy
See you
he
later.
came here. He said, "Look at the sky,
Goodbye.
guys. Look at the sky, guys. Globe. Look at the sky, guys. It's a globe." That's your argument, sir? Is that what you brought?
And pointing out that the Earth is flat is not a claim. A claim sounds like this: Earth curves or Earth spins. That's a claim.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and then we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So, first question would be FlatFact64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like, I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any sign.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like, whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Holy fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord, yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? Well, tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have. Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's.
He's not even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. No. We don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I even touched a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah.
There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
In my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Hi, Wave Mixer from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
If you don't believe you are living on a spinning water ball and you've seen all of those fake NASA videos, look no farther. You can now learn the truth about where you live right here. We live on a stationary plane, a level, non-rotating Earth that was created especially for you and me. There is no vacuum of space, there were no dinosaurs, and we never went to the moon. The Earth is not spinning 1,000 miles per hour. We're not orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. There is no gravity, and we've all been lied to. Welcome to Flat Earth. Come join us in the live chat, where all are welcome. Globers, Flurfs, Flat Curious. All we ask is that you treat everyone with respect. Join us in the VC check-in to get verified. We're here 24/7, and we'll leave the light on for you.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Welcome to the server Starlight.
But it's beautiful when it happens, you know, whether it's here on the Discord or, you know, out and about in our lives, you know.
Hey, check it out, man. We got Starlight that just joined us. We'd like to welcome Starlight to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Starlight, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I couldn't speak before. I see I can speak now.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by this Discord, Starlight?
Well, it was like a friend from Discord who like invited me here, like for fun as trolling, I think. And then I left and I came back because I had a school assignment and I thought this server was good for it.
Okay, and your position right now on the topic of the server, what do you think on the conversation of the shape of the Earth, what do you think the Earth is, Starlight?
I haven't like thought much of it, but I think it's round. I don't think it's flat, yeah.
Okay. What is the strongest evidence you have for it being a round or a globe?
Well, science, NASA, they say it's round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's try to find one piece of evidence that you can actually say that's really, really good for the Earth being a globe. What would be that evidence? The strongest piece, the thing that you can say, like, look, if we just study this thing, we know the Earth's a globe. What is that one thing?
Wait, haven't they like went to space and made us look at the shape that it's round, and like it's so stupid to lie about it. Why would you lie and say the Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's great. But have you ever been told a story like that's not true, Starlight, at any time in your life?
Yes, I have been told so.
Okay, so how can you understand if that story is true or not? What would you have to do to find out if the story somebody told you, like if I told you, I've seen a giant gorilla climbing a building. It was 80 feet, and he climbed this tall building. How would you know if what I'm saying is true or not? What would you have to do?
I do my own research. What are the proof that the Earth is flat, though?
Right,
that is very
check it
good.
out. Right, so we'll get into that. I just want you to critically think about the question that I'm kind of asking you right now. So if I'm telling you of a giant gorilla, what would you have to do to figure out if that giant gorilla exists or not?
Maybe look at the news if there is something.
Okay, let's say you saw it on the news. Would that convince you?
A bit.
Okay, so what would make it very true to you, so to know that it exists?
Well, it's about what kind of news it is, and if it's like more than one place.
Well, let's say 3 news agencies reported to you that there was a giant gorilla climbing a building. Would you then believe it to be true?
Yeah, if it's this, I trust. You know.
Oh, I see. So the standard.
If they said so.
Okay.
Then I would be yeah.
So your standard of evidence is just more people telling you that the information that I told you, like if you had more people, that's all you're saying. More people telling you the same story makes it true.
No, it's also about the people and like what type of education they have on it, you know?
Well, what if they're people who are educated people telling you this story? Does that change the fact that the information they're telling you is true or not?
Yes, it changes then.
Okay, let me ask you some very important questions. Do people lie?
Yes.
Okay. Do people lie together?
Yes.
Okay. Can people be mistaken on something they think is true?
Yeah. It happens to me a lot, so.
Right. So we're just following logic and reason at this point. Okay, so if all of this is true, could it be possible that the people who are reporting this are mistaken?
Yes, it could be.
Okay. But at the same point, you who are hearing this, right? Now we're taking your perspective. Your perspective when you're hearing this, you think that what they're saying is true based on what? What are we basing this on? Because we already understand that
their education.
Right.
And
so
based on their status as well.
So education equals truth. Is that what you're saying? Education equals truth.
Yeah, it's like NASA.
So when I'm
the education, it's like what they do with their education as well, you know.
So when people are educated, that automatically means they're going to be speaking truth. No, that doesn't mean they're going to speak truth.
Yeah.
Okay, so think about it. You made a statement that people with education have to be telling the truth, right?
Exactly.
But do they?
I didn't mean it like that, though. It's
you didn't mean it like that.
Type of, education they have. And like, if they have education as a doctor, they cannot talk about other stuff and say like,
why
they are educated on it, but they don't. They didn't go to school for it or stuff like that.
Why can't they talk about other stuff?
Because they aren't educated on it. They need to be educated on it. Like, I cannot speak on something I don't know.
So, in this instance, describe to me how can we relate this to the idea that the Earth is a globe? Let's put it in a better example, shall we? Let's say this, right? You know what an astrophysicist is?
Oh, no.
Charlotte?
No, I don't think so. Wait.
You know what an astronomer is?
Yeah.
Okay, what is an astronomer?
Astronomer, isn't this like who checks space?
Okay. So would
Yeah.
you say somebody who studies astronomy could tell you about what is up in the sky, right? Space.
Yeah, they could tell me more than I know.
Okay. So they could tell you more than you know. Do you think that they know what is up in the sky?
Not everything, but they probably know some stuff.
What stuff do you think they know that you can't know?
The stuff you are taught in school.
Okay, so give me one example.
Like about the different planets and stuff like that.
Okay, different planets. So they can tell you about different planets, right?
Mm,
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, and how the spawn circle around the Earth, stuff like that.
Okay, so how can they know something different than you? Like, what information can they know about that planet that you can't know?
Bro, I don't get it. I think it's because
because they're
went
telling
to
you.
education on it and
Yeah,
stuff like
you're
that.
giving me a an idea because they have education. They know
Yeah.
something more. They know something more than you don't know. Like, so they're telling you a story, right? They basically are telling you the astronomers, right? How is their
Yeah.
story? How is their story true? How can you verify that their story is true? So they're saying, well, this planet is a gas giant. This planet is, it's made of rock and nickel iron core. It's got polar
Yeah.
ice caps. Right. So how do we know that information they're telling us is true?
Well, to be honest, I'm not that interested in space and stuff, but I
Mm-hmm.
heard that like they give proof of why they think like that, science.
What?
That's
Yeah.
why people
So
like science so much, because they give so much proof of
yeah, but that's just
how they come to that conclusion and
Starlight.
stuff.
Starlight.
Yeah.
That's a story. That's a story they tell us. They tell us it's science, right? In quotations, it's science. What are they
Yeah.
doing? What are they doing to find out that information?
Don't they have spaceships?
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe they are telling you a story and you don't know any information, but you're just believing them, just kind of like Santa Claus, right? So they tell you a story like, remember when your parents used to tell you about Santa Claus? Santa Claus is real, and
My parents never told me that. It's
well,
because I'm Somali, so
right. But do you know this? Do you know the story of Santa Claus, Starlight?
yes, I know.
Okay. Do you think Santa Claus is true? That he's a real
No.
person? Okay, so he's not true. But do parents tell their children a story about someone who does not exist?
Yes, they do.
And do people everywhere on earth keep the tradition of Santa Claus?
Yeah,
Okay. But it's totally made up, right? It's not true.
exactly.
Okay, so that's kind of where we're going to right now. So in this world, there is a story that's being told to adults like you. And the same like Santa Claus, you can't verify it to be true. You just believe it.
Yeah,
So that is the same thing these guys who you consider like astronomers are telling you. They're telling you a story about planets, exoplanets, protoplanetary systems, galaxies, quasars, I name a few other, black holes, dark matter, like all these stories, and you're believing them because it's a fantasy. It has nothing to do with our reality, your and mine reality. There's no way that they know all that information is true in any way. They're telling you that they're looking at the sky, and for some reason they're giving you a story about something. That they're pointing to a light in the sky, and they're telling you that that light in the sky is made up of whatever elements they're telling you. But because
why are they doing that?
yeah, we'll get to that. But because you trust that education equals truth, you are going to believe them. So they don't have to use much effort to give you the understanding as far as like the believing part of it. That comes from you, because ever since you were a child, you were taught to trust an authority figure, right? So every single person growing to the school system, we have to learn how to listen to our teachers, how to like not to ask too many questions, to trust the information, because the people who are telling us are educated. This is ingrained in all of us. We're not taught how to think for ourselves, Starlight. So this is the problem. Right, it is true, Starlight. It's not kind of true, it is true. The problem that everybody has when the information that I'm telling you right now starts to get revealed, it's a problem for the mind. You and me, we don't know this, right? We can't, because when we're growing up, nobody tells us, like, there's not an adult like myself telling the young children, guys, you have to think for yourself. How do you know that's a true story or not? So nobody's telling us that. We only are taught to believe, and our parents say, listen to your teacher. And so we listen to our teacher, and we only believe. We don't challenge anymore anything that they tell us. Now, you're in an age where you can think for yourself. Critical thinking age already has, it sounds like you're already past that. So now you can start to question the things that are being told to you, but you don't. The part where you say, okay, that person has an education, I must trust them. That is the part that goes very wrong for everybody. And that's why I'm saying I'm addressing that part where you only accept something because somebody has an education. And so, to me, it doesn't matter. Listen, I don't care if you look at the flat earth conversation and you're like, oh, it makes sense to me. Or you leave this chat and you're like, I never want to come back to flat earth anymore. Like, and you want to believe the earth's a globe? That doesn't matter to me. The only thing that I care about is that you challenge everything that's being told to you. Because if they tell you that planet is a rock in space and it's in the vacuum of space, you have to challenge that. How can you tell me this if you're here on earth with me and I can look at the same light, but I can make up my stories too, just like you can. You made up a story because you believe some other guy told some other guy some information, and by the time it reaches you, it becomes a bigger story, you know? So it's just a more elaborate story as the years go by. As the years go by, people make a bigger and bigger story. But when you ask them, how do you know this is true? They tell you things like, well, if you want to say the reality of the vacuum of space, we don't know 98% of all the things out there in the universe. That's what they tell you. These mainstream scientific communicators will tell you this, that we are 98% dumb of everything in the universe. They say this, Starlight. I'm not even making that. The main scientific communicators will say that.
Yeah, I challenge some things, you know. It's like, I don't believe everything the media says and stuff like that. But it feels like the earth is flat, the earth is round. It's like something so stupid to lie about. Like, why lie about that?
Yeah, but see, this is
I believe them when they say that.
Yeah, okay, so when you're very young, have you heard of Christopher Columbus, Starlight?
Yeah.
Okay, who was Christopher Columbus that you can remember? What did he do?
I have learned in history, and it's like the guy who started slavery.
Okay, but what did he do? He started slavery, but what did he do in the world? What was he famous for, I should say?
I'm not gonna lie, the only thing I know he's famous for is like colonize and like start slavery. I don't know.
Yeah, he traveled the world, right? And so he went to the New World where he established that this was the rhetoric. It's not really what happened, but this is the rhetoric that we were being told. We were sold a lie about him, saying that he traveled to the New World, which is America, and established like the idea that he came here and landed, and he made peace with the people that were already here, right? Which were the Native Americans. And, you know, he made peace with them, and they colonized here, all due to the fact that he traveled here. But they said that Christopher Columbus thought that the earth was flat, and that he would eventually go and find the edge of the earth, and his ships would fall off the earth. And there's a famous painting where it shows the ships, you know, falling off the edge. So we were told a story that, you know, the earth was flat a long time ago because they used to think of it like that. But now, because we have more information and we're in an enlightened age, we know now the earth's a globe. It's round.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. I remember that.
You know that story?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're told and that we learned that at a very young age.
Yeah, that it's false.
Right. It's what we know that the information they told us is a weapon. It's a weapon to put into your mind so that whenever you start to think, well, the Earth could be flat, then you think about Christopher Columbus and his ships falling off the Earth, and that's all stupid. It's so dumb. Like, why would you think the Earth is flat? You know what I mean? So it's a weapon they used against you so that you can't critically think about what you see in nature, which is when you go out into the world, you don't see the Earth as a globe with curvature. You see it as flat. That's how your eyes see the world. You don't see it, the Earth looking like a globe at all.
Exactly.
So they weaponize the idea against you. So you think that you're using your mind to actually think about it like seriously when you've been already taught how to make fun of the idea. Just like you have already stated. You said, this is really silly thinking of the Earth as flat or a globe. But because you were taught how to think that it's silly. You've never looked into it. And if I give you any information right now, I'm going to show you what I mean.
Okay, good. Give me information about it.
Okay, I'm about to show you. But in order for you to understand, I need you to answer honestly, okay? This is not a gimmick. Trust me, this is not a gimmick. This is just so that you can understand a foundation of your base knowledge, okay?
Okay.
All right, 3 questions that I have to ask you. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the question, and then I'll ask you the question, okay?
Okay.
All right, the first question. Who has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth as drop over distance?
I don't know.
Okay, second question. The Earth is spinning on its axis, or they call it axial rotation. Who has directly measured axial rotation anytime in history? Can you tell me?
No.
Third question. The Earth is said to be next to the vacuum of space. So the Earth resides in a medium called the vacuum of space, right? So they say we're floating around in space, a lot of planets and all of these things. But we have an issue because the Earth being an open system, it's an open system for all intents and purposes as a globe. So as a globe, they say that you can get in a rocket and you can leave Earth, right? So it's an open system. Matter and energy can transfer between this system and the vacuum of space. You understand this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so as the Earth as a globe, it's being told to us that that's the way it is. So if we're going to look at the Earth as an open system, well, we understand that we have gas pressure. The gas pressure that you and I are breathing right now, the air, is said to reside at about 14 psi, so 14 pounds per square inch. So the air that you and I are breathing right now on the surface is about the value is about 14 psi. So we're breathing air pressure right now, you and me. But when you get higher in elevation, that pressure starts to dissipate and it becomes less and less and less. So right about the exosphere, at the top layer of our atmosphere, they say that right beyond that, when it becomes low Earth orbit, it turns into, well, it doesn't turn into, but it actually is said to be measured as 10 to the negative 6 torr, which is a super low gas pressure. Really, 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 really low. Really close to zero. Not at zero, but it's really, really close. Okay? Super low gas pressure. So, in order for us to understand that we are adjacent to or next to a super low vacuum, like the way they tell us, because we have a high pressure on the surface and a super low pressure in the vacuum. So we understand that we have an open system in the idea of a globe. So now the question, okay? How is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
Boy, let me be honest. I'm not that interested in this kind of stuff. I just the others say the Earth is round, so I believe it. And science say that, NASA, stuff like that.
Starlight, yeah. But yeah, the question, if you don't have an answer, just address it, please.
Okay, yeah, I don't have an answer.
Okay, so here's the summarization of the 3 questions that I just asked you. The Earth being a globe with curvature, spinning in the vacuum of space, is just a belief you have. You don't know it to be true. This idea of the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, because I find this stuff boring. like knowing about space and stuff.
Even if that's the case, Starlight, that is boring to you, they've already done their job. They've made you feel like you don't have to look into this and you can trust them. So these liars have already done their job, and they thoroughly indoctrinated your mind to think you're floating around in space, so that you never look back to this information and that you trust them. They've done their job. And now that I'm telling you the truth about it, that this is all a story, you look to what I'm saying as I don't care. What does it matter anyways? Because the truth of the matter is, if you looked into it and you actually research this, your eyes will be open, and so will your mind. Your mind and your eyes will be open, and you will see the world differently than you do right now. This is the truth. And a lot of people are afraid to be revealed the truth because they know what's behind that. That they're going to know that there's more to it than just this particular lie, that it could be lied about many more things. So it's important for your mind to understand this fact. There is no evidence for the case of the Earth being a globe. If there was, you would see the world as a globe for sure, and there would be much information to support it. But even the most basic information that I just asked you right now, if you know anybody that's ever shown to us that the Earth is curving with drop over distance, there has never been one person on Earth that's ever done that. Or the Earth is spinning, nobody's ever shown us that. Or the Earth is in a vacuum, nobody's ever shown us that. These are stories, Starlight. And I'm trying so that you can understand at least that much. You don't have to believe the Earth is flat. You just have to know, your starting point should be that people are lying to you. There's an agenda right now. So I don't believe the agenda to control your narrative, to control your mind. So if you believe that you live on a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, you believe the cosmology story. The cosmology that you're in a solar system, in a giant galaxy, this story becomes a reality in your mind. It's not real. It just becomes real into your mind. So everything about like leaving this Earth, going to another planet, because this one is dying, we have limited resources, there is no God because the Big Bang happened, evolution is true. All of these things that are narratives are become real to you because you don't see a world that was created out of the Big Bang just to be something that you can accept, as creation. So everything that the globe Earth stands for is tied into a bunch of narratives. Those narratives are getting you to think about the world in a very different way than what it really is. So you say that it's not important because you don't understand how important it is.
Okay. I'm still not too much with the Western stuff. I'm Muslim, so
that's fine. Check this out. We have Muslim flat earthers, Starlight. This is important, right? Even some of our Muslim brothers in this server can show you in the Quran how the Earth is not a globe. They can show you scriptures from the Quran that show you that it's not a globe. This is also important.
I heard this comment that there are Muslims who think like this, but they've been proven wrong by other Muslims.
But there's a debate. There's a debate right now, Starlight. But if you listen to that, So, and just based on because two things, right? Religion, which is we have Muslim flat earthers, but we also have people that are not Muslim and they're also flat earthers. So it's not about just religion. It's about the evidence, right? But on the other hand, when you look into the scriptures, they're not going to tell you that the Earth is a globe based on that. Okay, so that's perhaps something that you can go with.
Okay, I understand you a bit, but I'm not convinced still.
No, it's not. That's the thing, Starlight. We're not here to convince you. We're here to challenge you.
I'm down to be challenged. I like trying out new stuff.
Of course. And so the challenge is for you, but the convincing part can only happen because the creator will give you this information. It's an awakening that happens that none of us can actually make happen. I can't make the awakening happen in your mind. Only the creator can. That's the only way that can happen.
Yeah.
I cannot do this.
But that's all right. Give me the information about that says good stuff about Earth being flat.
Yeah. So we can tell you from the aspect of like giving you some information. I'll tell you what, Starlight. If you want to, I give you VC verified, but look at the bottom of this Discord. There's many channels that we have in here just based on the information that we've gathered. We've been doing this for close to like 9 years already. So there's much information to look through at the very bottom of this Discord. Okay. When you start to...
Which text should I check out? There's like so many of them. I don't know. Which
I know. Let's scroll all the way to the bottom. There's going to be some that say hashtag. Start with like additional information. The category is additional information, and it says read first. Yeah. Do you see read first? Like under the hashtag read first, hashtag ether, hashtag Antarctica, hashtag articles, hashtag art and photography, hashtag astronauts. There's much more information to look into.
Additional. Oh yeah, I see.
Okay, you can listen.
Additional information. I check that.
Yes. Look at all that information. Take your time. There's no rush here. You don't have to rush through all this information. Take your time. You have to like, and if you don't feel like looking at stuff, come back and you know, we will talk about this again, and you can ask more questions if you want to.
Okay then. You're also welcome to DM me some information.
Sure. We have like I said, what I will, if I DM you anything, it's gonna be the Muslim server that the brothers in here who come in here, they're very knowledgeable, but they have their own server, their Muslim server. So I will probably link you to that. I'll tell you what, look at the live stream channel right now. So there's the voice channel you're in right now. Right above that is a text channel. That text channel is the channel that we're always typing in. So somebody might give you the link to the Muslim server. I don't know it offhand. I could look for it. But if somebody has that link,
I can wait for the link. Yeah.
I would say if somebody has that link, drop it in live stream voice text for Starlight. You guys are listening.
By the way, I have to leave the voice concern because like my mom is calling for me and sister. I need to fix some things. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Starlight, and come back anytime you want to and ask questions.
Thank you. Bye.
See ya.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
There's nothing that I enjoy more than hanging out in the VC chat here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Unless, of course, it's Speculation Sunday with Paul V. Ether Gress, TO's UK, Big Root, Flatman Can, and Wave.
We have a special guest joining us on the panel, and please give him a welcome. His name is Neil, and I have a few questions to ask him. Neil, who's measured the diameter, circumference, or radius of the Earth?
Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,000 years ago by the Greek astronomer Eratosthenes, who at the time lived in the Egyptian city of Alexandria.
So tell me, Neil, how did Eratosthenes measure the Earth 2,000 years ago?
He had heard that in the nearby town of Syene, midday sunlight shines straight down to the bottom of deep wells on the same day each year, indicating that the sun was directly overhead in Syene. In Alexandria, however, sunlight on that day never reached the bottoms of wells, but instead fell upon the sides. Eratosthenes reasoned that the difference in the angle of incoming sunlight was due to the curvature of Earth's surface. And so by measuring this angle, he related the distance between Alexandria and Syene to the total dimension of the globe.
So your only measurement of the Earth was taken 2,000 years ago, before clocks or cell phones were invented, yet Eratosthenes was able to communicate with someone 500 miles away and be able to sync their time to take measurements at the exact same time? I must say that I do find it fascinating that with all the trillions of dollars NASA has received, we have no measurements of the Earth with our modern digital equipment. It leaves me wondering how we know the size of other objects in the sky, if we don't even know the accurate size of the place we live on. Well, surely we've been able to measure the axial rotation of the Earth, haven't we, Neil?
By the mid-19th century, most educated people knew that Earth spins on its axis, completing a rotation once a day. But there was no obvious visual demonstration of the Earth's rotation, only astronomical evidence.
So, Neil, if I get this right, are you saying that there's never been a measurement of the Earth's axial rotation?
No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth.
Thank you for being honest, Neil. I do have one final question for you. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.6 psi. The vacuum of space is said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Okay, Neil, let me get this straight. The only measurement of the Earth was done 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. The axial rotation of the Earth has never been measured, and space is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You know what, Wave? You are correct. You caught me. The Earth is flat. Is this the part where you snatch my wig?
a spinning ball, not from where I'm sad, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream, yeah, this flat. I've opened my eyes, no going back. It's flat. Not a surprise, the earth is flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this mind full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally find to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream, love is flat. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fight. It's flat. Schoolmasters lies, the earth is flat. I found out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with Eric debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Max Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules. On the spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules. On the spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to the Earth. Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the Sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the Sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules on a spinning bar. It makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Fuck, man.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Bonjour. Anybody alive? See if I can find a customer. Folks, if anybody wants to talk, please jump in. Please do, please do. Nino, Nino, Nino. Nino, Nino, Nino. I'm currently trying to get a customer from CogThis, folks. If anybody wants to try and help and get a customer from elsewhere, please do. What's happening, Ethan?
What's up, man?
Not so much. I'm just trying to get a CogThis or I don't know, anybody from anywhere. Oh, fuck, it's the fucking sirens coming again, man.
Hey, Spike.
1 second till the siren goes away.
I hear you.
I thought that the sirens were coming to take me away. Aha, they're coming to take me away. Oh,
They're coming for you, John.
Well, I noticed that you had posted in the chill text about needing to be unmuted, and then I hop in here, and I guess you can mute yourself now and unmute yourself. So.
I had to get out of there. Screw that noise.
Yeah, but
Well, now we're in the
I
live
can
stream,
unmute
so-
myself easily if I can tap on the screen and get my unmute, but if somebody fucking server mutes me, I have to be able to hold down on my profile, then go fucking scroll down, and my screen's fucked there. So if somebody server mutes me, I
Yeah.
can't unmute. Fucking joke, man. I've told him repeatedly not to do it, man, but he keeps fucking doing it. Well, multiple people fucking have done it. I'm like, fuck's sake. By the time that gets unmuted, by the time someone mutes me, they've already heard the siren anyway. You know what I mean? For this, the difference, it'll take 3 seconds for me to fucking do it. And then I'm unable to get myself unmuted again, so fuck's sake, it's only a fucking siren for a couple of seconds, man. It's not like fucking I'm crashing the whole internet. See if this dude wants to join the live stream. He's called 4, 6, and 2. Hopefully we can find a genuine dude that wants to ask some questions.
That's the key right there. Someone trying to be genuine.
We'll be lucky if we get one of them, like, but it's worth a try.
That's rare. I like how the chill chat's going though, where certain folks they don't want to come in here and kind of because it can get rough in here, like some whitewater rapids up in the live stream sometimes.
Yeah,
And
but they can't. You go, bro. Sorry, I thought you finished.
I was just saying the feel of it kind of over there is more like a lazy river, like a lazy river where people
but
could just chill.
Bro, they can't
I
seem
don't
to
know.
think that in chill chat they can just talk about stuff that's against terms of service because it's not been recorded, man. I've heard people, staff in here say in the live stream, "Mum, we'll just go down to chill chat and talk about that." Literally, blatantly admitting that we're going to go and break terms of service in our room. That's not fucking going to fly, man.
That's one thing that I try and like keep people on track with about certain things. Like we're still not supposed to talk about the past couple of years or anything like that. There's plenty of other things we could discuss.
Even in the chill.
Yep, even the chill chat. It's a Discord TOS thing. It has nothing to do with this server. It has to do with all of Discord. So we just don't touch that with the 10-foot pole.
Well, I'm glad I didn't bring that up because I was so tempted to bring that up.
I knew you would be.
I was trying so hard to bite my tongue on so much stuff. I had to
There
get
are
out of there
other
now
places
because
we
there's
can
just so many.
talk.
There's a million places on the internet
many
to have
things.
these discussions. Or there's loads of other servers that aren't as busy, they're not live streaming, they're not at risk, but we're a target, man, eh? We're a big fucking, well, at least a big looking server. Like, we might not have the 30,000 almost that they claim because of all the fucking dummy accounts and shit, but we are a big server in comparison to most Flat Earth servers, at least. And most of these other Flat Earth servers, they don't care. They just talk about anything and they'll get under the radar, but we're a target. We're obviously streaming all these different platforms. We've got all these anti-Flat Earthers against us. We need to keep as clean as a whistle, man. I don't see why people feel the urge to continually talk about shit that we shouldn't be talking about.
Yeah.
But anyway, what about the shape or lack thereof of the Earth and the complete motionlessness?
You know, like when it's low like this or whatever, like anybody out there listening, you know, like I encourage you, like, yeah, chill chat's cool, but like jump in the live stream. Like, let's not forget what we're here for, you know?
To share the information, man, and get people listening. That's why I offered to bring it down, man, eh? But
have a little fun.
Sorry, on you go, brother.
No, I'm just saying, have a little fun. Like, don't just sit there in a chill chat and be like, oh, you know, I want to talk about this, talk about that. And then you get what everybody calls like all black pilled and everything. And it's like let's not forget why we're here. We're here because
it's like,
the Earth is flat for the truth.
Or it's like their legs will fall asleep because they've been sitting on the bleachers too long. All right, now hop back in. Gotta hop back on the court. Yeah, gotta hop back on the court. Let's go.
I love the conversation.
Yeah.
You know, I saw a montage of the other day. Actually, I posted in the live stream. But this guy put this montage together. It's like, why is flat Earth so triggering to so many people? And it's like a bunch of different people asking this. It's like, why are you so upset? Why is it so upsetting to you that somebody thinks the Earth is flat?
It's the fucking the obvious this that everybody presents obviously shows that everybody knows the fact that you're not moving, bro. That regardless of what story they believe, what they've been taught, or the maths, or the graphs, or the memes, or the shit that you've been told, the deep in the subconscious, your psyche knows full well that you're definitely stationary, man. That's why we have such a fucking hard push up against us. Because the subconscious knows full well. It's my opinion anyway that's the case. But
oh yeah, no, I tell people all the time, they're like, how do you know the Earth is flat? I'm like, well, the fact that every government body tells me, like NASA tells me, everybody out there tells me, the Earth is too big to see curvature, but trust us, it's curved. The Earth is too big to feel it spinning, but trust us, it's spinning. So that right there, they're telling you the Earth is too big for you to know anything.
Yeah.
So therefore, you see it flat and stationary. Like, of course you know it's flat and stationary.
Yeah, well, of course you do, bro. It's a fucking guarantee that everybody knows. Sorry, on you go though. I've cut you off a couple of times. Sorry, I thought you would jump back in.
Did you have something to say, Ashley? You're good. I leave my mic open sometimes, Space. So.
Oh, see, how do you pronounce your name? Ashley. Ashley. Is that Ashley? Is that like a...
Actually, yes. My real name is Ashley.
Is that like the Celtic spelling or something?
Old English, yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I came up with that screen name for it.
Yeah.
What did you say?
That was a pretty good. That was pretty good phonetics there.
Yeah.
I came up with a screen name for her that matches her name so that it would match my name, and yeah, that's my wife. She's
yeah, we originally
is that right? Oh, nice to meet you. I've never spoke to you before, actually. I don't think. Nice to meet you.
No, there was a couple times, like when I first joined, I got into it was like late night or something, and then I don't know. There was just a couple bitches up here that just it ruined everything. And I
calm down.
Just
I stopped. Yeah, I don't know. It just ruined my whole thing being up here. So that's why I just stayed in the field chat. Like everybody got offended and I started bringing in it's hard for me to not bring in the Bible when it referring to the flat Earth and stuff like that, and then it's hard bringing up the politics like the Illuminati bloodline, and I go deep, like I go real deep into it.
Yeah, she does. We had a good talk the other day.
No, the last thing is, though, you can't really mention religion to these people. That's another reason why it's in a separate room, because these people literally think they evolved from an explosion. Like, you telling them that there's a creator alone, let alone specifics about the creator, it's bad enough just telling them that they exist because somebody created us. It's like, whoa, fucking, they just go bananas. It's insane. They think they've got a great uncle that's a rock. So what if you tell any kind of stories about it? It's like, whoa, blows their fucking coconut straight off. So that's another reason why we keep it separate. But I mean, I'm not religious, but I do accept there must be a creator. There has to be. It's like, there's no doubt.
But you know how that the Bible can be like a touchy subject for people. So then you got to find a different approach for like how you're going to have that conversation with somebody, because they're like, well, I don't believe in God. It's like, okay, well then let's talk about the science. Let's talk about the geometry. Let's talk about the physics. Yeah. And that's where we will get down into this room. So I really encourage you every once in a while just to pop in and listen, even if you don't want to chat or whatever. But I know you do with your husband.
Yeah. I mean, it was like a one time. I mean, I got in and it was cool because actually, like, one of the admins and some moderators came in and actually backed me up. Like, because there were some of the female, because I don't know, is like two of the females, they're atheists. And I don't know, they just got on here. They ram in me like really hard saying, this is your first time, so you don't know anything and whatever. And I brought up, I was a moderator in 24/7 Flat Earth, but you can't tell me shit. Like, but everybody backed me up and stuff like that. And we ended up having a good, because they kept their mouth shut. And it just, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Fuck them all, motherfuckers.
But I haven't seen them up here yet.
Anybody in particular?
Right?
Anyone in particular you can remember? No.
Yeah, I was going to say,
it's in the past.
That's one of the things I like about Speculation Sunday is you get a little more freedom in that. And so I'm happy for that in that aspect of it, because it's very important to be able to get your reasoning and understanding of what's going on around you, because not all of it is self-evident. Like, it's flat and stationary. That's self-evident. Everything else, like, you've got to like make some leaps and bounds to make some connections.
Yeah. That's true. I don't think I've been on Speculation Sunday.
No.
I don't believe.
It usually starts, by the way, at Saturday at 3 in the afternoon. Am I roboting?
No, that's fake.
I think your roboting's fake.
You're kind of roboting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude.
No.
But it starts actually Speculation Sunday. Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, you're like roboting. Once you, I was going to say just real quick, Ashley, like come in on Saturday, like around 3:00, from 3:00 p.m. to like, all the way going until like 1-2 a.m. Monday morning. Like Speculation Sunday is like,
it's like speculation for 2 days because it drags over
right?
like a couple of days. Speculation Monday for me.
We try to end it before 6 a.m. We try to end it before 6 a.m. Monday morning.
So what's the speculation about? Like, what is it?
Like, we can entertain more ideas like the dome and the ice wall, like just other hypothetical stuff that's not quite verifiable, stuff that we don't really talk about like in the normal live stream, because it's kind of, there's no evidence or there's no proof for it.
Okay.
You can get a little into scripture. You can, like too much scripture, people get offended.
Like stuff that's
roboting against fake.
Oh, fuck. I'll just shut up.
I'm sorry, buddy. No, I'm sorry, buddy. You want to try again? Go ahead, dude.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Fake.
No. What's up?
I don't know why you'll get on a long rant and it'll start roboting towards the end, and it sucks because you got good shit to say.
No, all I was saying was on a Sunday we entertain the ideas that are more possibly hypothetical or myths and legends, like Hyperborea, Shambhala, like with the North Pole where Olympus is point, where all the fucking the constellations revolve around, where the supposed Hyperborea, the Aurora Borealis comes from Hyperborea, which means land beyond the pole, supposedly in Latin, I think, if that's correct, what I remember. But yeah, just the more
Hollow Earth,
out there ideas.
Hollow Earth will be another one. There's all other kinds of mystical ideas that could be going on. Black Sun, like you get into those kind of conversations.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And it is, I mean, like you can use scripture to back it up. It's just, some people might get offended by scripture or whatever, and it's just, okay, cool. And then like, we'll just move on to another topic or whatever.
Yeah.
They might, a mod might jump on you, maybe. I'm not saying they should or would or could, but I've seen it before where like if the scripture goes on too long, like talking Bible scripture, somebody will make a mention to go down to Bible chat and finish the discussion or something like that. But I mean, throwing out a scripture here and there, I've thrown out a scripture here and there, and it's just a quick scripture just to confirm, and then we move on.
Yeah, that's the thing about a lot of people. They can't help themselves but talk about subjects that we're not meant to talk about. Like, you can brush past that because obviously the flat Earth kind of links in with creation. Like, once you take away the globe, like, what are you left with? Obviously, some person, things, beings, whatever you want to call it. So obviously there is people got stories to go along with that, and it kind of links back to that all the time. It's always kind of hovering around creation. Because I mean, it's extremely important as far as I'm concerned. Like whoever created us, why we're here, it's all kind of hand in hand.
And not just that, but like when they talk about giants, right? Talk about giants and pre-flood mythology and things like that. Like there's scripture that coincides with all that, and so like when you bring in the history and the scriptural reference at the same time, that's kind of really eye-opening for a lot of people.
Yeah, that's what actually what I had brought. That's how it got brought up because like, some globalist came in and he asked me, he was like, well, all this stuff that you just mentioned, he was like, why would they lie? Why would they lie about something like this? And that's when I went on starting talking about all that. I went in deep with the Tavistock Institute, like the giants, everything. And yeah.
I think you can mention some Tavistock stuff on the Sundays, the speculation Sundays. Like it's important to understand the history of things. It's just like that modern political bias. You know what I mean? Like we got to watch what we say on certain things. Like no talking about big pharma, no talking about geopolitics, like certain wars that are happening in certain countries. Yada yada yada. Stupid stuff. The stupid stuff. Yeah, no, Tavistock Institute, the history behind that is very, very, very interesting.
Yes. And it involves like every single country, like everything, like the whole entire world.
Oh yeah, the Atlantic Council.
Really? Yeah, that's why I don't believe in a lot of the crap that they were talking about on the chill chat a little while ago. I was just like, I wanted to put my 2 cents in, but I was like, I didn't, because I guess the one guy he's from the U.S. and stuff, and I'm like totally the opposite. I'm from the U.S., but I don't consider myself an American.
If you've got something on your mind and you don't agree with what's getting said, just speak up, Ashley. It's an open forum. You're entitled to your beliefs and your thoughts and your views. Fucking right, get them told.
And it's like a debate.
Well, no, it would actually start a really big shit show because he's obviously, and he's a moderator, and I guess he's a moderator. I mean,
Yeah, like
is Hank
shit.
a
So as long as
moderator?
it's not explicit and it's not about nothing really like bad off topic, like explicit kind of toxic stuff, like or the bad people or whatever. Like if it's just your thoughts about what's reality, then you're entitled to it.
And actually, it's kind of like a debate, right? Like if you're watching a courtroom debate or something like that, when they're like bantering back and forth, and somebody will make like a quick snipe comment. They know they're not supposed to. It's against the rules. You throw it out there real quick. The judge gives you a little sneer, and then you just mute up.
But some of them can't help themselves, though, bro. Some of them, it's like they feel that they're on TV, so they think that it's great to talk about this shit. I'm on TV. I'm going to discuss the stuff that could jeopardize the whole server. Again, rather than just going to talk about it. They don't even want to go and talk about it in a different server or a different chat room because it's on TV. They think. They think.
I think.
Ashley, one thing I'd say though, Ashley, is none of us can read anybody's minds, and we can't predict the future. So you can't say what anybody would
See, you were just going to say that we can't read anybody's minds. See, I thought about that, and then I knew that you were going to say that.
Hey, how do you know I can't read your mind? Are you reading my mind?
See, I know what colour of socks you're going to put on tomorrow morning. They're going to be white.
Are they?
But I was just saying, sometimes you'll have fear about stuff like that'll mess up your confidence or courage to be able to say something. But don't worry about what somebody else is going to think or say. They don't even know what they're going to think or say when you say that because they don't know what you're going to say. So just say it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. As I knew if I would have said what I said, it would have started like a huge shit show, like big time.
No,
that's all.
And actually, I'll do that all the time. I'll say something, and they'll say something, and then I know I'm not like the conversation needs to go moot because it's becoming like a distraction in the server. I'll make a quick comment right then and there, and then I mute up and I don't say anything, and they can go on and on and on, and I don't care because I said my piece. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to let their attitude disrupt my feelings of how I'm going about my day. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't
So
get
even if they're
like emotionally involved. Do what?
I said so. Like even if they're like a moderator, like I just shouldn't shut up. Yeah.
I've said my piece. I mean, for the most part, like I let the moderators run their show because this is their stuff, you know. But at the same time, if I feel strongly about something, like if I feel like somebody's trying to like snub me and check me for my adult card, like guess what? I'm gonna fucking say something. And if you kick me from the server, you kick me from the fucking server. I don't care.
The mods are here.
Like vocal as well. If I'm not happy about some money, when I first joined the server,
shut up, Spake.
I was
be quiet, Spake.
You should have heard the shit. Well, you should have heard the shit.
Spake, you're hot micing.
I'm talking.
Go ahead, Spake.
How can I be hot micing if I'm talking?
Let me quit.
No, he's talking shit to you is what he's doing.
Right, so I'm saying, right, when I first joined the server, it was like 5 years ago, and there was a guy, if you ever look at the Memeless video, that was when I came on the tail end of Memeless, it's had like 5 million views or some shit, but there was a guy, I can't even remember his fucking name, you'll be able, as soon as you go in that video, you'll see it, because he was a not obnoxious scumbag, and he was a gold, but I was just a fucking punk, I just joined the server, but he was just banning people left, right, and he was making us look like fucking maniacs. Even if you go in the comment section for that video, you can still see people saying, oh my god, they're toxic assholes, because it makes us look really bad. And even though I was just like just a member, I was making my mouth go about it constantly, because he was being a fucking asshole. So like if you think you're right, like I don't think it matters like what.
Yeah, exactly.
You should say you're fucking right.
That was my point talking shit to Spake, man. Like, just because somebody's a mod doesn't mean anything. Their job is to maintain order here and to help this conversation stay civilized. Their job is not to censor you until you just shut the F up when you're trying to speak the truth. I will mute you. Wait, can I mute you? I'm gonna mute you, Spake.
I've seen mods like go each other's throats, right? And
I have too.
Like
and it's weird.
It lets you, it's weird, but it lets you know, like you have a voice. You're a human being. Like if you're being abused, speak up.
But the thing is, if you are going to speak up and you have got a position, whether it's silver, gold, mod, admin, whatever, try at least to try and remember to take it to the back chats at least. Like I have to be told myself sometimes, kind of like if it's procedural, not even just for the spam that's in the chat, and it's taking up like space for people to learn, really, man. So like, yeah, man, just try and. Which it looks bad for us if we can't even talk amongst each other without bickering. Then to the untrained person, like, it's never seen the server, never seen the YouTube, and they just stumble across it. But we're sitting arguing amongst each other. It makes us look like the idiots they think we already are.
Yeah.
And so it's best to try and dispel that notion.
So in other words, don't be discouraged.
Yeah.
We love you, actually.
Thank you. I'm glad I did start joining more because Casey was like, I really want you to start joining. I really want you to join in on this. He was like, be like you used to be on the other server. And I was like, yeah.
Yep. You know what? It's one thing to romp, but it's another thing to like control the room with your persuasiveness, right? Just to be able to use your own wordage to diffuse the room. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
And if you get muted up, you get muted up. I've been moderated before, and it's like, okay, cool, whatever. It's like, and I still stand by this to this day. Like, if you are going to kick me out of the server, so be it. I will walk away from the server.
As long as you're in the right, bro, like you can walk it with your heat high. Like I got muted. The only time I ever got put in cog, this was by what's her name, Becky Kay, I think it was, the Australian lass. Like it was something to do. It was what Jedi said because I'd never heard the term affirming the consequent before, and that's what Becky did. She affirmed the consequent, and I told her it. She put me in cog. That's it. She's pure raging because she said something about the moon, and because obviously, like, if you claim the moon does things with the seas, that's affirming the consequent. And that's and all I did was ask her, Becky, is that not affirming the consequent? And she started going crazy, and then called this me, man. It was quite crazy, like, back then. That was time ago, man. I wish Becky would come back, man. Like, there was issues with this issue with everybody. Yeah, everybody's human, supposed to be. Like, but she's never been seen. I hope she is all right. Yeah, because she's never been seen for, I don't know, a year, maybe more.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a lot of ladies left around that time because of like certain conversations that were going on or whatever.
Yeah, but Becky always hung around James, or like you think she would be in what's his name's Geo's server at least. That's the thing. I need to like pop over there more times, man. Because I'm here constantly. Like, I wish I could just remember to go over to Geo's because I used to love the conversations with Geo, man. Just on like off the wall.
That was the one thing. I gotta give Geo his credit, man. Like, even though I disagree with like almost everything that Geo says, he let every word that I have to say come out of my mouth. That was kind of a big deal.
You left. What's up?
You're roboting against fake. Sorry.
What did you say, bro? You left. What?
You're still kind of.
Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Now it's
boys, you want to mute me, man? I know I can use the mute. If the server mute me, I cannot unmute myself. Fuck's sake.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're not meant to mute mods in the first place, but don't server mute me because I cannot unmute myself.
Oh
unless
shit!
I go into another device.
That's right. Your device is broken. Oh fuck!
It doesn't matter.
You're on the tablet, aren't you?
It doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't matter. You're not meant to mute mods anyway. And especially if I'm in the server and I'm talking, I'm alive, I'm here, and you don't have to mute me with control my mute, bro. But
you were roboting.
Listen, no, I didn't.
I know, but I muted myself.
I
muted myself. The server muted me on top of that.
No, I didn't touch that. The other thing was something, but you were already muted, and I was like, wait, does this work? And then it like didn't. Oh shit! And I undid it, but that wasn't that because you weren't talking at that time.
I touched it, brother.
But then I realized, then I realized that your tablet's broken. I'm like, oh fuck! It probably fucked something up, and now I feel bad, like because that wasn't even. Oh shit! My bad, dude.
Nah, I can touch the screen. See if I revolve the screen, it reorientates itself, and then I turn the screen again, it reorientates itself. So I can get access to all my keys, apart from I'm unable to hold shit down.
What's weird is that you weren't talking though when that happened though. It's what it's weird because, and it might have been like, I guess it's lagging. It's doing some shit for you now. Like I like clicked the thing and then unclicked it because I was like, and I had said like, I wonder if this will work, and then it did. And like, oh fuck, and then I undid it. But then now you're mentioning this, and it's like that was a while ago. That's why and then I remembered your tablet's fucked up. So fuck, well, I know not to fucking do that again.
Nah, you muted me and then unmuted me, bro.
Yeah, but it was like you weren't talking at all, and I was like, yeah, exactly. And then I was like,
I muted
never
myself,
mind.
then you server muted me. So if you hadn't unserver muted me, I would have to go to my other device to get out of here because it just locks me in.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that was weird because that was like that was minutes before you had said that, and then now I'm wondering if it like lagged or something and fucked with you then, and then you noticed it, and that's when you started mentioning it. That's why I'm like, what the fuck?
Don't mute mods, motherfucker.
Yeah. Hey, I got this. Hold on.
You want me to spank him? Is he being bad?
Please, yes, live on camera. Oh, we better take it off the live stream, in fact, because we've got a 13 and above certificate, so it needs to be a parental guidance at least. PG.
Oh boy.
So Valve, I don't know who Valve are. They're deafened, in fact.
They're deafened, yeah.
Valve anime
Sydney.
picture must be a weeb. Sid, are you there? I think you're muted as well.
She's unmuted.
Heretics here.
Yeah.
Don't know if
What's
you're
up, Heretic?
about it. What's up, dude? You want to go over to politics later? Some flat earth information.
So one of these days we're gonna have to go over to that server, me, you, and Heretic, huh?
Hey,
no, we went
I didn't
over
touch
last night.
Heretic.
Me and Heretic went over last night.
I didn't touch
They were
Heretic's
fucking
thing.
going crazy, man. They were going mental, man. We ended up, he left and then I left because you just cannot talk because there's like 5 of them shouting at each other over the top of each other. None of them's even, they're not even listening to each other. Like, so, and they're not listening to us. They're not listening to each other. They're not listening to us. So nothing they say or is replied to them makes any fucking coherent sense whatsoever. It's alright to start with when you don't even need to like have control. You just need to say, look, man, can I get the chance to finish what I'm saying? But once there's so many people in the room, you can't even get any kind of mutual respect with them, man.
Right.
But to start with, you can, man. If you say that to them, like, fuck's sake, you let me talk, bro. Oh, sorry, man. Cancel. And it shows a little bit of respect for a little while, but it doesn't last very long, man. That was quite good. See, before, maybe a year ago, maybe a little bit longer than that. Me and about, I don't know, 6 or 7 maybe mods from here. I got us all perms. We had a room, flat earth room, and because we had the ability to mute, we were able to do it in other rooms as well. Like, we never used it, and we were not allowed to use it. We were only allowed to use it. That was we were only allowed to use it in the one room. But some of the mods over there were extremely pissed off. 1, we got perms. 2, they never just got banned straight away. But we used to have a good time over there, but we just stopped going over there, man, and because we just never used the perms, they just took them off us, took the room. But hopefully they might give us it back sometime, I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny. People don't realize how important this conversation is, and it literally will steal the wind out of every room.
The most important.
Yeah.
But people say, why does it matter the shape of the earth? I'm like, well, for starters, bro, I'm not saying the earth's a shape. That triggers them. You say flat earth, that triggers them.
They say flat's not a shape. And then
when you say that the earth, when you ask them, are you in motion right now? That triggers them. There's like very little in this conversation that's not enough to trigger them straight away, which kind of, you want to trigger them a little bit to get them engaged, but you need to kind of ease off the pressure a little bit, or it just goes like beyond a joke and it just gets out of control. But you just treat it with kid gloves, man. You've got to kind of just sort of ease them into the conversation so they don't just go full blast.
You know what though? That's a quitter's mentality. Why does it matter? Why does it matter if I win? Why does it matter if the earth is a ball or if the earth is flat? Like, that's such a quitter's mentality. It absolutely matters that you know exactly where you live and what is going on in the world and how you can benefit from using everything in your environment around you.
You should
I
reverse
agree.
on and ask, what does it matter if it's a ball?
I tell people all the time, it's very important to know the foundations of the earth, especially you live on. Like, it's really important. And I get that a lot in the Torah community that we're on. Like, a lot of the believers, like, they're like, well, why does it matter? It don't matter and stuff like that. And people are so scared, like, well, I don't want to teach, especially homeschoolers. They're like, well, I don't want to teach that kind of stuff because I don't want to risk CPS coming and taking my children and da-da-da-da. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, what is wrong with you people?
They're making up fake fears that don't exist because nobody's going to do anything.
Exactly. Like, we've been homeschooling for years and teaching the same stuff, and they don't care. They don't care what in here. Well, where we live, they don't care what you teach your children and stuff like that.
Saying what does it matter is a defense mechanism for people that it really matters to.
Yeah.
The ball really matters to them.
Yeah, they're
If
defeated.
it didn't matter,
they'd
they'd just drop it. Yeah, if the ball didn't matter, they'd just drop it. They'd be like, oh, that water's flat. Okay, no big deal. But instead, they don't want to deal with that, so they go, what does it matter? Because it really matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Hey, Spake. Ashley wanted to know if she could do like an interview thing for the Flat Earth role.
Yeah, cool. I could do it here if you want, or you want to do it on check-in or interview, or
What? What?
However you want to do it.
I'm just a Flat Earth role. Do you want to? You want the Flat
You
Earth
message
tag?
me.
basically, I think it's tough to be done, and I'm usually quite fussy. Well, I'm quite fussy when it comes to this. Like, if you said, for instance, if you said something like, I don't know, for the first proof you gave us, like the laser test or a long-range observation, like we would expect you to know the ins and outs a little bit. So, like, you're not just claiming, oh well, we see too far. How far can we see? What's it dependent on? What changes how far we can see? You would have to articulate it a bit. But it's up to you if you want to do it. I mean, there's no pressure, but just your husband's trying to force you into it. But I'll allow you to do it later if you want. It's up to you.
Yeah, that would be cool. He never told me anything about that, but
You literally messaged me and you said, I don't even have a flat earther or something with a Bible believer or something. You were asking about roles.
Oh, the Bible roll is actually easy to get.
You messaged me at 3:20 p.m. asking if you could have some type of role.
you didn't tell me there was an interview.
I'll try to bullshit your wife. That's that's terrible, man. Imagine being like that. You're in the Stone Ages back there. That's terrible, man. Try to force your wife to be a flat earther.
She's asking me for a role. I'm like, okay, and then she wants to be like, wait, what?
Rule number one: you don't ask roles.
You're trying to convert her to the
I
flat
didn't
earth.
know there was one.
Yeah.
Rule number one: you never ask for a role. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. Well, I'm gonna.
There's like an interview.
If you ask for roles, you usually get space herpes.
Oh Lord, is that where that comes from?
That's true. Space herpes and space AIDS.
And globus hystericus is another cracker. So it's up to you, Ashley. If you want, it would be your first evidence just now. You'd have to give us the evidence, then articulate it so we know you know what you're talking about. But again, there's no pressure to do it. You don't have to do it in live stream, and you don't have to do it at all if you don't want to. You can have the Globe Skeptic role, and you don't have to do anything. It's all right. Shit.
Well, I'm 100% a flat earther. I don't believe in anything else but flat earth. So
Can she get the Jesus is King role and the Bible study role? I think she would like that, right?
If you want whatever role, if you want a biblical role, that's up to you. There's no test for that. But if you want the flat earth role, you need to give me your first evidence just now. Or we could do it up in interview or whatever.
Whatever works for you.
It's up to you.
Anything to get the flat Earth roll.
You're the boss.
So at least people know.
Live stream.
A lot of people don't want it because it kind of maybe points them out a little bit, especially to these anti-flat earthers and stuff like that. So a lot of people were like, no, I don't want that tag. But you can have Globe Skeptic, or there's a couple of kind of vague-ish roles, I would imagine. I know there's one. There's possibly
she's
two.
Definitely a flat earther.
No, but again, you have to know what you're talking about.
I will admit, though, I am going to admit, I'm not as in... What am I trying to say? Hold on. I'm not as mathematical as my husband is when it comes to this kind of flat Earth kind of stuff. Like we're on like two different levels when it comes to like flat Earth. We believe in everything, but he's more into like the numbers and stuff like that. I haven't tested any numbers or anything.
And physical proof, like actual evidences that we can go and test for ourselves.
Yeah,
like taking their stuff literally.
Yeah.
Well,
like if you know anything about laser tests.
Whoa, what?
If you know anything about laser tests or long distance observations over water.
We really kind of have people kind of coaching them and saying like, this is the deal. Like, just the point, like the first point I made is the laser. Say if for instance you gave the laser test, I would expect you to know whatever. Like, say it was the one at Lake Balaton, I'd expect you to know like the height off the water, maybe the distance to the target area. Like, you would have to know some stuff if you're going to pick that as an evidence. But there's loads of evidences that don't need anything of the sort. There's like one blinding proof that you could give me, which most people give me as their first one. Like, there's quite a few that are like a good smack in the face of a glober.
Yeah.
But it's up to you if you've got them.
About the only proof like I have like concerning the waters, like with a I forgot the exact camera, but using the camera, like, because at a distance you can see like a boat
distance?
like go so far it's gone.
What distance?
But then with a certain kind of camera you can actually look and see that it's still there from like miles and miles away.
Do you know the distance?
Too vague, huh?
Do you know the distance to the horizon?
What? What was that?
Do you know the distance? Do you know the distance to the horizon?
The distance to the horizon?
Yeah, the distance to the supposed physical horizon.
Huh.
From what elevation as well?
Right. I mean, you can choose an elevation, but if you know the formula, or like
that, I don't know. All I have is my eyes that I've observed over the years.
Take your time. I'm sure Ether will help you, man. There's quite a lot of solid evidences that you don't need to like dive into numbers or any kind of equation, like any of that, all that stuff. Like, there's loads of stuff for the layman that anybody can tell you. So I'm sure Ether will be able to help you with that, no problem. And you can give me a shout anytime. I'll go through this with you to get the tag.
Yeah.
No problem. It's no pressure or anything.
Yeah, he could probably help with that. All I have
and it's not as hard as you think.
Things.
It's really quite easy, man. But it just we need to at least know. Like, say an anti-flat earther decided to put you on the spot and hit because you've got you're waving the basically the server banner. You've went through the system that says you are a competent flat earther. But if then in the future you've got that role, but you don't act like a competent flat earther, then it kind of looks bad on the server that we've gave away that. It's like same with the Globe Earth tag. Like for the Globe Earther role, unless they've been in here for an hour or two debating ins and outs of stuff, I always make them stick to the 3 solid proofs. I always like pick them apart as well, like when they give me them. But yeah, I always expect them to give me 3 solid proofs and expect them to explain why that's a solid proof.
And Ashley, I've known you for a little while. Ashley, I've spoken to you a few times. I have no doubt in my mind that like if you talk to your husband about it, for a couple of days, I bet you you'd be like, oh yeah, that all makes sense, and it would just register. It would register. So like, don't feel bad that like you don't know the geometry or the science or whatever. But it's so basic. It's like it's junior high level stuff. That's how crazy it is.
So like, give me a shout anytime, Ashley. Like, there's no pressure. Maybe take a few days, a week or something, and give me a shout, and then take it off the live stream as well, because maybe that'll put an extra little bit of pressure on you if you're in the live stream. But like, Ether will go through it with you anytime.
I don't think the live stream has any pressure on her. I'm not gonna lie right there. I'd say she's like, hell yeah, I'll do it in the live stream.
Yes, indeed.
There's times where it's hard for her to get time to be able to actually focus and discuss things when the children want all of her attention.
Anytime.
All right.
She has to shift into mom mode real fast sometimes.
Oh yeah. I hear her every once in a while. Sometimes we'll be in a conversation and all of a sudden she's just gone. You'll hear a kid come up, you hear a little kid's voice, and then she's gone. Like right now. Anyway. Let's see. Was anybody going to come over from Cogdus? Do we know that?
Nah, I tried earlier. Try again, bro.
Got Julius in the house. What's up, Julius? Johannes. I didn't realize we followed each other on Twitter, Johannes. I was like, I know I've seen that face somewhere before.
Oh, really? What's your name on Twitter?
Sheepdog Legend. I think you and I are in Rissa's group together. Either Rissa's or Levelheads. Or maybe somebody just has the same profile picture.
It might be. I have the same name.
Not the same name. It's those profile picture though. I've noticed though, a lot of people here in the server don't have the same other social media names. So Sydney wants the role in Angel in Wait. Is that a role?
Oh, there you go.
Any requests for the live stream? Since there's no Glowbirthers around. I love it. Can't give any roles except for Cogdus Superman.
Yeah, Steak, I sent you a message, bro.
He is still in here.
Can't hear nothing. This is crazy. Oh.
And I know you understand it. Actually, like if somebody explains it to you, I just can't give you any help.
Hello?
It's so easy.
What are you saying there, bro?
Can y'all
I
hear
just sent you a message, Fake.
Yeah, we can hear you, Ashley.
Yeah, and yeah, we can hear you, Ashley.
This phone is so crap. Getting on my nerves. My phone is cracked and it's, oh my god. I can't even. Somebody called me and I had to disconnect from the chat and just to answer the freaking phone. Okay, I think it's good now. Okay, now what did I miss?
You didn't miss anything. We were just we were teasing you, saying that because you go into mom mode, you go into mom mode, and I was like, yep, just like now, because you just like all of a sudden disappeared.
Yeah, well, this time I had to make a phone. It was weird because normally when I'm on a meeting or Zoom or like or Discord, like if somebody calls me, it'll automatically like pause the meeting or pause whatever I was doing, and then I can answer the phone. But I answered the phone, and I was still on the Discord chat, and all I could hear was the Discord chat and the person speaking at the same time. So I was like, "Oh crap!" I have to.
That's funny.
Like now, I have to disconnect. I'll be.
Oh. But yeah, no. I mean, do you want me to send her some video links? I know you know what she needs to learn. Eat the grass.
It's more about she needs to learn to remember stuff because she already knows a lot of this stuff already. It's just
she knows it.
She can't pay attention to that and be paying attention to them and retain that. So she needs to watch the stuff without distractions.
I gotcha.
And have the confidence because she already knows this stuff.
She knows.
She just needs to have the confidence to, yeah.
I mean, just the conversation we had. What last night? Was it last night?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm like, surely she's got valued by now. And the ladies' night roll, she deserves a ladies' night roll. She don't have it.
Yeah, I messaged you, Spake. I don't know if you read that. I'm sorry for being a retard, doing an impulsive thing. It's like the latency and then the fact that the device is that has me like, damn, I'm fucking retarded. But I digress.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
news.
yeah, that's what I was saying, Johannes. So like, I've seen your picture around. It's a very unique picture. So
Yeah, I've been using it for years. My old account actually got shut down recently, so now.
But you don't use Johannes on Twitter.
Yeah, I do.
Does it say Johannes?
Yeah, but I changed it. It was Ganja Ramba before.
Say we're in level heads, right?
Yeah, I'm here too.
So is Ethergrass. He's in there also.
Oh, really? What's his name on Twitter?
Ethergrass.
Oh.
There you are. Yeah, there you are. You are on there, Johannes Midgar. And you have your backup account. Somebody posted your backup account in case something happens.
Yeah. Yeah, it is my backup account. The other one got shut down.
No. Spake. Where'd you go, bro? Quiet now.
It's quiet because I'm responding to somebody on Twitter.
Everybody's good. Shit. Profile pic. I guess he's AFK. That's a weird noise.
Is that the squeaking?
Oh, whatever it was.
Is it me? Probably me.
This should be logging back in here in a minute.
It's funny and scary at the same time.
Oh wow, that's weird. So yeah, never mind. I'll save this for later and talk about the chill chat. Non sequitur to the flat earth thing. Probably better to save that one for later. It's just something on birds, but still. Wren. Spate, where'd you go? You were right here, and now you're gone.
Probably didn't shut down.
We're back in a shade. My daughter was asking to go on a golf cart ride, but it's probably not the best idea right now. It's kind of muddy out there. And there's a lot of like horseflies that are really big.
not looking to try and stay, like, those things move fast and they'll bite the heck out of you. Yeah.
Are they actually horses that fly?
Practically, they're big enough to be.
Like flying horses.
And dragonflies.
Yeah.
I've just never seen an elephant fly.
We talking about Pegasus
I've
here?
never seen a dragonfly.
You've never seen a dragonfly?
I thought dragons just walk.
Unless it's Puff the Magic Dragon. Now these things are like bloat flies off of Fallout. Like they are huge, not that big, but still. Like that's obviously like a fishtail fly story. But these things are huge, man. Like they're not your regular housefly. And we go out to the woods all the time, riding the golf cart around. That's what's peculiar about it, because like we went yesterday and got it. Well, maybe the day before yesterday, we got attacked by all these bugs. There's like 5 of them chasing after us. Like the oldest 2 are riding in the back, and they're both freaking out because there's these flies trying to catch up with us, keeping pace with the damn golf cart. We live in North Carolina.
North Carolina?
North Kakalaki. It's a decent place to live. It's alright. Except for when the summer gets super hot and then it's shit.
Especially when you live next to the forest.
But yeah, the grandparents have a lot of property. There's a decent amount of forest out here, and there's a path that goes all the way around it. It's like about a mile.
Yeah. I used to live out there in Fuquay Marina. I don't know how humid the summer can get.
Yeah. I think we're gonna end up going to the store soon.
Ooh, that's fun. Nobody lives further north than Northern Rebellion.
Well, if you live on the North Pole.
About damn near.
Well, like, literally right on it, so like when you put your compass, it just like spins within the circles.
I think he lives at the 57th parallel now, but he says he's. I think he said he lived at the 67th.
I see that, yeah. Fucking hell, I never knew that.
Who's it?
I think he said he lived as far as the 67th parallel before. Northern Rebellion. He's a true Canadian.
And he's definitely a flat earther. So see when that guy, remember a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying, "Oh, I'm Northern Rebellion." It was like Northern Rebellion 4, and he's like, "I've went back to the globe because it's easier, and I've lost family." And I was like, "No,
he did
fucking
not.
way!" I was
No,
like,
he
"No
fucking
way!"
didn't,
I know
dude.
for a fact
jeez.
you're definitely not Northern Rebellion. There's no fucking doubt about it.
There's no fucking way. Like Northern Rebellion checked me in when I came into the server. There's no fucking way he went back to the globe.
I know, man. It's fucking ridiculous.
I wish he was listening to the live stream just so I could hear us talking shit.
I spoke to him when he came back in. It was like a couple of days later, and I was like, "Man, they were trying to say you were a fucking globe earther again." He's like, "What? No way!" I was like, "I knew it, man. No chance whatsoever in the slightest."
He's awesome.
There, I just put it in the live stream text. I said, Northern Rebellion, I heard you went back to the globe.
Not a fucking snowflake's chance in hell.
There's no fucking way. The dude has seen too much in the north to believe the globe. Like everything he's ever experienced, it's all proven flat.
Anybody, even if it's a complete stranger, bro, if they were actually, officially, technically, and literally, I don't know what other words to use, but when somebody becomes or drops the globe facade, you literally cannot go back to it. It is literally completely impossible. If whatever it is, whatever specific reason got you to then to be a flat earther, that cannot be reconciled. Like, water doesn't just change in your mind by, oh, well, it's always level, so I'm a flat earther. Well, it's back to spherical. I mean, come on, man. Eh? It's like dumb as fuck. Like, nobody, they must never have been a flat earther in the first place. If they claim to be a flat earther, then changed back and flip flop. They could never have been one.
Could never. You'd have look at the way Owen Benjamin woke up. Like, you literally have to grapple with the idea that, like, well, the evidence is fake.
Could you imagine Owen Benjamin coming out and saying, oh, I'm back to being a globe earther? You would know that.
Oh, there's no fucking way. And there's times where, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, there's times where the evidence is really strong because I don't understand how to explain it from a flat earth perspective. And I'm like, and you know, like, oh, we got to. It's like, no, just because you brought up something I don't understand yet doesn't mean that there's not a flat earth answer for it. There's literally a flat earth answer for everything. Every fucking thing.
I'm not sure about that, bro. Like, I mean, at least if we've not got an answer, we've at least got a solid answer, which is we're not sure. Like, that's all the any kind of ambiguity. Is it ambiguous? Ambiguity? Is that the right word? Ambiguity? I don't know if that's the right derivation of that word. But like, there's no like grey ground. It's not like there's a slight chance. It's like, no, it either is or it's not. And then once it's bolstered into your mind, there's no going back, man. Or it was never solid in the first place.
Yeah.
Definitely, dude. Hey, did you see what I put? What I told Northern Rebellion in the live stream?
No, I've not, bro. No. I need to kind of be on this channel. I don't want to because I need to keep flipping the screen round to get touch activate so it's working here. I don't want to. And then a siren comes and then I'm not able to mute it. Man.
That's what happened to Northern Rebellion. He said there was a glober that created an account that looked like his to
it was number 4. It was Northern 4.
Was it number 4?
It's E5 currently because whatever
He's 5
it was,
now.
It was before. I think it was 4 then. I don't think it was 6.
Yeah. At least he keeps us up to date on all his new accounts. You know, we know when he loses an account.
Bro, it shows you how much Discord actually care. Because, like, if he's just jumping on another account and not even changing it, like what's the point of even banning his account if you know they're just gonna make another one and add change the digit at the end? Like, what's the point? Why ban him?
But yeah, like that's just one of them things. It's like, oh, I heard Northern Rebellion's a glober, and I'm like, what? There's no fucking way. And I mean, I've heard stories about people going back, or even people perpetrating. You know, like they literally put on the facade of being a flat earther, like somebody who I thought was a good person not too long ago. And I'm just like, oh my god, I can't believe you lied just so you can sit there and say, ha, it's easy to be a flat earther. And it's like, dude, like you sat there and listened to the entire evidence of everything, and you're going to tell me that you still think it's a globe? Come on, dude.
Well, look at Ranty. Ranty's an intelligent dude. You seriously think he went from flat back to a globe? Come on, man. That's like ludicrous, man.
It is.
Sorry, you're breaking up, brother, if you can hear me.
I can hear you. Am I breaking up? I'm not breaking up. I'm
You were
micing.
for me, bro. You're breaking for me.
Oh.
No, it was like cutting out. It was like silence going through your voice. Maybe not. Maybe not for everyone else. I don't know, bro.
Yeah. Just you just can't. Especially when you know that the government lies anyway. You're just like, no, I can't. I have to see it for myself.
The government doesn't lie, bro. What do you mean? Why would they do such a thing?
Why? They love you. Get to go ride my bike later on when it cools down. Excited about that. So what else is going on in the news today? Anybody hear anything new? India is still having a successful space mission.
Oh, okay.
In case you never knew, the Earth is completely stationary. It's not slipped by you.
You know, I heard that once.
I went in there and I
America.
mentioned something to what's his face. I'm not even going to dignify it with a name. Just what's his face, that guy. And then when I left, I went back to because I was going to go back in and put the server mute thing on him. And I guess either somebody banned him or he left. I don't know. But either way, he's gone. So.
Oh yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, the guy. But,
yeah. No. The one we were talking about up there in the channel.
But anywho, there. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna go to the store.
A big room.
A couple things.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, I'll be back in a few. I'll stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Oh yeah, I'm watching for zombies all the time. I actually am a zombie now. I do jujitsu in the morning, and the name of the class is called Zombies. Mm. Let's see. Anybody new? Big Rude is new. Big Rude. Guess I'll put on one of my playlists. Sorry, I'm just putting some of this stuff in order.
Rod.
Cardi.
Do what? You're breaking up, whoever you are.
Signal's crap.
Try switching satellites.
Right. You would think with Google Fi, like, account, it should work.
We'll have to send up a satellite. everybody talk at once.
Do what?
Must be
I
having
said,
better signal.
I said, well, dang, don't everybody talk at once now?
Oh no, I was adjusting my playlist to be more like fluid, so that way I could play the bot. Nobody's in here talking. Valve is deafened, so can't get Valve to talk with us.
It's far too busy in here, man. Everybody's talking over each other. I'm gonna have to like server mute everybody if you just like don't just pick a subject and stay on it, because it's like getting really fucking bad now, man.
Hey, we're not
But
talking about that,
is
okay?
anybody new? Oh, it's Valve still different shit. I'll try cog this again, man. One sec.
Right.
I'll find someone.
That's it right there. Every globe proof out there always begins with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. You can't just point to it and say that, oh, that's a sphere. There's the evidence right there. You have to say, if it's a sphere, then the evidence here that I present is true. What's up, Max?
All of
Yeah,
your
man.
so-called proofs are
I
just
see it's
imaginary.
quiet up there, but it's popping in chill chat. What's good with that?
I see. I've seen that down there. They must be talking about some things that we don't normally talk about up here.
Oh, absolutely. They're so far away from the flat Earth right now.
But they're definitely not talking about anything that disturbs the service. I'm sure they're just talking about sewing or knitting or tiddlywinks or something of that effect.
Yeah, that too.
Because we do not breach terms of service in the server. We always stick to the guidelines presented to us by our forefathers called Discord.
Those wonderful people.
But if anyone's out there in YouTube land or anywhere else that's listening on any one of the platforms, please find a link, follow it to VC check-in, and someone will jump up there and give you a roll after they've vetted you, just to make sure you're not insane and you're going to scream the N-word or something like that. But please feel welcome. You'll have the floor as we're just sort of shooting the breeze here, but you're more than welcome if anyone wants to follow the link, get yourself into check-in, and we'll get you sorted with a roll.
Yeah. Just join the lobby, ask how to get VC check-in. We'll give you the directions on how to get VC check-in, and then we'll direct you down to the live stream to come chat with us. I am a little bit today. Oh, we got to get. Well, if there's no further ado, I'm gonna put on the bot if y'all don't mind, and then just pause it or stop it.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it, and nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, "Damn, this dude's mic is terrible," and then they hear me screaming. But I did some work here. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie? Right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So he grew up in the church. He worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually existing. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like that. Who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So it's so flippantly, it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more $90,000 checks, university libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
Downs, I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
No. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up, he knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah.
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't. I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
No, it's specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we're elucidating a point that it's just a belief, because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing though, homie, and I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to, because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified to join us in the live stream.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and then we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. Now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly, generally. What are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? Well, tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have. Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. No, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
Oh. This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I
on
believe
Discord?
so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No.
Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
This size, the International Space Station will be orbiting about 1/2 inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well, kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it, it's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's, so with that, why is, I'm a bit confused with that, because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. And it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask
There's
me
your
questions
knife.
about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
Need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think
You
so.
can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
every person that's, I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got an
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
All right. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, from whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. according so it's just the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.